Bubbly and beer splattering the walls of the visiting clubhouse in Houston. The Tigers celebrating a playoff series win for the first time in a decade, beating the Astros in both games on the road by a combined score of 8-3 between the two contests, and A.J. Hinch applauded them during the party. Hall of Famer Alan Trammell was also there to celebrate, the players surrounding him, bathing him in beer. He said he's just happy to be there after watching players go from rookie ball to the majors. Detroit will go into Cleveland with tons of momentum. They are slight underdogs against the Guardians, but not by much. Players asking Detroit fans to maybe make that 2.5-hour drive and pack their stadium just like the Lions faithful do. The Tigers have 2 days to prepare for Game 1 of the ALDS at Progressive Field. For Michigan fans wondering about some additional options, maybe a quarterback, with the passing game continuing to be a little bit underwhelming. Offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell said that five-star freshman Jaden Davis still has to continue to develop behind the scenes. Not an option quite yet for the Wolverines. Kirk did say that Jack Tuttle is recovering well from his injury and is starting to get some reps. And in the NFL, the reported wish list of new teams for wide receiver Devontae Adams include the Jets and the Saints. The Raiders star asking for a trade would like to play with a familiar quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, Derek Carr, both being former teammates of his. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
On-brand win for the Tigers, a gritty, gutty, scrappy game where they used the bullpen, pinch hitters, did the whole thing, and swept the playoff-proven Houston Astros. So I don't want to hear about how Cleveland's technically the favorite this next round. Thanks for that, Chris. We have a lot to do this hour. We have the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. We have a special guest at 7:35, Kirk Gibson. See, back in June, Gibby called in. Tigers were scuffling, falling behind. And, well, he told us, don't jump off the cliff. You guys sound like you're on the ledge. Don't be negative. He was seeing some things. They proceeded to go 10-17 in June, and Gibby became the butt of the joke. I think it's only fair that Gibby gets a return serve today. The Tigers are very much still playing baseball. And Tony Paul of the Detroit News had a quote from Gibby. Quote, "They ripped my ass for an effing week, and that's okay." Sounds like he's got some thoughts.
Well, it sounds like he's keeping receipts like we've heard from Brad Holmes and some other prominent Detroiters.
So we'll get to him 7:35 this morning. Phone calls to get to as well on this baseball team. Eric in Clarkston, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good morning.
So just the comments on Job coming in, I think it was a high-level move by Hinch. It was like, how do you learn in that situation without being in that situation? I think it's for down the road. That is like invaluable experience. And the outcome wasn't great. Gave up 2 runs, all that. But the amount of experience he just gained in that game with that kind of crowd, the only way that you can get that experience is being in that game.
I thought about the crowd, too, because his previous 2 outings were at home. Right? So this is his first time in a visiting major league ballpark, and it's in a 1-run game, and then eventually with ducks on the pond in a 1-run game in the postseason. And he didn't seem rattled. I mean, he gave up the 2 runs. I mean, some of that's aided by plays they should have made in the field. He also had the pitch comm issue. So, like, you really feel like maybe either it helped him or maybe he was even more anxiety because he's rattled. Like, nothing's going right for me right now. But now you learn from it. And, again, if he's here, if he's on the roster, he's got to pitch, period.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point in regards to the experience that he gained. If he has to go in down in Cleveland, if he has to go in at home, is he going to go in with the lead? At some point, he's going to be in that same situation. And how does he handle it? What did he learn from that as an individual?
They're going to need him to win it all.
Yep.
So you got to do it. And you got to be uncomfortable, and he's got to get his debut. You got that out of the way. You hope he grows from it. But they will need him to win it all because as you get into 7-game series, you're not going to be able to patchwork this bullpen the way it was prior to Job. You need him, especially when you don't know if you can trust Casey Mize. I'll go back to 06. That's all we can do is refer to previous experiences in postseason. Remember, Jeremy Bonderman started Game 4 of the ALDS against the Yankees in 06. Nobody trusted him. He nearly threw a no-hitter. Are we going to have to see a Casey Mize start? I hope not. I think that might be reaching here a little bit. And a Maeda? No. But probably a Montero.
Probably. Again, starting is not – these guys won't start, but you're going to need the bulk reliever.
But a game like where you go Montero 3 to 4 innings and the other team, like the Yankees, is grinding pitch counts up. And then you bring in Job to maybe get you 2 or 3 too.
Sure.
I think that's what the plan is here. I don't think they plan on starting him. I'd be pretty surprised at that, but who knows? We've seen crazier things happen. David Price debuted, this way.
Oh, we've seen a lot. I mean, Josh Beckett was a guy who really got seasoned in the playoffs. Francisco Rodriguez, by the way, on a World Series baseball team as a youngster. There are examples of this, and he's that reinforcement that we talked about at the end of the regular season. Let's get to Roy in Livonia. Roy, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning. I just think this team is the epitome of what baseball is. The 8th inning, not great. Job hits the first guy. Torque doesn't make a good throw to home. Jake has been so good defensively. He's got to come up with a scoop there. We got to get behind the baseball and right field on that tag to make a better throw home. Mm-hmm. But Ibanez picked them all up. And that's what baseball is about, picking up your teammates. AJ is doing something with, it's almost like Moneyball with the pitching staff. Nice thing about playoff baseball, Casey Mize, guy like Casey Mize, one big start, one big outing away from clearing the whole slate and being who he wants to be again. And I just think this team is the epitome of baseball and about picking up the next guy. Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
It's a really good phone call, Roy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. It's what baseball's, but it's what team sports are about. If it's not golf, it's not tennis, right? You're in there, and you're going to have to at some point step in and step up to cover a teammate. Sometimes you got to step in and step up to cover yourself.
Well, I think too, like baseball, you can be siloed, like you're in your own little box.
Yeah,
it's not the same as hockey, basketball, football, where mid-play a teammate can help you.
Right.
You're on an island in that batter's box, and you can feel like you're alone and all the pressure is on you, but it's what makes what the Tigers are doing so exciting is you're not alone. You're not expected to win the game by yourself. They don't have a superstar $40 million player who's got to make the play right now or he's a failure in his contract as he's overpaid and all that stuff. Their playoff roster is $18 million. It's absurd. Colt Keith is the highest paid player on the playoff roster. There's no ego. No one's saying you can't lift me from the game. They understand. They're being replaced by one of their teammates who has a better chance to deliver. Andy Ibanez had spent the entire game waiting for that matchup, that pitcher. And it looked like it, John. I know he fell 0-2, but he was making good contact. Even the foul balls looked like he was lining them up. And then he battles. He rallies. And he does what Andy Ibanez does. Death, taxes, and Ibanez against the lefty.
Hopefully you can keep counting on it.
Did you see AJ right after the game? They did like the on-field interview.
Yeah.
And the last question they asked him was, hey, you haven't made this about you, but look at this ballpark. This is where you used to be. Any thoughts on it? And he said, real quick, isn't baseball great? At least a small part of, maybe a big part of this, he really appreciated beating that team.
Oh, sure. No question about it.
And he doesn't want to make that the story because it's not the story.
Oh,
but personally, that's got to be pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. And he did it. He is so good with the media. He's good with us in handling everything. He is good in the post game that he knows the camera is on him when he's talking to the team. He was awesome. The post game locker room speech was terrific. Handling, getting his point across in that moment. Isn't baseball great? Got his point across without making it about him.
Ticket text. I want to make sure I read this one correctly. First time the Tigers and Lions host playoff games in the same year since? Guess, John.
I don't know. 57?
Further back.
Not the 1800s.
Yeah.
It starts with a 9. 1935. Did we fact check that ticket text?
Well, it doesn't really start with a 9.
Well,
how many times have the Lions hosted a playoff game?
We're going back to biblical times.
Yes, well, it feels like something's up right now.
Before Jesus. All right.
Hey, speaking of the state of Detroit sports, we have to read this ticket text.
Okay, wait. So back to that quick.
Yes.
First off, the Lions haven't played many home games.
Right.
So it's probably right. there's a technicality to that. So both won championships that year, which is a good sign, but that doesn't count the Lions playoff game in January. It's got
to be the current season.
It's got to be the current season. So the Lions, if they win, if they host a playoff game, will be true even though it's January, because the Lions, that's how it works with the NFL.
Right, yes.
They don't do the double year seasons.
Right.
But just the state of Detroit sports. Everybody's feeling good right now. By the way, Dan Campbell was on an 0-16 team and has got a team that could win the whole thing. A.J. Hinch was on the 0-3 Tigers, who had the worst record in franchise history, has a chance to pull this team from the abyss. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Texter says, does all this Detroit sports uprise put Troy Weaver on the hot seat? He says, my God, every organization has flipped the script. That's Jalen and Flat Rock.
Yeah, I think it puts him on the hot seat.
The word has been hot around here, right? I think this is burned.
You want to know the state of your franchise when people don't know that you fired your general manager months ago.
They play Sunday, by the way, so they get Sunday themselves in Detroit. 8 o'clock against the Bucks at LCA.
All this makes me wonder.
You want to go see it?
No.
You went to a Red Wing preseason
there
game.
you go.
Yeah.
That's great.
We'll answer the big questions like, is Matt Millen on the hot seat coming up next?
Put Vila on it, too.
2 Grand Slam, Heather's News, Kirk Gibson. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
Hey, you've heard me talk about injury attorney David Femininio for some time. Just listen to some of the results that David and his amazing team have been able to get for injured clients. You've got $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an injured client. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you and be on your side. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather tells us what's going on in the news.
Yeah, so we know there's football fans who don't love Taylor Swift taking over their sport, right? But have you ever wondered how the players actually feel about it? Well, according to an anonymous poll, 72.5% of players think Taylor Swift's presence at the games has been a positive for the league. Only 4.9% think it's been a negative, and the rest say it's really had no effect whatsoever. So we don't know who these players are, right? I don't know who said what, but one player said, at the end of the day, it's a business and you need to get as many eyes on it as possible. And she brings a lot of eyes. So, if it increases the salary cap, I don't think anybody's going to be too mad about that one. On the opposite side of that, another player said, I feel like she's getting unnecessary coverage. There was the whole NFL opening season video on Twitter, and she was featured 5 times, and our quarterback was featured none. That's not even right. She's not the NFL.
Get over yourself. Just have some fun with it.
So it sounds like a majority of players are, right?
Absolutely.
And it makes sense why, but just a couple of them. Now, only 102 players were actually polled, so that plays into it as well, I guess.
Still, that's a huge percentage that say, hey, either
it's
good
fine.
or neutral.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So a disgruntled man is now facing charges after he decided to attack a random man in Troy last week. So the victim was out walking his dog, just being a normal human being. This was on Crooks Road between Big Beaver and Waddles. When this man approached him, the man started screaming in the victim's face and then punched the victim in the head and ripped his shirt off and then walked away.
What?
Turns out police were able to find this guy, and he told police that he was upset after he quit his job and had a fight with his family. And he just decided to attack the first person he saw.
Sure, I guess that's an option.
He's been charged with assault and battery and ordered to undergo a mental health evaluation. Hopefully the man is okay, right?
Yes.
What the heck? Another man is facing charges and could possibly be spending some years in jail after he was a substitute teacher for a day in a Macomb County classroom. And you think, well, what could be so bad about being a sub?
Yeah.
Well, this guy, a 62-year-old Livonia man, is accused of watching porn and touching himself while he was subbing at the Academy of Warren last week. He's been charged with distributing sexually explicit visual or verbal material to children, which is a 2-year felony, and obscene disorderly conduct. His bond was set at $25,000.
I'm not even sure what to say other than, ugh.
Yeah, it's real icky. I'm guessing the students were there in the classroom at the time. The school says, hey, this is not a full-time employee at the school. He was hired through the, staffing portal. And as soon as we found out, we got rid of him, took him to authorities or notified the authorities. Sounds like that was his first day in the classroom.
And his last.
Will never be in another classroom. The Tigers may need to find a new broadcast home. Diamond Sports Group, which owns Bally Sports Detroit, just announced that it plans to stop televising all but the Atlanta Brave games next season. So that means the Tigers and the other teams will need to renegotiate their contracts with the company, or they can find a whole nother option if they like as well.
I really hope they find another option. I'm so over the drama of Bally Sports and Diamond Sports. Like, just let's all move on. We don't have to deal with them anymore.
Yep. I always find it fascinating, these stories. Merriam-Webster just added 200 new words and terms, including some that you probably know and some that you might not. And here's just a few things that I didn't know. Touch grass.
Oh, yeah, you haven't heard that?
No, I've never heard that.
That's for people who are chronically online. They need to go out and touch grass.
Yeah,
be
toward
connected.
the real world.
Yes.
Like, get out of the house, do some normal activities outside. I've never heard touch grass.
Really?
No, yeah. And I feel like I am connected to the real world, but
So that's why no one's
maybe
told
it's
you
because
to.
I'm always touching grass.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Apparently, I don't know. And then some of these that you know, true crime, Nepo baby, creepy crawlies.
Creepy crawlies.
Snog.
Please explain.
Is a British slang for making out.
So why is that in the American dictionary?
Because apparently we're using this word.
It's a British word for making out?
Yeah.
We're going to snog?
We're going to snog. They're snogging.
I could think of better ways to say it.
Dungeon crawler.
What is that?
A video game that primarily focuses on defeating enemies in a dungeon-like environment. Shadow ban. hiding someone's content from the other person, usually without their knowledge. Street corn.
Street corn. That's just
it's grilled corn on the cob that's coated with...
I didn't know if it was slang for
I
something.
know.
Like,
You'd think it was, but no. I mean, so some of these you definitely know.
Sure.
And then they're all like the abbreviations, IDGAF, you know.
Oh, that's in the dictionary now?
It is.
We're going way too far. For
John,
reals.
John, it'll be okay.
Yeah, for reals.
Yep.
Is that in there?
Probably already is.
Yeah. It's Heather with the news. 2 Grand Slam time.
Well, this is the favorite part. My favorite part of Thursdays is the 2 Grand Slam. I'm ready to give away a whole bunch of money. John, you did really well reading the questions.
Oh, thank you.
On Tuesday, yes.
Approval, that means a lot to
Our
me.
contestant Tuesday got 7. So hopefully,
I believe they got 6 and TJ got 7.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay, sorry.
We gave TJ the
$0.
opportunity.
Yeah, I heard that too. Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, let's give away a whole bunch of money. Rules, super simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. Get them all right, you get $2,000. It's a game of using your time wisely.
Yes.
If our contestant doesn't know an answer, skip, pass. We'll come back to it if there's enough time.
Everybody wants to, when they hear a question, they want to get it right. So they pause. And if you don't know it right away, just say pass so that you can come back to it.
But there is some tricks. Like if you've passed a lot of times,
Yeah.
start
might want to
making
start
a guess,
guessing. Yeah.
like an educated guess, and just go for it. But let's do it. Who's our contestant?
Ben in Livonia. Ben.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to find out. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. You ready?
Good. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Have you played before?
I have. I've actually got 9 twice and 8 once.
Really?
Oh.
This is your 4th time playing? Holy cow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I hope this is it, Ben. I hope you get them all right.
Yep, me too.
Okay, so your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go. Who leads the Detroit Lions in rushing yardage this season?
David Montgomery.
Who won the National League East this season?
The Phillies.
The Atlanta Falcons host this team tonight.
Bucks, Tampa Bay.
This hip-hop trio had the 1992 hit Jump Around.
House of Pain.
Jerry Stiller played this character in the sitcom Seinfeld.
His dad.
Cole Reagan's pitches for this Major League Baseball team.
Kansas City Royals.
Adley Rutschman plays for this Major League Baseball team.
Baltimore Orioles.
What is the name of the hurricane that made landfall in Florida last week?
Helene.
Travis Hunter plays for this college football team.
Colorado.
This team lost the 2024 Stanley Cup Finals.
Oh, my God. Stanley Cup Finals. Oh, who lost? Oh, I'm drawing a blank here.
Oh.
So, going to the judge.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Re-ask the question. We needed a name. Dad doesn't work.
Jerry Stiller
Yep.
played this character in the sitcom Seinfeld.
Yep.
Do you know it?
You don't know it. That's all right.
Oh, man. His dad, well, that is.
Everybody has a dad. That could be the
Right.
answer to anything.
I know.
Right.
You still got 7 right. Everybody got 7?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
7 right. So that's
Yeah.
still a hell of a run.
Okay.
And here's the thing, you're going to kick yourself. The first question, who leads the Lions in rushing yards? You guessed Montgomery, which is what I would have said.
Yeah.
It's Gibbs.
Yeah, it's close. Probably close, yeah. It could have been either.
That's Tom trying to trip people up one
Yeah.
question out of the gate. But 7 right. We'll put you on hold. We'll make sure you get paid. Good stuff, Ben.
Yep, thank you, guys.
Yeah. Good stuff, but just not for him because I think he said, 8?
8 and
Twice
9.
and 9. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
his 4th time as those worst performance. But
he still did really well.
oh yeah, he did really good. Jerry Stiller, not Dad.
Frank Costanza.
Frank Costanza, yes.
Yeah.
Because when he said Dad, I'm like, oh wait a second. I mean, it was George's dad.
George's dad, yeah.
But I mean, he just said Dad. He could have been talking about Seinfeld's dad.
That's tough.
Yeah,
The only other one he missed was clearly the last one.
yeah.
Who lost the Stanley Cup final?
Mm-hmm.
Edmonton Oilers, Connor McDavid.
Tough one.
I think that's easier than the Mavs one we had Tuesday, because I think we talked more about the Stanley Cup Finals because it was more competitive.
Would the cup go back to Canada? Ken
Yeah.
Holland,
your favorite GM ever.
yeah, all that good stuff.
Hey, anybody think he sounded a little like AJ Hinch?
I didn't think about that.
It didn't ring a bell.
Yeah, Greg kind of thought it. Me and him.
I could listen back to it. Maybe it sounds like AJ Hinch.
Everything's just like coming together, like everything.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So we've
Some
got
wavelength going on
Ben.
here.
Ben is AJ Hinch. Who is our Brad Holmes caller? What's the name that he goes by?
Corin. Yes.
Corin. Yeah. So at least now we can
He's
identify
off this week.
Ben in Livonia and Corin. Yeah.
So $175. Genesis Credit Union brings you the 2 Grand Slam on Thursdays. Just to go through it real quick. Montgomery leads the Lions in rushing. The Phillies won the National League East. The Falcons and the Bucks play tonight. They might not even realize it with all the Tigers we've been talking. Hip Hop Trio, House of Pain. Frank Costanza was the character Jerry Stiller played. Cole Reagan's Royals. Adley Rutschman, Orioles. Name of the Hurricane, Helene. Travis Hunter played and plays at Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk Gibson's next. It's 97.1. prophetic stuff. That was Kirk Gibson in June. After he called us, they proceeded to go 10-17 that month, and poor Gibby was the butt of the joke. Well, I think we're the butt of the joke now, as the Tigers are not only in the playoffs, they advanced to the ALDS, and we heard through the grapevine, Tony Paul points out, Gibby didn't forget. He told Tony Paul with a big grin, they ripped my ass for a week. Weeks they did, and that's okay. Gibby is joining us this morning. Kirk, talk your talk. Good morning.
Well, let's just say we can agree nobody saw this coming on.
I mean, yes, to your point, well, we just lost him.
He just dropped.
Yeah. Well, I hope he had more to say than that.
Me too. We have a whole segment dedicated for Gibby's rebuttal.
We'll
get him back in a second.
It's a cell phone issue. Yeah, we'll get him back in a moment. But yeah, I mean,
what are the odds, right? Was that a mic drop? Okay. We did not hang up on him. I want to be very clear about that.
Gotta love live radio.
We'll get him back here in a second.
He's calling back now.
Yeah, we'll get him.
Unbelievable. And I mean, I mean, who would have seen this coming?
We're going to try that again. Greg, we're good? All right. Gibby, I don't know what happened, but the floor is yours.
Well, I said what I had to say. I was done. Just messing with your face.
I mean, nobody saw this coming, but we are allowed to change our expectations and our opinion of the team. At what point, or did you ever expect this, where they are right now, being in the postseason, winning a postseason series?
Honestly, I knew they were going to be better because I do have I'm around enough and have been within the organization for, really during the development of the nucleus of this team, and just saw more and more positive things happening, like little things. Like I saw the buy-in, number one. If you look at early on, the buy-in was to control the zone for pitching and hitting. So you could kind of see the guys, the effort was coming, the results weren't there. But when the effort comes and the buy-in comes and then the results come, then things can really take off. But honestly, it's just my nature is not to, when you feel like you're getting too frustrated and you're starting to question whether we should cash in or not, you have to. My way is just to. I got to counteract it in my own head. That's the way I was as a player. Matt Vierling struck out 3 times the other day, and we had a conversation not too long ago with Matt and I. I said, I don't care if you strike out 3 times. You just think about winning it with the 4th at bat, or just think how good it feels, because there's situations that happen where you're on the road and the fans are burying you every time you're looking bad, and then you're looking worse and you're looking worse. But you have that opportunity, and it's the coolest feeling when you can fail, and then succeed, both individually and as a team. And that's the reason that I called in that day, was just because I'd listened to you the morning before, and I understand the frustration. I understand everybody's point of view, but my personality is, let's don't let that in. Let's control what we let in here. Let's don't let the negative get us down or get us not believing in ourselves. And it does help the team when the fans come down and they can continue to dig in there. And Comerica Park has, from the beginning of June to now, how far has that transformed to what we're used to hearing? I mean, that reminded me of Tiger Stadium there.
Yeah, or better yet, what is it going to look like on Wednesday now that we got a home playoff game at Comerica? I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned in that phone call back in June some similarities to 84. People have kind of adopted roar of 24. How far can this team go?
I think they're very dangerous. I think they can go all the way. I really do. And A.J. Hinch has had a stellar year so far. The psychology that he's used to get these guys to believe in themselves. I mean, just back in your head how this season has developed and how he started using people in specific roles. And Andy Ibanez yesterday, AJ showed the confidence in him all year. He came up. He's got one thing to do. AJ has geniusly whittled it down to one thing. I mean, you're sitting there on the bench. You know that if they bring the lefty in, you get him. You got to prepare for one thing, one guy, and miraculously it works again. I mean, it's incredible. At the end of the year doing the games, you could feel the expectation they were going to come back no matter how late it was in the game. And the more that those successes happen, the more that you do these miraculous things, and the more people start talking about it, you believe in it and you feel it, and it continues to go on. So I think the sky's the limit. I think they can go all the way. Everybody, this team is built. They do so many things good, and they're all committed to it. And now they're the celebrations that just imprints who we are. And I think they could fight a bulldozer right now and think they'd win.
I'd love to hear your perspective, because we've heard from the players about how tight this team is, how close they are. You're around them all the time. How have you seen that develop, and how important is that in the ultimate success of this team?
Yeah, it's important. It's a feel. It starts really on the field early when AJ lays out how they're going to approach this season. Then it starts to unfold through spring training. Spring training can get long. They really never let it get long. They just continue to implement what they were going to, who they're going to be. And then as they gradually start winning some ball games. And again, like how you know you have character is when you go down 8 games under 500 and you're still pulling, and you don't have little segmented groups around the locker room. You don't hear it elsewhere around the stadium. Everybody stays solidified publicly, and they get frustrated. But these guys, I mean, anybody who's watching Tiger, they're a fun bunch of guys. They're a fun team. And you can just tell it's their personality. It's the exhaust which they give off. It's really exciting for these kids, for the organization. It's been a long time coming.
Gibby, we'll get you out of here with this. Want to make sure that you plug the foundation, KirkGibsonFoundation.org, the work with Parkinson's that you've done and the way that you've continued to stay active and do your best with Parkinson's.
Yeah, I had an unveiling on the same day that the Tigers' first game was, and one of my biggest supporters has been Marion Ilitch, and we're sitting there watching the game, and who walks in but Mrs. Ilitch? And we sat there, and as the team was holding on for that win, it was a little bit of an odd situation, but man, we had one hell of a watch party over there, and I unveiled that we're going to create a wellness center for people with Parkinson's, and you can go to our website at KirkGibsonFoundation.org and find out all about it. A lot of it was in need of volunteers, obviously, and funds. It'll be a fully funded facility. We're committed to 10 years to fund it for 10 years, and it's going to be very helpful to help those that are suffering from Parkinson's and the caregivers alike. And it's just a new goal that we've set as a group, and thanks for mentioning it. But for right now, let's go get them Tigers. And, I really hesitated from doing this interview today because I'm not trying to gloat about a prediction that I made.
We're glad you're right.
Yes.
Yeah, well, so far, but let's keep it going. This is very exciting. It's going to be awesome for Detroit. And, we've always kind of battled as a city my whole life since I was born and raised real close right here. And I'm proud to say, again, they're from the city of Detroit, and we're banded together. We'll be behind. We got the Tigers. We got the Lions. and the Red Wings look much better. So everybody's feeling good. We like the way we go as our sports teams go a little bit. Right now, it's very, very good.
Gibby, thanks so much for coming on. I love
Thanks for calling.
I love the banter. I love that you called the first time, and I love that we're all pulling in the same direction right now.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, Kirk
Go
Gibson.
Tigers.
Go Tigers. How about that, John? That's your guy.
That's my hero. That's poster on the wall.
We can reflect on Gibby. And yes, talk about this baseball team, the story, next, 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. And I've talked to you before about my dealings with First Merchants Bank. That's why I bank with them. I think you should as well. Even today, we've got some new things going on in our life. And last night, after bankers' hours, communication with the bank. This morning, we start early, have already had communication with the bank. So they are there to meet you where you need to be. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. I already mentioned they're attentive. They take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that's going to fit your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Of course they did.
Uh-huh.
Of course they did. Sizing him up all day, waiting for a chance to hit a lefty. Andy Ibanez comes in, and A.J. Hinch pushes the right button. People go, why'd you put Job in? He pushed the right button in the 8th. The Tigers rally. Tigers win. Tigers to the ALDS. Good morning. We got open lines if you want to talk about this baseball team. We just had Gibby on.
Yeah.
And Ticket Texter says, love the interview with Gibby. Class act, always has been. Sean at work.
He's always been a class act. I mean, from a player, and that was my childhood. From everything that he's ever done with the Tigers. And it's been a tough run. And he has always been a class act, and he always shoots you pretty straight.
Yeah, he said, and I totally believe it's the way he's wired.
Sure.
When things are going south, when people are frustrated, he understood the frustration. It's in his nature to push back. And John,
Yeah.
I respect that. For me, when things are being sold as too rosy, like at the time they were 500,
That's your pushback.
then I'm like, I feel like I have to counteract what I perceive to be, not necessarily from him, but from some fans, that everything's going to be okay. I didn't feel like everything was going to be okay. June was really bad.
Yeah.
So I felt like I had to counter that. I'm a fan. I'm thrilled with what they're doing. You're thrilled with what they're doing.
It was really hard to buy his message that day.
Yeah.
And I think the reason is he alluded to it. He sees the philosophical approach every day. It's been proven accurate that the Tigers' approach to the way they play the game will work. It's to me, and it's why we even sparred a little bit in the season back
You
and
called
forth.
it toxic, what we were saying.
I said you were right about Chapman. Even now, Matt Chapman would probably make this team better.
And I'm not looking to take a victory
But we
lap.
don't need to get into all that.
No.
What I was arguing more was the philosophical nature. That I thought that Harris was taking strays from Avila.
Which he probably was.
The jury's out on Harris in terms of free agents and what he does and how he spends. You know, the top 3 free agents he added this season were Flaherty, Maeda, and Canna.
None of which are contributing right now, which, by the way, I don't think is like a selling point for Harris that you're...
No, it's not. Exactly. So, again, jury's out on that. But we don't need to get like those weeds and all that stuff.
No.
But I believe the way that they approach baseball is the right way. That if you put talent in the way that they're playing, which is taking pitches, grinding out at bats, lefty versus righty, righty versus lefty. These are all fundamental things I grew up watching the sport. Stealing bases, aggressive base running. You know, this is the way you win the most in baseball. And then also, baseball the shift has gone away. I don't know if this is happening with the shift.
Right.
Seriously. And it's just the way I believe you should play the game. A launch angle went way too far. I think it's probably the reason why Torque struggles more than anything, because he's like I've said, I called him this year, an analytical robot.
Sure.
Like he was built in a lab, the way he can change that, and he is getting better at taking it back.
To an extent, he is, right? So they've talked about it, how he's good if he just settles in and hits the ball middle of the field, but if you're trying to pull and you're trying to swing for the fences and you're trying to hit home runs to live up to the number 1 pick, the 30 home run season, he got all out of whack. And I'm not telling you he's out of the woods, but I thought his at-bat yesterday in the 8th is super under the radar, because he's had at-bats this season. Radar.
Don't we have a Raider? We have a Raider before. I swear.
Don't tell me Stoney did that.
Stoney did the Raider.
No.
Yes.
My point is, Torque has disappointed even in this playoffs with runners in scoring position. And it would have been real easy to grip it and rip it and try to swing for the fences. He was not given a strike. He did not swing. He got on base. He played team baseball. And he let A.J. Hinch go to the bench to bring in Andy Ibanez. It was, something that should be on our radar, what he's starting to do.
Yes.
Not the Raider?
The Raider.
Not the Raider, yeah. Quick question, though, because it brought up on Twitch. And I made that comment, my hero. I have the Kirk Gibson poster. I still have the Kirk Gibson poster. It is still up in my house, along with some other, sports posters. But that was one that was up in my room.
Yeah.
I had the Reggie White, Minister of Defense. Tom, we were talking quick at the break, the Bash Brothers. Like, there were posters that you had up in your room as a kid. Did you have sports posters up?
No, I had some Red Wings memorabilia, but I didn't have posters on the wall.
And it was brought up on Twitch. Do kids still do this? Because some of the parents that are on Twitch are saying no, that like they have, their daughters have cats or dogs or whatever, and there's art, but there's not sports posters. And
is that dead?
I'm curious. Do kids still put up posters of their sports heroes in their rooms?
Heather's shaking her
I don't
head.
know.
You don't
I
think
mean,
so?
Oh, I really have no idea. I want to say no because I feel like posters aren't as easily available as they like. I used to go to the store and go to the magazines and get like the teeny bopper magazines, and there was posters in there that you could put up on your wall of like celebrities or whatnot.
Those aren't even available now. Yeah.
So, but I still feel like kids want to display people they're into, but I'm
that
not
they
around
admire.
kids of that age. Like,
Not yet.
Not
yeah.
yet. So I have no idea.
Hey, listen, we could throw the number out with that too. I mean, listen, the focal point is this baseball team, but we can get to the bottom of this for John. Do their kids still have posters of their favorite athletes?
Yeah, who are they?
Yeah. Well, there's one in here that says Jim actually had the posters of cats.
He did.
Our questions about the Tigers. Your reaction to that game, what stood out? Of course, Jackson Jobe, a discussion worth having. Some people were very upset with A.J. Hinch in the moment. Was John upset? Was I upset? And do we just need to admit something about this Tigers baseball team? We'll do that next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Who would have thought, other than Kirk Gibson, that the Tigers would make it this far? Did his polite victory lap this morning with John and Jim. But right now, the Tigers are moving on to the ALDS, taking down Houston 5-2 yesterday, sweeping the wild card. Spencer Torkelson talked about taking down the battle-tested Astros on their own turf. Yeah, it's the first time since 2016 that Houston will not be a part of a deep run in the AL. The Tigers will meet the Guardians in the next stage of the playoffs. Game 1 in Cleveland is Saturday, Game 2 Monday. The first game in Detroit will be next Wednesday. Jared Goff earned an NFC Offensive Player of the Week award for his perfect performance on Monday Night Football in a win over the Seahawks. It's the 6th time the Lions quarterback has earned that hardware. And Little Caesars Arena will host an NCAA tournament regional in the future. March Madness will come to Detroit again in 2028. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, a lot to discuss on a Thursday. Tigers, the focal point, the story. This team continues to win. They go to the ALDS where we're going to get home playoff games. At least one. Wednesday, Comerica Park. ALDS against the Guardians, and it sets up so well for Detroit now. After taking care of business against the Astros, a proven playoff commodity, Detroit will likely throw Skubal in Game 2, which allows them to respond if they lose Game 1 or pile on in Game 2. And then Game 3 becomes either the clincher or the swing game. Skubal could throw as many as 2 starts on full rest in a 5-game series. Lot to buzz about the game yesterday. Jackson Jobe, let's start there. They bring him in the 7th inning. Plenty of people going, why a rookie in a one-run game? Why would AJ do this? John, if he's on the roster, you have to be able to pitch him in this spot. You need to build his confidence. If you're going to win a World Series, he has to be part of it. He came in to face 6, 7, and 8. Nobody on. He didn't give up any hard contact. And if Vierling makes a play in right field going home quicker, they don't give up a run, right? If Torkelson and Rogers connect on a infield liner, ground ball really, they don't score a run. Like, I don't put it on Jobe as much as I do the defense.
Right, and so obviously Spencer Torkelson, he's going to his right. He makes a play, throws the ball as he's going down. Like, it's all of those things. Would have been a great play, probably one that should have been made, but you're getting your pitcher out of a jam at that point. And there was no hard contact. That's the thing. If you could just take that one inning and take the context out of it and not say, okay, well, you're up by 1. It's the wild card round, and just look at it for Jackson Jobe. I mean, he got ground balls. Yeah. He got a pop fly out.
Soft contact, yeah.
None of it was hard contact. So I like the fact that he's gone in there, and obviously I like it because they end up winning the game.
Because it worked.
But it was very valuable experience that he can bank away, and next time he's out there, because he's going to be out there again.
Yeah, they're going to need him to, especially in 5-game series or 7-game series, multiple 7-game series. The idea is this thing is just getting started. Your question was, do we need to admit something about this baseball team? And then we'll get the ticket text in about posters and whether people are still putting those up on their wall. Their kids are still doing that. John, your question about this Tigers team was?
Can we just stop saying that we're so surprised and that they're just good? Can we get past the shock factor of they were 8 games under 500? They were what were they back at the beginning of August from a wild card spot? Okay, it was an improbable run, but can we just say the light bulb went on and now they're a good team? And instead of just we're shocked that they're in the postseason, we're shocked that they beat the Houston Astros. Should we be shocked if they beat the Cleveland Guardians? No. You've heard it from Kirk Gibson. We hear it from A.J. Hinch. Like all of these different people that know a lot more about this than we do. This is just a good team. Not willing to say they're great.
Right.
Even if they win the World Series, I don't know if we can look at this and say, well, they're a great team, because you start comparing them to other great teams across the history of Major League Baseball and they don't measure up. But can we just say that they're good now and they're playing good baseball?
Can we admit we got a good baseball team? Not just a hot team that lightning in a bottle, because that's part of the story. It's not like they won 10 straight to get in or 8 of 9 to get in. It goes back almost 2 months. Can you really fake it for 2 months? Like this idea of the way they're doing this isn't supposed to be sustainable. The 2-man rotation, the bulk relievers, the committee approach in the bullpen, the super platoon, the money ball to the extreme. It's eventually the smoke and mirrors are supposed to get exposed, yet do you just kind of throw up your hands and go, maybe it's not smoke and mirrors. Maybe they struggled in the middle of the season, but they were actually capable of this all along because they are a good baseball team. I think it's a combination. Like Javi Baez being on the team hurt them. He's not here. Are they a better team without him? Of course. These relievers weren't on the team in May and June, and now they're here. They've become a different baseball team, and we could say a good baseball team because of it, right? Trey Sweeney helps them become a good baseball team.
And Trey Sweeney, I'm glad you went there, because, I mean, not only, the relief pitching, the pitching staff has been good. Tarek Skubal has been great. But we don't talk about the defense enough.
Right.
How many times are we looking at the relievers as, oh, man, they came in, they got us out of an inning? Well, part of that is Parker Meadows in center field making a play that not a lot of other center fielders can make, stealing a home run that against other teams is just a home run, and now you're looking at it and go, oh, wow, this reliever, boy, they blew it.
I think there would be people hesitant to say they're a good team because of just how miraculous this feels. But I get what you're saying. Like, the team in May was not a good team.
No.
Like, flat out. They deserved what happened to them in June and May because they were not a good team. Just like they deserve what's happening now because Parker Meadows wasn't there then, is now. Trey Sweeney's here, wasn't then. The bullpen, the Javi swap out now that he's off the roster. It's all of this. It's Torkelson is better now than he was then.
Carp's healthy.
Carp, that's a huge one. Like, all these ifs kind of finally came together, and that's showing that they are at least a good, no one's saying great, good team. And I would tell you the style of baseball they're playing is playoff baseball. John, I would point out to you that there are teams that did this all the way and won it all. The idea that this style is only built to win a 3-game series or only built to squeak out a 5-game series, I would tell you the 2002 Angels are a team that came in with little to no postseason experience. They finished the season on a 20-10 hot at the right time mentality. They had one player with postseason experience. The Tigers' Matt Vierling was the only player with postseason experience. They did it with base running, with a bullpen, with a smart manager and Mike Scioscia. Same could be said of the 2015 Royals. Scrappy, young, they ran the bases, super bullpen. 2010 Giants. They had nobody with power or speed. They had a bullpen, they had a mentality. Those teams didn't just win the opening series. This style of baseball is good baseball. It's the style of baseball that can win a World Series.
Well, the Giants won 3 World Series in 5 years doing it. I think they're a great team. I don't mean that in talent. I mean that as a team. Mm-hmm. I think they've accomplished that unique, rare thing, and that's why we've seen this magical run. Like, it's inexplicable what NC State did back in the day. The Miracle Ice was inexplicable. They weren't the better team, talent-wise, but they achieved that, I think, that team glue all the way around, and the egos aside, and that's so hard to do. It's so hard to do with professional sports.
Right.
In baseball, I think of all the sports has the biggest DBs in terms of the attitude, cockiness, ego, salaries. There's no salary cap in the game. the love of the home run. Chicks dig the long ball, right? It's like this is like even though the Tigers do hit with some power at times, and they had no 25 home run player.
Well, and sometimes you got to go through all of those moments to get where you're at. If you don't go through that process of struggling, maybe they're not the team. They're not as unified as they need to be right now.
And John, you came off 3 4-loss seasons and then won a national championship with a quarterback that was left for dead. But some of the things you've told me on and off the air is you guys got that magic going, that glue together. You had to go through the Notre Dame 3-fumble fourth quarter loss in 97 to get the, there were bumps, but you somehow still find a way to.
It was a win, but
you won, right?
Yeah.
Have all the Tigers wins been pretty? No. I mean, you almost lost the Iowa game that year,
right.
remember?
Well, in 96, we lost the Purdue game in Purdue. Look, who loses to Purdue? But it was something that it was an experience that we had to draw on that next year when we're playing Iowa. And you shouldn't have lost to Iowa at home. You had to come back. Like all of those things, like you've got to go through a certain process to make your team and bring your team together. And how many times did we say, what if? What if Parker Meadows started the season like he's ending it? What if Spencer Torkelson didn't get set down and was the player that everybody wanted him or expected him to be? What if Kerry Carpenter wasn't hurt? What if all of these different things were that way consistent throughout the course of the year? Then all of a sudden, they're not making a historic comeback at the end of the season when all those what-ifs finally paid out. They could have been a team that, what if they were competing for the Guardians for the division?
Right.
But now they're competing for them for the division.
Head-to-head to go to the ALCS. This is being called Tom's best take ever on the ticket text. That they are a great team, emphasis on team. Someone else has said, don't use the word great, use the word real. They are a real team in every sense of the word. I think that's what you're saying, is this is a true
I'm going to say great.
team.
I think when you're achieve what they're doing and nobody cares about themselves and they care about the team. I mean, it is what Bo said. It's the team, the team, the team. I actually think the Tigers, that maybe that's one of their internal things.
Okay, hold on. That's 2 Michigan references. One more, and we are the Blue Wall. So just be very careful here.
I think at times I'll be fair here, but I think Mark D'Antonio's teams accomplished this, and that's why they were so good.
But that's how you beat Ohio State in a Big Ten championship game to go to a Rose Bowl, or when you are the vast underdog, no one is picking you. Sometimes when you're a great team and you have that chemistry, that unity, it overcomes talent deficiencies.
Right. Backup quarterback at Columbus made the playoff. It's just, I guess it's whatever, magic, voodoo, whatever. This is the craziest thing I've ever watched in Detroit sports. If they win it all, I don't know if a Lions Super Bowl would top it.
Oh, a Lions Super Bowl would top it. But I don't want to at all.
In my lifetime, I've seen a Tigers World Series.
I know that. I don't mean it that way.
Yeah.
I mean in terms of most improbable championship ever.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I think.
I don't know. There's some people that still think the Lions will never win a world championship.
Their first name's Brian.
Last name is a name we've liked to bring
Brian
up on the
Rieger.
show. Yeah.
Yes.
Want to get the phones in. Thomas in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, good morning.
Real quick, I think the Tigers are destined. I think that they're going to be a problem in the postseason.
Already are.
I watched that game yesterday. I was actually outside cutting grass and ran in, and they were in the top of the 7th. I still don't know how they got out of the 7th with bases loaded when Houston took the 2-1 lead. But I came back in and watched the 5 o'clock news, and they did it. Go Tigers. Thank you, fellas. Have a good day.
Yep. Go Tigers.
Yeah, it could have been way uglier in the 7th inning, right? If you don't get the ground ball, you don't get out of there. He says they're going to be a problem in the playoffs. They already are a problem in the playoffs. And I think what's so great about this is that there's no expiration date on this baseball team. I don't think there's a ceiling on what this team can do. I've given you examples. We can all look them up. Examples of scrappy, good base running, bullpen-led baseball teams that don't win a series but win the entire World Series. So maybe John is right. We need to stop talking about them as a flash in the pan and talk about them as a good team. Are you willing to admit that we have a good baseball team? It's 97-1.
NFL Week 5 is here. NFL season's rolling right along, and you can start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, you're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. And I take a look at tonight's game. It's the Bucks and the Falcons, Thursday night football. We all love our midweek football. Baker Mayfield over passing yards. Drake London over receiving yards. Bijan Robinson, anytime touchdown. You can pick from those that are already built in the app, or you can build your own same-game parlay. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now-in-trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
AJ's got away with these little one-liners at the end, doesn't he? Somebody let the Tigers get hot.
Certainly does.
And, well, they're more than just a hot baseball team. John, you said, are we finally willing to admit that it's a good baseball team?
Yeah.
They weren't hot. They won 31 of the last 40-some baseball games to get in the playoffs. You got to be good to do that. To beat the Houston Astros in the playoffs, you got to be a good baseball team. They're doing the things a good baseball team does. You run the bases, you play your matchups. Everybody is being used on this roster, stepping up. It's the true definition of a team. Are you willing to admit that we have a good team? Not a team that's lucky or flash in the pan or voodoo. Do we have a good team? 248-539-9797.
When you look at all of the things that we had hoped for during the season, and it was Gary Carpenter missed a large chunk. Cole Keith was young at the beginning of the season. He's not a young player anymore. He's got a lot of experience. Spencer Torkelson sent down. Parker Meadows sent down. They've been better since they came back. But if all of these things had hit earlier, I don't think we're not talking about a historic run in August and September. We're just talking about a good team that maybe they were above the cut line the entire time.
Win, 88, 90 ball games.
Yeah.
If they had Carpenter and Torque wasn't sent down and Meadows didn't get sent down and
you don't sell at the deadline. But if you don't sell at the deadline, you don't have Sweeney.
Yeah, so no matter what, to get to this point, they had everything come together, and they are a good team right now. And I think we should be able to admit that. The other question we threw out there, we had Gibby on today. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind gave him a chance to respond from his phone call back in June when things weren't good, when they weren't a good team, and he saw a brighter future. But you brought up that Gibby was a guy, Kirk Gibson, was a poster.
My hero.
And we asked people, do they have posters anymore up on their kids' walls? Texter says, fatheads have taken over. They're all over the kids' walls. This one says, 4-year-old has Lions betting and a poster set of Goff, St. Brown, and Hutch along with the Lions schedule.
Nice. It's good to hear that's still alive and well.
My son has a poster of Margot Robbie in his room.
Oh, my gosh.
I wonder
how old's your son?
Yeah, exactly. Got to be at least 16, right?
13.
13,
Look
yeah.
at John's face when I said that with a grin. Hey, real quick, posters, by the way, like going to the store and...
Yeah.
Where do you even get them anymore?
Okay, so seriously, back in the day, though, they would have those things in the black frame, and you would...
Yes.
Yeah, you flip through them.
Yep.
And they'd be bound up, underneath it. You had A17, right?
Yes.
As you'd get your Kirk Gibson poster.
Mm-hmm.
The poster, that thing though, is probably one of the dirtiest things there was out there that we never even thought of.
Oh, yeah, because every Grammy kid is putting their hands all over it. Yeah.
I remember seeing the fingerprints and food stains on them.
Yeah, boogers.
I forgot about those. Ew.
Gross.
I'll take that one. Yeah.
Let's get to Paul and Wyandotte. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I truly think this is a type of team, if they play right, I truly, truly believe that we can get to the World Series as long as we keep playing right.
Yeah, I mean, I think they set up well in the ALDS against the Guardians.
Yeah.
Throwing Skubal, likely game 2, and then 2 and 5 if necessary. You only got to steal 1 non-Skubal start, and then you roll into the ALCS, and you don't know who you're playing, but the Tigers are a team nobody wants to play right now because they keep you on your toes as an opposing manager. You may have your static lineup you've been playing all year, and AJ's going to chip away at it. He's going to find your weakness. He's going to throw this minimum salary reliever out and then this minimum salary batter out, and they're just going to chip away at your weaknesses and whittle you down, and they just continue to fight. They have the most they showed this stat today on TV, the most comebacks trailing in the 8th inning or later in baseball. Like, they're a team nobody wants to play, Paul.
I think they've had about 12 to 15 just in the past month and a half, too,
right.
Which is insane. It was just, I think our and this is my last thing, our main thing, though, is either Mize or Reese is going to have to step up and become that solid number 2, possibly 3.
I think as soon as this series, and definitely if you make the ALCS, you're going to need another horse in there.
Yeah.
And I think Olsen is probably the guy you most trust, not Mize. But it also puts a spotlight on Job at some point as a bulk reliever. And it's why I know he's going to get heat, AJ, for putting him in. You need him. You
got to build a wealth of experience. And there's not an opportunity for the wealth of experience, but the quality of experience is definitely there now.
Do you feel like they're kind of growing up fast? Because AJ says, like, now you have playoff experience. You passed the test. Like, they do have to speed up quickly as a team that doesn't have a lot of playoff experience.
Yeah, and now you've got 2 playoff wins on the road.
Yep.
And you've won a series on the road.
And I just keep saying it. Home baseball at Comerica Park. Playoff baseball.
Wednesday, baby.
Wednesday. Let's get to Caleb in Pinckney. You're on 97.1.
How's it going, guys?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, I want to say you're right. Nobody wants to play the Tigers. I know the Guardians are out there in Cleveland sitting in the locker room saying, all right, fellas, let's pack up the stuff in the lockers. We're going to lose because these Tigers are steamrolling. That's the first thing I want to say. Second thing I want to say is that kids still do buy posters. A lot of the time, the college kids will buy flags. Flags are a big thing now.
Okay.
I know we got the Lions flag hanging up. But we also got Big Jared Goff and Michael Jordan hanging up as well.
Wait, Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan. I also got a Muhammad Ali.
The GOATs.
Heck yeah, man. But I love the way these Tigers are playing, and it's a perfect weekend to go and watch them since the Lions have a bye. I'm a bigger Lions fan than a Tigers fan. But, you know, it would be awesome to see these Tigers to go.
Well, that's why when we were bringing up, yeah, Caleb, absolutely. It's why, like, when we brought up the timing of all of this, the Tigers getting hot and the stars aligning, it also lines up where the Detroit Lions don't play this weekend.
Yeah.
And they're on a bye week, so the Tigers have been able to take center stage without really any other distractions. This weekend, I wonder if people will go to Cleveland.
Road trip.
Saturday.
Why not?
Probably cheaper than going to the Tiger game.
It probably is. I mean, then you obviously it's gas. It's a hotel, but the thing about Cleveland, it's a day trip.
At 1 o'clock on Saturday, you could do.
Oh, you go in the morning, watch the game, come back at night.
Save on a hotel if money's tight.
Hey, we've talked about Lions fans traveling. It's time for the Tigers fans. Get in the car. Let's go.
Kevin, Southfield, you're on 97.1. Good morning, Kev.
See you.
Kevin, you're on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. You're on. What do you got?
Hey, good morning. It's Kevin. Hey, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Kevin, you're on the radio, buddy. What's going on?
Oh, hey, I just want to say, man, this team right here, it reminds me of your Pistons. Like, they no superstars or anything, just hard work, gritty, and everything. They remind me of last year's Lions. Nobody expected to be here. I'm happy. I went to all 6 games last week. I'm getting tickets for these games. I'm enjoying this with my kids, my sons, because they love baseball. Family thing. This is great, man. I love this. It's great for the city. And this is a good team that's just working hard and putting that work in.
Yep. Going to work Pistons.
All right, Kevin. One more time. Good morning. Appreciate you joining us. Drew in Roseville, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great. I am so excited. I just think, don't want to go too deep on you guys right now, but I think the stars are lining up perfectly. You had the 40-year anniversary of '84. You had Chet Lemon, who couldn't get to any of the reunions before because he was so, a lot of ailments he was dealing with, but he got there this year. I just think that team coming into this building, and I think the correlation of them starting this little run that they went on was when they came into there and celebrated, they saw them, they put a little bit of magic in this team. And I know you guys want to say we're a good team. We are a good team, but I think that the label for this team is special. When you can win games, late in games like they have been doing. I mean, yesterday the bottom could have fell out in the 7th inning, but they didn't. They only gave up 2 runs. I don't know how that happened, but it happened. And then in the next half inning, we took the lead back and then some. I just think everything's lining up perfectly right now. I'm so excited. I just don't want it to end. And, and I realize, and another thing that lines up is the Lions are off for 2 weeks. They could be in the ALCS before the Lions play another game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so awesome. They got the front page. They got all the eyes around them. I just don't want this run to end. And if it does come to an end, I think this team deserves to be lauded no matter what happens at this point. This is more than house money, Jimmy. This is bonus baseball that we never thought we were going to have. And let's just keep it going. Keep like the Torque says, just keep the line going. Let's go.
I love the emotion in your voice, Drew.
Yes.
I'm right there with you. Bonus baseball, the way he said that. No, this is phenomenal, and they do get center stage. In fact, it would line up where, should they make the ALCS, it would be starting right after the Lions play in Dallas. Coming back. Like everything would be kind of hitting its peak, its stride at the right time. Texter says, don't let the Tigers get hot. Yep. Somebody let the Tigers get hot. More of your responses, 248-539-9797. Texter points out that Hader, the reliever in the 8th inning, actually makes more money this season than the entire Tigers playoff roster.
It was a great graphic.
That's unbelievable. The Tigers playoff roster is $18 million. So I think that's where the going to work, like under the radar, unheralded. Yeah. Yes, they have Tarek Skubal. They have a star. They have Riley Green, who's an all-star.
But he's not paid like a star.
Exactly. These guys are.
He will be.
Trust, sure, he knows that.
Yes.
He knows that's coming. Your responses, we will get to our Thursday touchdown later in the hour. Dear John in the 9 o'clock hour. But the Tigers are the story. Jump in. Open lines. It's 97.1. Gritty City, stand up. Tigers in the ALDS playoff. Baseball comes back to Comerica Park next Wednesday. Good morning. And to Kevin, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Let's get back to the phones. John's question was,
is this a good team? Can we just say they're a good team?
Enough of the surprises, flash in the pan. Is it sustainable? They've done this now for 2 months and a playoff series. And, well, yeah, they're a good team. They pick up one another. They use all 26 guys. This style of baseball has led to World Series before. Can we say this is a good team? Let's get to Mateo and Wyandotte. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, so I definitely think this is a good team. I was saying at the beginning of the year that they had the chance to sneak into the wild card with the pickups that they made in the off season, and then the way that our farm system's been looking. It's always had the potential. We've just been waiting to tap into that potential.
There were the what ifs, right?
Yeah.
That we hit on in the middle of the season. Like, what if Carpenter didn't get hurt? And, what if
Javi is still a part of the roster?
Well, that goes the other way.
Yeah. I mean, so there are just certain things that happen throughout the course of the year that either held them back early or just if they don't sell at the deadline and they don't have Sweeney.
Right.
How big of a piece has he been? Because it obviously led to, Javi Baez. I know it's injury related and he's had, a procedure, but if he is still a part of this, there are just some what ifs. Like, the path that they have taken is so winding.
Yeah, it's incredibly winding. It was not a straight path. I mean, the idea was they paid Flaherty and Maeda and Canna with the idea that they would help usher this team to the next level. None of them are on the playoff roster, right? So this wasn't exactly the way they designed it. It worked out.
Yeah.
They became a good team through player development, which I do think was part of the plan, but it was winding. It wasn't direct. It wasn't exactly as they drew it up.
Yeah.
But you can't do what they did at the end of the season and be a bad team, a fluke. It's not a fluke to win 30 of 40 at the end of the season.
Right, yes. What, 31-13 is what they ended up being in the last 44, and it's remarkable.
And Houston, whatever you want to say about them, they're playoff experienced. They're at home. They've made, was it the ALCS, like 7 straight years? I mean, they've played like 100-plus baseball games as an organization since 2015, 2017 maybe. They're incredibly playoff seasoned. That's a team with pedigree, and you swept them. You beat them twice.
Yeah.
You took care of business.
Did they possibly end their run?
Maybe.
Because they were talking about Altuve might not be on the team next year, in free agency.
Thanks, Greeny. Linda in Rochester Hills, you're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
You talked about the last segment, wondering if people were going to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday I went online and I purchased 2 tickets for my son and I to drive down to Cleveland on Monday because the tickets, comparable tickets in Detroit, were double.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to hop in the car, drive down there. We're thinking that Tarek Skubal is also going to be pitching.
That was that your decision in regards to Monday versus Saturday?
No, because Saturday my son was working. He was coming in from out of town, so we couldn't have gone Saturday anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Monday will be the Skubal day because Saturday would be on short rest.
Yeah.
I pitching him Monday, game 2, still lines him up to pitch a second time in the series.
I'm curious as to how many Tigers fans are actually going to be in Cleveland for Saturday and Monday. I think it's going to be a large number.
Saturday, no one has to take off. Well, most people don't have to take off work.
But you also look at, and I think Linda brought up a great point. The tickets, and you got to drive there. I get that. But the tickets, as of now, for the Cleveland games in Cleveland are less than they are for Comerica Park.
And I would imagine Monday's the cheaper day of the two because Cleveland fans also don't have to miss work on Saturday. So if Monday, if you're dedicated a 4 o'clock game, you can do it, right? You can get out there and you can get back. 4 o'clock helps you if you want to go down on Monday. Drive down to Cleveland.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We will
if
get
you
it.
did that, would there be enough time to charge the car to come back?
How many miles is it? I'm going to take the second car.
Heather.
I forget my mic is on sometimes.
I've noticed that. Have you noticed that sometimes, Sean? You get like a little under the breath.
A little,
or a little chuckle.
Yeah. Normally when I say something, it's like, oh.
It's an eye roll.
Oh.
Disgust.
Yeah.
But there is such a thing as a verbal eye roll, and I feel like we get that from you
yes,
sometimes.
You get it a lot.
Maybe sometimes you don't even realize. Okay, 8:50, we're going to talk Thursday touchdown, some big football storylines. 9:35, Dear John. Let's get to Heather's news.
Oh, let's do it. Let me tell you all about the news. My mic's on. Oh, you guys, I absolutely hate this story. I'm going to share it because it's in the news, but I hate it. A Genesee County jail inmate has been charged after attacking an emotional support dog last week. Ugh, it makes me sick. This little dog, Josie, which is also the name of one of my dogs, which maybe was just walking towards this inmate, right? Doing her job there with her little badge on, and this guy wants nothing to do with her, slaps her, sends her flying. She had a concussion and like a scrape in her eyeball. Poor little dog. So this inmate,
imagine that his return to the general population will be not a good one for him.
So he was being held on an assault charge from something that happened in 2020, and he's been hit with another charge. So he was just hit with the charge of killing, torturing a companion animal, which is a felony punishable by up to 4 to 10 years in prison. So his sentence just got a whole lot longer. Thankfully, Josie is going to be okay. She did go to the vet. She had an MRI, making sure there was no like brain bleed, and she returned back to work on Monday. So that's good news. Yeah. This is pretty cool. The Detroit Lions have this new alcohol line, and it's called Grit City Spirits. Grit City, they have straight bourbon whiskey and Grit City vodka that was recently released. On the labels are the Lions logo and the phrases "Made for Motor City" and "This is one pride." Really cool. The bottles are actually really neat.
I think I've seen them.
Yeah.
I saw it yesterday. I walked into one of the markets and there it was. I thought, man, this is just cool.
Yeah, the bottle's cool.
Yeah.
So according to the news release, the limited edition spirits are designed to pay tribute to the grit, loyalty, and camaraderie that come with being a Detroit Lions football fan. So they're available only for this season while supplies last, available at retailers throughout Michigan.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
The label looks cool.
Yes. And affordable. I mean, $40 for the bourbon, $30 for the vodka. I mean, not like anything too crazy, right? So pretty cool. A Detroit woman is in trouble with the law after Troy police caught her driving drunk with 2 flat tires and an open bottle of tequila in her car. So last week, police were doing this welfare check on a driver that was parked in a parking lot of a 7-Eleven, and they saw that the front and rear tire on the passenger side were both flat. And when they spoke to her, her speech was slurred. Her eyes were bloodshot and glassy. They also spotted that open bottle of tequila in the car. She blew a .23.
Whoa.
Yes, was taken to the Troy police lockup. Troy police are always busting drunk drivers. Like anytime I see a story about a drunk driver,
it's in Troy.
Well, it's Troy police. Yeah, they're always getting them. This story is pretty crazy. So you might remember it. The ex-Jacksonville Jaguars employee who stole $22 million from the team, he is now suing FanDuel for basically exploiting his gambling addiction. Do you remember the story about him? Like when I started reading it, I did start to remember. He pleaded guilty to stealing millions from the team. He is currently serving a 6.5-year prison sentence. He just filed this lawsuit on Tuesday, claiming that FanDuel actively and intentionally targeted and preyed on him with incentives, credits, and gifts to feed his addiction, keep him playing these fantasy sports, even though he was displaying signs of problem gambling. And there's things they said he was getting. One of the people in his lawsuit is an employee at FanDuel who was messaging him like 100 times a day, would ask him like, hey, I don't see any bets made today. Like, like why aren't you logging on? Why aren't you making any bets? They gave him tickets to the Super Bowl. He went to the college football playoff championship. He went to the Masters, all through FanDuel to kind of like, let's keep this guy betting, right? So anyway, he's suing, and we'll see what happens.
It'd be like me suing an ice cream company.
Why do you make me keep eating this stuff?
Why do you make it so good?
And all the coupons, like you make the decision.
My
Come
goodness.
on.
You do, but there is. I agree.
Yeah.
It is a little different than that though, because the ice cream isn't like John, eat me. Like, it's
That's
not
what
like
it said. When I walked through the frozen section, they all are talking to
messaging
me.
you 100 times a day.
Oh, they're all messaging me. They're all talking.
No,
I
pick
walked
me.
through. Yeah,
John,
no,
it's
pick
me.
pick
Rocky
me,
Road, pick me.
Yes, Mackinac Island Fudge. Oh. Then they bring it. Then they bring out the peanut butter one, and it's like, oh, want to try something new?
Yeah.
And that's Heather with the news. The voices in your head, John.
Yes, they're real.
It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. On to the ALDS. The Tigers took care of the Astros in short work. A little bit of drama there, but a 5-2 clincher yesterday. They'll be moving on to their first ever postseason series against the Guardians. Manager A.J. Hinch says it's all about the type of team that he has the privilege of leading. Yeah, only Matt Vierling had playoff experience coming into the wild card. Now Detroit will play at least 3 more games in the divisional series. Games in Cleveland will be on Saturday and Monday, and the first in Detroit will be on Wednesday. The AL Central, by the way, well represented in the next round. The Royals swept the Orioles. They're going to clash with the top-seeded Yankees on the other side of the bracket. In the NL, the Padres took care of the Braves. They're going to move on to face Shohei and the Dodgers. And the Mets and Brewers, the only wild card still going. They'll play a third and deciding game today. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
It's been a special season, and it's not over yet. Tigers advance to the ALDS. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Thought cool moment yesterday. A.J. Hinch on the field. They do the TV interview. Last question to him. AJ, you haven't really made this about yourself, but like to do this where you used to manage in this ballpark, something along the lines of what does it mean to you? And he just kind of gave a sly grin and he said, "Isn't baseball great?" And then he walked away to get the team photo with the guys.
Isn't he great?
He is. And he's got a knack for these little one-liners like in the locker room, the clubhouse afterwards. I don't know who it was, but somebody let the Tigers get hot and the team just, erupts in cheer. He's pushing all the right buttons. They're responding in all the right ways. Like Ibanez comes in. It was tailor-made for him. It's a lefty. He falls down 0-2, but he's making good contact. And he wins the game for the Tigers. He bails out a rough 7th inning where Jackson Jobe came in, gave up some soft contact. They gave up a couple runs, Vierling and some misplays defensively. And they rally and they come back and they scratch and they claw. And it's this gritty Tigers baseball team. What AJ said in the update, that's their season.
Yeah.
That game is who they are.
A team that just is going to keep fighting all the way. And you had this one earlier. There's no other team in baseball that has trailed in the 8th inning that has ended up winning more games.
Yeah, 13 games they've trailed in the 8th or later and come back to win most in baseball. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but you even go back to the beginning of the season when we were talking about them winning some of those extra inning games. And I don't remember if they were trailing in the 8th or if they were up, but there was a team, and they're a scrappy team. We used the term scrappy at the beginning of the season. Now we're using the words gritty. This is scrappy. This is gritty. This is going to work. It is so representative of the fan base.
So we've got the open lines. I mean, clearly we can talk Jackson Jobe. Did you support the decision to put him in? Easy to say after the fact it was the good decision. How did you feel in the moment when they put the rookie into the fire? Then clearly the takeaways from this series and setting the scene for this weekend. Cleveland, the Guardians, Tiger fans making the journey down there. Home games coming as well on Wednesday. 248-539-9797. Ricky in Madison Heights, you're on 97.1.
How about them Tigers?
How about them Tigers?
I think the Tigers are a good team, and I think they have a great manager. What A.J. Hinch has done with this team is unbelievable. And I don't think any other manager could do what he's doing right now. And also, Bo Brisky, where the heck did he come from? I mean, the past month or two, he's been incredible. So it's unbelievable right now. The last playoff game I was at was back in 14, I believe, or 13. So I'm excited. I'm going to the Wednesday game, so I can't wait. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I think it's crazy to think about the last time that Tiger fans were at Comerica Park for a playoff game, and it being as long ago as it was. I've got friends who, since that game, I mean, they were high school at the time, or not high school, but college at the time, and now they're married, they got kids. Like, it's a completely different life since the Tigers last played in the playoffs.
People that went as single individuals are now going back with their kids as the next time. It's crazy. You going to take your cat?
Do they do they do bark at the park?
Yeah.
Meow at the park.
Yeah, I don't know.
Purr at the park? I think a cat would hate being at a baseball game.
I think you would hate having your cat at the baseball game.
I think the people around me would hate the cat being at the baseball game.
It'd be the
Cat's
worst
at the
idea.
Perk. At the perk.
Oh. This is such
We'll
a
see you
sad
guys.
joke.
Bye.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you
All
for
right,
sharing.
Kirk's just going to walk
Yes.
out. He's done.
Uh-huh.
Hit the showers. Get out of here early. 248-539-9797. And I think just the biggest overarching fundamental question that John asked today, and it's such a simple question, but it bears asking, is this a good team? So much of the conversation has been, what a surprise. How unorthodox, how unique, flash in the pan, fluke, hot. Are they a good baseball team is a question you ask people.
Well, and we always talk about AJ Hinch, and it kind of comes back to him every single time we talk about this. I think really good coaches, and obviously in baseball, managers, they're able to find ways to win with the talent that they have. And you've got to be somewhat of a chameleon especially when we talk about it in college football, when a new coach takes over a program. This changed a little bit with the transfer portal, but you inherit a certain skill set. And for those coaches that say, well, we can't win until years 3 or 4, until I recruit my guys or I get through the transfer portal, chances are they don't end up lasting until year 3 or 4. It's the coaches that find a way to win with the hand they've been dealt. That's what AJ Hinch has done. He's found a way to win with the hand that he's been dealt. And he has turned this team into a really good team.
I think it was the TV broadcast for game 1 said that they had asked him about this type of team. And I think he said, or they were relaying that he had said, make no mistake, I'd rather have 3 or 4 all-stars like he did in the lineup in Houston.
Yeah.
But John, I think you're right. Like the way he's been able to manage his baseball team, it tests him. And I think he passes so many of these tests. Like you have to put it on him because it's the lineup that starts the game is not the lineup that ends the game. It's Andy Ibanez is your cleanup hitter in game 1, doesn't start game 2, but they're going to make sure he gets in for the most pivotal at bat against a lefty. He does. It's being like 2 moves ahead, like having it kind of mapped out in the mind matrix of AJ Hinch and being 2 steps ahead of if they bring in this guy, then we go here. It's why when he put Jackson Jobe in, I didn't have some immediate reaction of how could he do this? You can't put this kid in this spot. They put him in with a lead, with the bottom of the order due up, and he didn't give up any hard contact. Like, I don't really find that to be a reprehensible or objectionable move.
If the All-Star voting was done now, would he have any more All-Stars other than Tarek Skubal and Riley Green?
How many at-bats does Carpenter get to qualify? You're probably right. It's still just the 2. Am I missing somebody?
No, I mean, you could make an argument for Parker Meadows. I don't know if
he did what he did for like 100 and, well, I mean, enough games to get to the All-Star break. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, maybe.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, everybody would love to have more All-Stars on their roster. And there are guys that are playing better now, but I think the question is, if the All-Star break were to happen now, if they were to do it NFL style, the All-Star game happens after the season, would there be more All-Star votes for a Parker Meadows?
He's a winning player. I don't know, if the counting stats would be there. I just know when you watch him play, it's the balls he gets to in center field. It's the base running. How about the home run he hit yesterday? That's a game that got there was kind of a lull, right? Nobody could hit Brown, and you weren't going to be able to go 3-4 hits in a row off of him. You needed someone to just get a hold of one. And winning baseball, muscles one out of the ballpark. Yeah, he's a winning ball player. I don't know exactly where his numbers would stack up with some of the guys that made the All-Star team, John, because outfield can be kind of crowded.
Yeah.
But he's a winning baseball player, there's no doubt.
I mean, by the end of the year, in regular season stats, he was batting .244.
Yeah, that doesn't get you in.
Well, that doesn't get you in, but he was on fire from where he was. He was sub 100.
When he got sent down?
When he got sent down, and this is through 82 games.
Yeah, there's so many things that happen this season, right? Like, he gets sent down, and at the time it was, oh, well, he's got to go work on it.
Would you have a reliever?
It's going to be a long season.
Would there be a reliever that might get an All-Star nod?
I mean, caller brought up Bo Brisky.
Yeah.
They're doing his thing. There's not one guy. There's no one guy, right?
Yeah, so that's kind of the point is would you possibly have more all-star players if the voting was after the entire season? Maybe.
Holton would be a guy out of the bullpen, maybe.
Yeah, Tyler Holton, maybe Vest. But when you're talking about the fact that, okay, even if they don't have any more all-star caliber players, it really goes to the asset that A.J. Hinch is of being able to get this team to come together, the way that he constructs the lineup every single day. It's different every single day. The group effort days, it's a different lineup every single time.
Got some good phone calls to get to. I'm taking a peek over at people on hold. We'll get these phone calls in. Some ticket texters saying, yes, this is a good team. Great pitching, good defense, timely hitting. Those are the things that matter most. Those are things you need to wear in the World Series. Tigers one step closer. It's 97-1.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills Group Fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out, and for less than $3 a day. And today, you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
Tiger manager AJ Hinch. We got Dear John coming up at 9:35 this morning. Your topics: surprising my wife.
Oh,
Facebook.
welcome home.
Hey, use your imagination. Facebook Marketplace refund. Significant other refusing to cook, and if we have time, someone with a question about quitting their job.
Oh, okay.
So, life advice courtesy of John Jansen. Dear John, we do it every Thursday. We moved it back today because you guys want to talk about the Tigers, and we want to talk about the Tigers. Ticket Texter says Hinch has made all the right moves, but the Job thing was bad. Never should have put him in that kind of leverage situation, and then keeping him in after 2 batters, head scratcher to say the least. BP in Lake Orion.
Well, you had to keep him in for 3.
Right.
And he never gave up hard contact. There should have been an out at home. If Veerling doesn't, double pump or pause for a second, thrown out at home.
It was an aggressive tag up to begin with.
Right. And so, I don't have a problem with it.
Me neither.
I didn't in the moment. I was actually, from a player's perspective, I was so excited for Job to have that opportunity. And now all of a sudden, because is there going to be a time to use him in the postseason where it's not stressful?
Right, you're going to save him for when you're up this mystical 10 runs. That's
right,
never
against
going to happen.
A really good play. You think you're going to be up 10 against the Guardians? You think you're going to be up 10 if the Yankees end up getting there? No.
And you do feel like it snowballed on him, right? So the pitch inside, the hit batter, and then you got 2 on before you even blink, and you go, oh boy, this isn't ideal for him. Then the pitch comm issue, and maybe, I don't know if that helped him or hurt him. Because he could, on one
settle
hand,
down a little bit.
Settle down, but he also probably felt like his anxiety's going, nothing's going right now. I can't even use the pitch comm.
Yeah.
But then, to your point, he didn't really give up any hard hit balls, and he's here because he's got the stuff to throw in high leverage situations. And if he's here, you got to pitch him. If you're not going to pitch him, put someone else on the roster. Montero should be there instead. And they both may be on the roster for the ALDS. Reminder, they can switch things up. I think the Tigers are set up well for the ALDS. Game 1, I don't think it's Skubal because it'd be on short rest.
Mm-hmm.
If you win Game 1, Skubal's the hammer in Game 2 to go up 2-0. If you lose Game 1, who else would you want on the bump?
To bring you back even.
But Skubal, and then Game 3 becomes either the sweep or the swing game, assuming Skubal takes care of business on Monday. Reno in Royal Oak, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, good morning. Regarding Job, real quick, I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. There's a reason why he's top prospect, so get him in there. I think the criticism, obviously, is after the fact because it didn't work out for him, but I don't have a problem with it. John, to your question about the team, 100% a team. Like guys are saying, what Hinch has done with what he has is guys aren't going 3 for 4. O'Reilly might be 0 for 2 games in a row, but the guys that are doing it, Ibanez, Perez, when they had that moved up game at Comerica when he hit that double to go ahead there. The guys that are just showing up, Hinch is pinch hitting for Carpenter. You say, what? Our best power hitter. He's just what he's doing. I'm repeating, but it's just he's just got it going, and the guys have bought in, and it really, of course, it matters what the fans think in the cosmetic sense. But guys bought in a long time ago when they started realizing what was going on. They like each other. They play as a team, and you guys might have seen the meme where it's they showed the whole Tigers wild card roster was at 18 million, where Hader's at 19 million for the year. Not to say it's Billy Ball, but the point being is it's the guys that got going on, and it's I think it's just awesome what Hinch is doing, especially.
Awesome's a great word.
Yeah, and Reno, it's the guys trusting that AJ's going to put them in a position to be successful, and when they're taken out for a pinch hitter, nobody's complaining because they feel like he's pulling the right strings.
Yeah, and he's got him. He lets them know too. He says, "Be ready. You're going in as a lefty." In regard to that, and then hearing last night when Torkelson was sent down to Toledo, how Hinch was basically texting him every day. It just shows what kind of guy that Hinch is in the regard, and he's always been a psych type guy, a psychology guy to play on to the ingredients of what the guys are going on with their mindsets. So. Yeah, nothing but good stuff as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it's easy to say as they're winning, but I thought about Hinch a long time ago, I think before this all started. So thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Reno.
How smart do they look now that they extended him before the season.
Oh, you're saying like
Hinch?
Yeah. His stat about the payroll, Tigers 26-man wild card roster, $18.8 million. 62 players earned more than that this season. What?
Yeah.
What?
The pitcher that they were beaten up on.
Made more than he's one of the 62 players. All right, we got Dear John, but first, Heather with the news.
Okay, so there was a rare meeting right after the trade deadline that may have been the spark that turned the Tiger season around. At least that's what it sounds like from the players talking about it. This meeting was right around the time of the Little League Classic on August 18th. AJ Hinch brought the team together and basically explained to them that they could either, sit around and mope and basically just play out the end of the year, or they could play for something. Sounds like he gave a really inspiring speech. And a lot of the players are saying that was the turning point. That meeting was so impactful. And that's kind of what got the team going.
Mm-hmm. Believe it.
I did too. Did you guys know that Mackinac Island is haunted?
I've heard rumor.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
I've never seen a ghost, but...
Do you believe in ghosts?
Haven't?
No.
I don't either. I would like to have a reason to believe in ghosts. I think it's cool. Like, I'm intrigued by all of it. Like, I think it's kind of... Yeah. I think it's, kind of fascinating, but I have no reason to believe because I've never had a ghost encounter, but bring it on. I'd like to, a friendly ghost.
Sure.
Casper, sure. But
I don't think they're all, if they are there, then some of them aren't going to be friendly.
I don't think so, but.
Yeah. I've been there a bunch of times.
Spook me, ghosts. Yeah. Let's see it.
Okay.
Come on. Well, that's not.
Yeah. No, I know.
I'd like to be a little frightened.
Sure.
I don't know. It'd be interesting. Anyway, that's not the point of the story. The point is that in 2021, Mackinac was voted the most haunted small town in America, and paranormal experts believe it's actually the island's natural landscapes that bring on so many hauntings. So Mackinac Island is partially made up of limestone and quartz, which both can store energy. And then, of course, it's an island, so it's surrounded by a large body of water, which can serve as a conductor, which apparently is
put those ingredients together and you get
it's like an energy
outcomes?
magnet.
Oh, okay.
Yes, which bring all of these spooky haunts to the island. And apparently I'm going to have to read a book. There's 4 series from one of these experts that writes all about the hauntings on the island. Interesting.
Yeah.
Nonetheless. Speaking of haunts, a haunted attraction in Michigan has been named the scariest in the nation. The Erebus Haunted Attraction in Pontiac was ranked as the #1 attraction to scare the crap out of you, according to America Haunts. So if you're looking for a scare that experts say could lead to uncontrollable physical reactions, you got one right here in your own backyard. Tickets are $25. Have you guys ever done it?
No.
Not like the really haunted house ones.
The Erebus one. Have you ever done that?
No, I don't want the physical reactions.
I don't either. No, I just said I'd like to be visited by a ghost, but I don't like haunted houses.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either.
What about scary movies?
I like scary movies.
Okay, so there's the line.
Yes,
then.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know what makes this so scary. I've never done it. I've been to a haunted house and it's scary because something jumps out from behind you, but there's got to be more to it than that.
You would think.
Right? Anyway, there's a whole list. You can check them all out. This is pretty cool. The Detroit Lions have launched this new alcohol line. It's called Grit City Spirits. And right now there's 2 different spirits you can get: the Grit City Straight Bourbon Whiskey and the Grit City Vodka. They're available while supplies last, limited edition at retailers throughout Michigan. The bottles are really cool. The labels are neat. They've got specific phrases made for Motor City, and this is one pride. Check them out. Looks kind of cool.
I've seen them.
Yeah.
And they're
You
price
have?
reasonable.
I have,
They're like the corner store by where we live. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you think Kroger has them?
I'm sure they
Which
do.
is the only grocery store I pretty much shop at.
Yeah, I know Plums has them.
I'm going to have to go check it out. Yeah, $40 for the whiskey, $30 for the vodka. Not too crazy.
Not bad.
No. Finally, one of the doctors charged in connection with Matthew Perry's death has pleaded guilty. Dr. Mark Chavez pled guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to distribute ketamine. He faces up to 10 years in prison. He's not going to be sentenced until next April. So basically, until then, he is free on $50,000 bond. He's had to surrender his passport. He cannot work as a doctor. He's basically like given up his medical license. Now, the other two people charged in the case are fighting their charges. They've each pled not guilty.
And that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, John Jansen's life advice. It's Dear John. It's 97.1.
I didn't know if you guys would pull that one. I wasn't going to say anything.
That was the ice cream.
Yes.
That was ice cream talking.
I know. I had people text me, though.
Did you
And they're
really?
like, yeah, you should pull that as a drop. I'm like, I'm not going to say it. I'm always the one.
Well, I heard myself say it in the voice of ice cream. So when I said it again, I said, John, pick me.
Yeah.
I changed my words. That was Rocky Road. That was the ice cream talking. Come on.
Sure. All right. Our first one, Heather.
Yes. All right, John. We need some help. Dear John, I made a spontaneous decision after the Tigers won yesterday. Game 2 of the ALDS is at 4 p.m. on Monday in Cleveland. I bought 5 tickets to take my family without telling my wife.
Oh, boy.
Other than my son missing football practice, we have no plans. The time of the game and the distance to Cleveland make this the perfect spontaneous road trip. I don't even have to miss work with the timing of this game. Did I make a mistake not telling my wife first? And how should I tell them? Should I just wait until Monday morning and show up at their school to pull them out?
A lot of answers to this question. As long as you could still make insurance payments, car payments, rent, mortgage, all that stuff, this is a great decision. And the kids, no, don't tell them. Just take them out of school. Hey, because they don't need anything else. Kids can go as is. If you need to take a jacket for them, I don't know what the weather's going to be. Don't care. The wife, on the other hand, I believe you should, maybe not today, maybe on the weekend, Sunday, hey, I got a surprise for you.
Oh,
Yeah. I got tickets to the Tigers game.
No.
Yeah, yes. So I think that definitely ahead of time, because if your wife works, you're either going to have to do way too much work and contact the boss. Hey, don't tell her, but I want to get her the afternoon off, whatever it is. Let her know, because she's also going to want to take a few things for the kids, things that you won't think of.
And it does depend on the personality of your wife. Like, is this something she'd be really into being surprised with? Because it could be a really cool surprise, too. Just be like, on that day, pick her up from work and take her out of work. But there's a lot more prep with work. You do have to let your boss know that you might need to leave early that day. And also, it depends what your wife does. Because if my husband just came home and I looked like this, and he's like, we're going to the game, I'd be like, hold up, what? Like, I need to do my hair.
Yeah, but it's in Cleveland. You don't have to worry about it. It's in Cleveland.
What does that mean? I'm going to take pictures, John. I need to look good in photos.
Yeah, but okay.
And I want to make sure I have the right shirt.
Yeah, but most guys, all right, we think our wives look good even when they're not all done up.
I want to look good and I want to feel good. I want to make sure I have the right shirt, the outfit planned. Like I need some prep time.
But if you do surprise her, you show up with her tiger hat, because then at least she's got that, and then then she's fine. Because
it depends. Like I said, it depends on your wife and how she is and where she works
willing
and
to
her
be
personality.
Spontaneous. Yeah,
I'm John, willing to be spontaneous, but I'd like to look good at the same time.
My big question on all this is, if John Jansen was to do this, would he travel by boat?
Oh, to Cleveland? Absolutely.
To avoid being in the state of Ohio as much as possible.
Yes. You could. I mean, this would be a full day event.
Now, do you feel the same?
Troll all the way there.
Do you feel the same way about Ohio waters as land?
Their walleye are just as tasty.
Okay.
To answer it, I think John's right. You surprise the kids.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's great. It'll be a memory forever. Dad took us out of school for a playoff baseball game.
Yeah.
Your wife, more situational. I do think, especially with work logistics, tip her off. Don't make it the day of. The next one, Dear John, Facebook Marketplace refund. I listed a couch for sale on Facebook Marketplace for $400. I purchased it for $800 a couple years ago, so I thought it was a good deal. I said it had been in the home, used condition. Someone came to pick it up. Couch was disassembled. I told them, look over it, take your time. They picked through the cushions. They said they liked the fabric, the color. They loaded it away, and that was it. Hours later, around midnight, I received a message from the wife asking if she could bring it back for a refund because there were stains and she wouldn't have bought if she knew. I cleaned the couch before. You could hardly see any of these stains. I said no. I said that she had her chance. She bought it as is. She then left me a terrible review, called me a liar and a scammer. Should I have given a refund?
No. Absolutely not. It's as is. And everybody on if you're buying something used, I don't care if it's on Facebook Marketplace, if it's on Craigslist, anything like that, you have the choice when you show up. Take a look, examine the object, do whatever you've got to do, and if you deem it good at that time, as soon as you leave the property with it, it's yours.
100%. That's how Facebook works, right? Like, that's on you. I did have something similar to this, not with a sofa or anything nearly as expensive. I had listed a shirt, a sweater on Facebook. I didn't realize that something like had been washed with it. There was like a red stain on the shoulder, and I wasn't home at the time. I did like a porch pickup, and the woman rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and Colin texted me, and he's like, "Somebody's here saying she's not going to buy it anymore because there's a stain." I'm like, "Well, just give it to her then." Like, let her have it for free. I don't care. And she kept messaging me like, "I don't know what to do. There's a stain." I'm like, "It's yours. It's free, or leave it. Like, I'll keep it or take it and go." And she ended up taking it, and that was that. But yeah, that's on you. If you buy it and it's gone, it's yours.
The only thing that he has to be mindful of is if he's going to be a guy who sells a lot, like people who sell a lot on eBay or Facebook, the reviews can hurt you. So you have to.
But you also. Like, can you reply to a review?
I think you can.
Like, dispute that?
And be like, this is actually what happened, right?
Yeah. I would hope so, because otherwise, like,
you get hosed.
She's unreasonable. Yeah.
Okay, the next one. This is about my significant other refusing to cook. Dear John, I live with my significant other. I'm 28. He's 32. We've been together for 4 years and have lived together for 2. I love cooking and learning new recipes, and I will often try making things from scratch, and I'm learning how to meal prep. He has always said that he is not a great cook and is nervous because he feels like he doesn't know what he's doing. Years later, we started living together, and I took on most of all of the cooking and the grocery shopping. And I do not usually mind unless I'm getting burnt out from life and making decisions. And over the years, I have tried to include him in cooking with me to teach him in grocery shopping so that I made sure we both have things at the house, as well as I bought him a cookbook with easy recipes to make, and he barely offers any suggestions with anything food related and says he would be happy eating a peanut butter and jelly. He doesn't care. I do not expect him to cook all the time or even grocery shop. I would just love a little bit of help from time to time. I'm frustrated with this argument and feel like he doesn't really care if there's food in the house or if I eat during the day. How can I get him to help me?
So first of all, the guy's a bum. You can at least offer a suggestion. There's every day, Lisa and I go through this. What do you want to have for dinner? And you also don't have to eat the same thing.
No.
My suggestion is you make yourself a nice meal and you prepare him a peanut butter and jelly. And just...
I like that.
Yeah. I mean, just... It shouldn't all fall on one. And if it's, hey, you divvy up the nights, maybe, you take 5 and he takes 2, he is welcome to order out. Mm-hmm. There's so many different ways to do it. You can have DoorDash, you can have delivery, whatever it is. And then you get a night off from not having to go to the store, cook, prep, and then clean up.
Yeah, I feel bad for her because like it can be a lot of like.
Oh my goodness! Especially when and I don't know if there's kids involved at this point or not. If kids are involved, now you add in a whole nother set of taste buds, and it's bonkers.
Well, she's trying, right? Here's a cookbook. You try and cook with him. Yeah. If he's not putting in any effort at all, I really don't know what to tell you at that point. I feel bad.
I mean, we eat completely separate at my house, so that's what I like your suggestion. I make my own food, Colin makes his own, and there you have it.
And he said he'd be happy with peanut butter and jelly, so here you go.
When you make sure you cook some really good stuff, too.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it smells great. Oh, yeah. There you go. That is Dear John. It's 97.1. Grit don't quit. Tigers advance. We got ticket text coming in, reacting to the Dear John questions and the drop that was added to our system from today's show. Heather.
Yeah.
You have a great sense of humor with all the drops. More people need to be like that with that attitude. Signed, Brett.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
I try. You
Roll
have
with
to.
it. Yes. Yes.
And I know where they came from.
Right.
Like that, I was being ice cream. That was the ice cream talking, not me.
That was the rocky road. Not
Exactly.
him. That drop is going to win the tournament next year. Brian the mailman. All right, on to Dear John. I got tickets to the game Wednesday in Detroit without knowing the time. I just hope it's not midday because I work until 4. Do we have a game time for Wednesday yet?
I mean, you're leaving sick if it's early, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not going to stay at work.
It's probably going to be 1, right?
I would
Earlier?
like 75%. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's the least desirable matchup from a TV perspective.
Because the Yankees and the Dodgers will play later in the day.
Yeah. My guess right now would be 1 o'clock Wednesday, 4 o'clock Thursday, because there will be a game 4 in the Yankees Royals, which will be at night.
So you take the day
all
off
games on
work.
TBS,
Yeah,
by
you
the
do.
way.
Or you work a half day.
Because this is
Or here on the main deal.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. Listen to the main deal. You get the hometown broadcast. Not these national guys loving other people and.
There was a little bit of love for the city of Detroit in that broadcast. They were talking about the Lions and how it's a great sports town. I did hear that on the national broadcast.
By the way, October 26th, Michigan State, Game 1 World Series. October 27th, Lions, Titans, Red Wings, Oilers. What a weekend.
Great sports
What a
weekend.
weekend.
Oh. We can all dream.
Actually, Game 2 of the World Series. Game 1 would be the Friday night.
There you go. Says, John, you're right. The kids will love the memories of the surprise.
Oh, yeah.
And says, my mom sprung me from school back in 1972 for a playoff game with Oakland. Mom even flipped off Reggie Jackson.
Well, so that individual, that's 52 years ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Still remembers. Yeah.
Yeah, 52.
Yeah,
there you
look
go.
at you.
Math on live.
You did
yeah.
math. Boom. Let's go.
Yes. That is a memory and a story you're going to tell for the rest of your life. And just imagine how much better it'll be when the Tigers win. It's a school start.
Well, no. Monday is.
Monday,
yeah. Yeah, Monday's the school start.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the road trip. It's not too much.
Oh, it's the road trip. It's getting out of school early. All of it will be a story that will be told forever.
Bragging to your friends the next day.
Yeah.
I was there. On the Facebook Marketplace story, people on Marketplace are so difficult. They're irrational. I'd rather donate something, even if it has value, than sell it. Rather than sell it. That's Tom in Flat Rock.
Yeah, it's gotten really crazy on Facebook.
John, you're right about the cooking story.
Mm-hmm.
That guy is a bum. Any man who doesn't offer to help at all in the relationship is a straight bum. Says, you got to offer to meal prep. You got to offer to cook, groceries, something. Says, great show, guys.
Yeah, I mean, going to get the groceries, that's kind of the bare minimum. Because, one, you've got to come up with what it is that's going to feed your family and try and please everyone and have some variety. It really becomes... I think every parent right now is probably nodding their head going, oh, hell yeah, what's for dinner tonight? Oh, man, what are we going to do? Chicken, steak, fish. Like, it's like you, or soy. I'm not sure if that's soy burgers.
No.
You don't do soy.
No, I don't do that.
But you got to sneak in vegetables, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's planning all this stuff is work.
Yeah.
John, I'm not saying you like vegetables, but like to survive, it's part of a healthy
You
diet.
can have a meal without a vegetable.
You can.
Yes.
But
It
you do
doesn't
need
have
to
to be
buy
every night, but
vegetables
yes.
that-
Those are the stories made of legend, too. Those are the greatest meals ever. Oh, Dad's making it tonight. We don't have to have a vegetable. Yes.
This is just very blunt. If he won't help with cooking, leave him.
You know what? They're in a partnership. Didn't say they were married.
Yeah, they've been together, lived together for 2 years in that
Yeah.
story.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of getting to a critical point, right?
Yep.
Either
Not
this
going
is
to
the-
help there. What else is he not going to help on?
Right. If you do want to have kids,
Yeah.
what kind of parent is
he
that
going to
person
change
gonna be?
diapers? No, he doesn't do diapers either. Oh, okay.
That's a huge red flag.
Yeah.
Because you whether he says he could eat peanut butter and jelly forever or not, I don't believe that. You do
Well,
like
there are some
different
meals that I
foods.
could have for the rest of my life and be good with just one meal.
But some variety is good.
Variety
and you
is
got
good,
stuff
yeah.
you like, so learn
Peanut
how to
butter
cook
and
a
jelly
couple
would
things
not
that
be
you
on
like.
that list.
But you don't have to be like
you can
a
boil
chef.
pasta.
Right.
Be a
Come on
man.
now.
Grill a steak.
There you go.
You can't. I know, but I'm
But
just saying there's
easy
super
stuff.
simple things you can make.
Yeah, but you can make all of that on the grill. You can roast your vegetables on the grill. You can roast corn on the grill. You can bake your potatoes on the grill. Put it in the smoker. There's so much that you can do.
Master 2 meals. 3 meals.
Sure.
They don't have to be fancy. They don't have to be elaborate. Take the load off of your partner.
Yeah.
On that one, all I can think of is, do you think that was Cindy Stone's burner
Oh my
email?
gosh.
Oh, man.
Oh, could be. Could be.
Does Stoney not cook?
And now he's a substitute teacher.
Stoney doesn't
do anything.
Stoney does not cook.
What does he do? I don't know. He could grill a little.
He brings home the bacon.
Big bacon.
Gator is coming to the studio. We're having a great time. I know you guys will have a great time today, too. I mean, this is just so much fun.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You talking about cooking?
Tigers cooking, whatever you want to talk about.
Sure. I love to cook.
We had a Dear John from someone who their partner just does not help at all.
I heard that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You're not a man.
I agree.
Period.
I mean, you gotta. It's part of it. It's part of the whole union thing, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't
You
have
share
to
things
be
together. If
cooking
now-
at the stove. You can cook on the grill.
Right. You can do whatever. Yeah, at least offer.
Put something in the
Fine,
toaster.
out
I mean, come on.
The Blackstone. Yeah. You could do a lot of things.
Grab a lean cuisine and boil it up. I don't care.
Boil it.
Do something.
Boiled
Those
lean
bags,
cuisine.
remember they used to
Yeah,
make
they're
bags?
gross.
Ew.
Actually, this chicken and rice is really good.
Really?
Yeah.
The lean cuisine.
What's that?
That was the lean cuisine meal.
Yeah. Used to have
Hankering for it.
forever ago, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's in a pinch, man. In a pinch.
Sure. Okay. All right.
Just saying. Yeah. How about those Tigers?
How about
That's not bad. This team. I love this team. I'm smiling. I've been smiling for almost 2 months. Just this is incredible. Can they get on a run? I don't know. Can they win like 5 in a row? And then they do. And then you're like, can they go like 8-2? And they do. And
Could they win 31 of the next 44 games?
It's just amazing what they've done and what AJ Hinch has done, and they've been, between being fetter made and hinched up, it's just awesome watching what this team has done.
How does the song go? World Series bound and picking up steam. You're starting to pick up some steam.
They've
That's
got
a sweep.
steam. I mean, yeah, that's a 2-game sweep right there. Now they get a couple days off, and this is going well. I like their chances against Cleveland. I mean, we know the Guardians. We know them well, and it's not like that's not the most formidable lineup in the world. Even though Cleveland had this great record in the season, and they're a good baseball team, but they're gettable, and nobody needs to tell the Tigers that they're not. So here we go.
Doug?
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm great. Let's go.
You got this big grin on your face.
Oh,
I love it.
I can't believe we're getting to do this. I mean, Detroit is going to be crazy. If they come home with a win in the 2 games at Cleveland, Wednesday downtown is going to be elite stadium pulse. That place is going to be
Possibly gate A.
crazy, possibly, yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Did you guys see the Padres environment last night? I think Detroit will be something like that. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I had a relative sitting about 5 rows up.
No
behind
kidding.
home plate for the Padre game, and you know who was 3 rows ahead of him?
Who?
I should show you a picture and see if you can name that celebrity.
Oh, this will be good.
Yeah, this probably
Who has a better chance to get it, John or I?
Probably you, but I could be wrong.
Must be generational.
Yeah. Maybe Heather
I'm going to
knows.
zoom in.
Is it Lana Del
This
Rey?
is terrible for.
Yeah, this
You
is
know that-
A-level radio. John, look at
Do
the
you know
phone.
who that celebrity is right behind home plate at the Padre game?
Do you recognize them?
No.
Okay.
Let me take a peek.
No.
You want to hand the phone around? John doesn't know.
Oh, what? I don't recognize that person.
Gator, can you
Gator?
I can't see. So.
Okay, well,
Heather, I
Let
don't
me
know if
see.
we can see
I'm
it.
probably not going to know
Right
either.
behind home plate last night at the Padre.
Who is
game.
that?
I mean, it's an awful photo.
Yeah, I know. It's the
Okay.
best
Oh,
team.
wow. Calling her ugly.
No, I'm just saying it.
Wow.
I'm not calling her
Wow,
ugly. I'm
that
just
took a
saying
turn
it's
for
not a
worse.
good
Yeah.
picture to
Her husband must have surprised her
Come
with tickets
on.
to the game.
Last minute.
No, I have no idea who that is.
Doug?
Let me see it.
Gator, you.
One more review of this photo.
3 rows
Yes.
behind. Was this a waste of time? Was this
Yeah, but whatever. We're already too deep in.
All right, so you're saying somehow.
What are you scrolling through Doug's photos?
No. Okay, so it's the woman in the Padre hat. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is that Aaron Andrews?
No.
No.
At least he
It's
guessed.
an athlete.
Yeah. All right.
Soccer.
Oh, is it? Soccer?
Soccer player.
Oh, no, I'm out. Bye. Have a great day.
Still nothing?
Doug, you can tell us who it is?
Alex Morgan.
Oh, okay.
Morgan.
don't know if you're going to Karshian tease, and we'll tell you who that was coming up at 10:35.
Is it Morgan Alex?
It's Alex Morgan, Scott. Nobody cares. Let's move on.
Scott, Tiger baseball. Anderson. What else? The Tiger baseball
and Tiger baseball
and Tiger baseball. It's Karsch Anderson next. 97.1.
Well, how about that? Tigers take care of business, and they are on to the American League Divisional Series. And Gator, that was exciting, man. That was exciting. That was fun.
Was that good?
That was really, really cool. We got a lot to talk about with that game yesterday. But first things first, Andy Ibanez, God bless you.
Man.
You are awesome. All he does is rake.
Against left-handed pitching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was in a rough stretch towards the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the postseason, Doug.
Yep.
Opportunity.
Yep.
And he took advantage of it, and what a rope that was. Never a doubt in my mind that was fair. Never a doubt in my mind.
Really?
Nope. The angle off the bat, I'm like, that's down the line. I said right off the way, that's going to score 3. And Torkelson chugged his way around, slides into home for the 3rd run on that double. LFG.
You know what's funny?
Here we go.
I tweeted out this question this morning. Has anybody seen that ball land? I don't think there's one replay that shows the ball land. I really don't.
Well, they certainly didn't show it last
Gator
night.
knew it, though.
But
I'm not saying it's wrong.
Oh, no one is saying it's wrong here.
The umpire emphatically
Oh, yeah.
said fair ball. I mean, immediately when that ball went into the corner, my eyes went to the umpire.
Yeah, even the view from the stands in left field, you still don't see it.
Doesn't help
because it's too low.
Doesn't help.
That was the greatest hit I've never seen.
Exactly. I mean, honestly,
yeah.
no. Well, I mean, we tweeted out this question: did anyone see on Andy Ibanez's bases clearing double? Did anyone see the ball land? And there's everyone to a person that has tweeted back. Thank you for all your responses. Said no, and they're trashing ESPN. But for that
wall should be clear. I wish I was as confident as Gator because I was like you, Doug. I just waited. The umpire, listen to Michael K. I'm like, somebody tell me this is fair, please, please. And when they say fair and you see the umpire point, I'm like, oh my God, I'd let out a huge yell.
Yep, me too.
I hope the guy wasn't at that bar in East Lansing again.
Okay,
Don't
we're
imagine
2-second delay.
Yeah. Ooh.
I thought about when they went to the ninth inning, I thought about a friend up in Northern Ontario who called yesterday, said that the game got so tense in game 1 that he went and started watching TMZ TikToks to get caught up on Britney.
Yeah.
And by the way, the latest is her ex-husband's getting a divorce now again.
K-Fed?
No, Paul.
Oh, the other guy.
Paul Solas. I don't know what is there happened to K-Fed. He did have talent.
Tons.
Anyway, yeah. So I wondered if our guy up in Northern Ontario ever flipped over to watch TMZ.
I'm not going to lie. I flipped TMZ for a little bit.
That's
But
your
if you
go-to when you
totally-
get it's the comment as one does when they get nervous watching sporting events.
Earlier in the game, though, I mean, because it was only on from like 3 to 4. So
Yeah. Anyway, just an unbelievable win in an unbelievable run in what is becoming a very believable team. I can buy into these guys and their roles and what they are doing. I mean, so Houston did it the conventional way. They paraded out a dominant starter. And the Tigers worked their way through 4, maybe 5 pitchers before they chased him. And the thing is, those pitchers flirted with trouble and kept getting out of it and kept getting out of it and kept getting out of it. And then they're a scoreless game. And then Hunter Brown makes a mistake. And Hunter Brown was great. Make no mistake about it.
he was great.
But Parker Meadows made him pay with just an absolute beautiful Wednesday afternoon postseason yank job off a foul pole.
A yank job, huh?
And that was just I'm so pumping my fist. And then they come back in the Job thing. We'll get into the Job thing. He didn't get hit hard. I think nerves maybe showed up when he hit the first batter with the first pitch.
Yeah, without question.
But he didn't really get hit hard. Maybe the ball that was hit to Torque was hit hard, and Torque made a good play and then couldn't get the throw at home. But I mean, I can't wait to hear from people like where you were when Ibanez cleared the bases, because it was a weird day. It was a weird day. There was an afternoon start, so I think there was a lot of people in their cars. And there were 2 things that kind of led to this. One is John Jansen went to pick up his son from school in the middle of this game and was listening, and they had pulled into the driveway and were sitting in the car listening when Ibanez hit the double that cleared the bases.
Nice.
We also got the following tweet from Ghost Malone 90 on Twitter.
Is he related to Post Malone?
Probably, yes, Gator. I'm sure he is. He tweets at us, parked at a red light. Then he puts in quotes in all caps, fair ball. Every car at the light started honking and people were cheering. It was magical.
That's awesome.
Yep.
That's the kind of thing I want to hear. And, we talked about yesterday with Hunter Brown on the mound, and he's from St. Clair Shores and pitched at Wayne State, and people wanting him to pitch well. And I'm like, I hope he gets lit up. I'm glad the way it worked out. He was phenomenal. I mean, 9 strikeouts and 5 2/3 innings. Only gave up the two hits. He walked a couple batters. He was great.
Yep.
And the Tigers just do what the Tigers do. They persevere. They keep going, keep pushing forward. And even when they get down, they're never out. 2-1, they're down, and that was a strange inning with Jackson Jobe in there. And look, there were a couple of opportunities it felt like that they could have helped him out with, and they didn't. He had the play to first base that Torkelson couldn't make with a throw home, because if he makes a good throw, he's out by a mile. It's easy, and then you still bases loaded, and then you have that sacrifice fly to foul territory.
Mm-hmm.
Veerling makes the catch, and not a great throw coming home. Probably should have gotten that could have been a double play, and I wonder what it would have been like if there had been an out. Would the runner at third have even tried to come home on that?
Well, there was no downside to throwing, and so he did hesitate, which might have cost him.
Yeah, it cost him.
But I mean, look, one of the lessons out of yesterday's game is you can sit here, and others will probably continue to doubt that the Tigers have a roster worthy of making this kind of. Others might do it, but it's a team sport, right? But yesterday, and Kang made this point. I'm stealing your thunder here, Kang, but it's a great point. Yes, yesterday proved that they don't need to be perfect. They weren't perfect. They made some mistakes. And A.J. Hinch didn't get every call right either. But they did. They still won the game. It's not like they are so talent challenged that they have to be perfect every game.
No, they just rely on somebody else every night. Last night, Andy Ibanez, come on up. Be the man.
Mm-hmm.
He was great. And then you watch that 9th inning, and here comes Will Vest.
Dude.
I mean, just throwing gas, man. These guys are throwing gas. Didn't Brisky hit 100 miles an hour? I'm like, come on. It's amazing.
Well, I think nothing is underrated because we're paying attention to everything. But while Brown was emptying the tank, the Tigers had Holton and Hannafy and Herter and Brisky all matching him, and they actually took the lead.
Right.
And, that was if I were a Houston fan, I'd be like, my God.
Before they put Job in, before Job was even warming up, before they showed him, I went to my phone and I went to one of the apps and wanted to see, okay, who's left in the bullpen that they could use. And I'm thinking, are they going to go Job, or are they going to let Gunther? I think at the time, for which if Gunther was going to pitch or whatever, I'm like, who are they going to let somebody pitch like 3 innings? They're just going to let him go.
Mm-hmm.
The answer was no. I think it's the first time in Major League history that a team has won a playoff game where nobody pitched more than 1.2 innings.
Is that right?
Innings. Yeah. So that this morning. Crazy.
Let's just say it. It's an incredible story, and Detroit is embracing this run as the Tigers continue to ambush Major League Baseball. And all the conventional wisdom out there. 248-539-9797. Where were you when Ibanez cleared the bases? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to in terms of being a sports bar. No one does it better. Compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve a bar food. It's elevated and impressive. They actually have a scratch kitchen where they start preparing the food at 7 a.m. each day. And they got something for everyone. For starters, they smoked on ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips, craft their own meatballs, hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. They make all their own salad dressings. They even make their own croutons. Plus, there's things like the trophy trout or mom's pot roast. Check it out for yourself. Dine in or carry out with all the barbecue favorites. And now let's talk about the bar. They got a bourbon list like you don't see everywhere else. High-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson Reserve, and Blanton's. Even high-end tequilas, Cincoro Anejo, or Don Julio 1942. And they pour their coldest beer in the state with tea chattering 29 degrees. Pair that up with the Twin Peaks girls. You got Thursday night football games. You got postseason baseball. Got to check it out. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Unbelievable.
Woo-wee. Man.
So I was in our basement, sitting in the chair I was sitting, had the computer on my lap, taking notes for this and anything we were going to be talking about. And when he hit that ball, I got up. I popped out of the seat, lost sight of the ball, eyes went to the umpire, and I started running around the room. I was running around the room yelling. My wife was upstairs doing work. She started pounding on the floor.
Oh.
Yep.
Like for you to shut up, or she was excited?
She was excited.
Okay.
Yep.
So I was at home.
Sounds like you guys should have gotten together.
No, maybe later, Gator. Maybe later.
Celebrate our own.
Yeah, that's right.
Andy Ibanez got Doug closer too.
Someone hit a home run instead.
Yeah, there was pounding on the floor.
Yeah.
Good for your
When
kids.
she pounded on the floor, I pounded on the ceiling.
Yeah. I don't even know what stuff you guys are doing at this point. Man.
That's
it was
too,
really-
too much, Doug.
Yeah, right.
Wild. Yeah, really wild.
So I was at home watching with my daughter was sitting next to me, and finally when they call it fair and everyone's rounding around the bases, when Torque slides into home and he does that flex Gator, like he gets me, he goes oh like that.
Yeah.
My daughter turns to me and goes oh like that. The same thing Torque did. He goes, why did he do that? And I go, because we're winning. And I did the
Why
same
did you
thing.
do that?
Yeah. And so my wife was working from home in the other office. And she heard me scream because I'm normally very quiet. Honestly, I keep my emotions in check, good or bad. But that was a moment where you have to let something out, right?
Yep.
So I yell out too, and she screams from the other room, "Did we win?" And I'm like, "Not yet," because I don't count my chickens before they're hatched.
That's right.
Just to clarify something that we're getting a lot of feedback on this. It was a double. It wasn't a triple.
Yes.
It was a double, and he advanced to third on the throw. People are wanting to correct and saying, Doug, it was a triple. Doug, it was a triple. Yeah, I mean, I got it. He ended up on third, but in the books, it goes as a double with an advance to third on the throw home. The extra 90, which they have become famous for. 248-539-9797. Brad's in Rochester, and he's on 97 a ticket. Hi, Brad.
Hey guys, love the show.
Thank you.
It was parent teacher conferences yesterday in Rochester. They had it in the gym, giant TV. Every dad was watching the TV. All the moms were sitting with the teachers. And when it was, the big hit came, it was I think the theater teacher. And I told my Japanese wife who has got a notebook, and I mean, she goes deep on every class, every teacher. And I just told her, I got to watch the game. It's theater class. It's a blow-off class. I got to see it. And
wow,
it was amazing. The whole gym went crazy. I got some heat for not attending that part of the parent-teacher conferences, but I've been smiling for a day. It is awesome to have playoff ball again. Just love it.
It's
Thanks,
great.
guys.
It's great. What a great moment yesterday. Andy Ibanez clearing the bases. Where were you? 248-539-9797. Scott and Adrian, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right.
Great.
Hey, I was at Comerica Park, and it was very loud for the amount of people that were there. And things had to line up perfectly yesterday for me to go. I'm a retired school teacher, and I sub virtually every day. And I didn't have a job yesterday for whatever reason. And all of a sudden, my wife shows up at home. She had taken a personal day that I didn't know she took. And so I called my son. He actually had the day off, so we all went down to Comerica Park and watched it. And it was amazing when he hit that ball.
That's cool.
And you could tell right off the bat that it was going to be fair. And it was
I'm sorry.
an
Wait.
amazing day.
Did you say you could tell right off the bat it was going to be fair?
Yeah,
Wow.
from where I was sitting.
Well, you
It
were
was,
watching on TV.
Right. But, that's right.
You were watching the same thing we were watching. I assumed.
Right.
Did they have a
I
different
thought
feed?
it was fair right away.
Did you?
Yeah.
I was hopeful.
Like I said, there wasn't
But
a
from
doubt
where
in my
you were
mind.
sitting, Gator,
Yeah.
that's you knew. I don't know
was
where
on the
he's
left
sitting.
I was on the left side of my
Right.
couch.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
No, Scott, I'm with you. I thought it was fair all the way. Not a doubt in my mind. Maybe that's just because I wasn't going to accept that it was going to be foul ball.
So you knew all of Hayward's hits were going to be foul right off the bat.
Oh, dude,
So excited. It was
great.
really cool.
It was
that's
awesome.
That's a left-handed hitter. That's different.
Scott, thank you. 248-539-9797. Dan is next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hi, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I think what Hinch is doing is kind of profound. I've been listening and watching baseball a long time, and they're focusing on the matchups, right, and righty against lefty, but more than almost ever before on both sides of the ball. And it's really interesting what he's doing on the pitching side. In a way, normally when you have 5 pitchers, starting pitchers, your first 2 starting pitchers are supposed to be really good and you win most of those games. Your third is okay, and your fourth and fifth are actually kind of lousy, and you kind of hope even good teams just play 500 ball on those pitchers. But by eliminating the fourth and fifth pitcher and just going bullpen, we're never losing those games. And he's getting away. Our odds of the lefty-righty percentage is so strong that in this last run, we've almost never gotten blown out. When you have a fourth and a fifth pitcher, one of those games, a lot of times you get blown out and you just hope you score a lot of runs. So that's a pretty profound thing he's doing, maximizing.
Oh, it's what they've done with the pitching staff is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
It's unprecedented. This has never been done before to this extent with this many opener starts in a rotation. They don't have a rotation.
Nope.
So thinking about moving, now we can think ahead with the series against Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Who starts game 1? Is it Reese Olson? And then you go to Skubal in 2 and then pitching chaos in game 3? Or is it pitching chaos, Skubal, pitching chaos?
So Skubal pitched on Tuesday, right?
Yep.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So 3 days rest. You don't want to do that. So Saturday, probably be Reese Olson. Then Monday, Skubal. And if it gets to Saturday, you can come back with Skubal on 4 days rest.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's my guess. I think there's probably 2 days of pitching chaos. But the thing is, Reese Olson might be a pitching chaos day, too. There's no reason they have to commit to throwing him 5-6 innings.
No, they don't. But his pitching love the term.
I know.
We need to get shirts printed up. Pitching chaos. But you do expect that if Reese Olson gets a start, that he's not going to be a 1 inning or 2 inning guy, that he's going to be likely 3 or more, and hopefully you get like 5 out of it. But yeah, that's the closest thing they have to another starter is Reese Olson.
Hey, lots to do here on Carson Anderson, and get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Looking ahead to the Cleveland series. Got our normal Thursday stuff, including the Blitz thingy coming up next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, we got folks patiently waiting. We will get to your phone calls because there's so much to say about the Tigers sweeping the Houston Astros in the American League Wild Card Series.
When's Game 3?
Game 3 is not going to be played, Gator. It is not necessary. Game 3 is Wednesday in Detroit. Sorry, my bad. Wednesday in Detroit of the ALDS. And, of course, we'll have it here on 97.1 The Ticket. You ready to talk some football?
Yes.
Every Thursday at this time, we bring you the Blitz thingy. Six-pack of NFL questions. And Scott the Gator Anderson, you go first.
All right.
All right, here we go, Gator. The scuttlebutt the last couple days here is Davante Adams is apparently possibly going to get traded by the Raiders. If he does get traded, where does he end up?
I know there's a lot of speculation about him going to New Orleans or the Jets to play with one of his former quarterbacks, but I think in the end, he'll end up in Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh will make the best offer, and that's how that works. It's not where Davante wants to go. It's what do the Raiders want to do with the pick. And look, he's a perfect fit for Pittsburgh. I talked a little bit about it yesterday. I think the chemistry he can develop with Justin Fields, they are so desperate to have a wide receiver option, and he's one of the best in football. He'll make that offense so much better. He'll make Pittsburgh a better team, and they're going to be right back in the playoffs where we've always seen them.
I think the tea leaves are there that a GM wants him. And I think the Jets GM, coach, and quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, wants him in New York. So I think Aaron Rodgers is going to trade for him, and he'll give up future draft picks that he won't even be around to not use.
Does Aaron Rodgers like his former teammates? Has he tried to get them jobs before?
Yeah.
No? Gator, I agree with you. I think it's the Steelers just because, other than the fact they actually need him, they were very aggressive for Brandon Ayuk. And apparently they had a deal done, but Ayuk didn't want to go there. So I think they offer up something pretty similar to what they're offering up for Brandon Ayuk. I think they need him on the offense. He goes well with Pickens. Listen, Justin Fields is not as good of a quarterback as Aaron Rodgers or Derek Carr, at least throwing the football. But I think Adams will learn to live with that because he's going to a winner. He's had the stats and yards in this league. I think at this point he wants to try to win. The Steelers are off to a good start. I think the Steelers get it done, and Adams will say, okay, I'll go over there. All right, which team has had the most impressive start so far, guys?
I'm going with the Minnesota Vikings behind MVP Sam Darnold. If you have to pick it at the quarter post, I don't know how you can pick anybody other than him. He has been unbelievable. The only question is it sustainable? And I'm not convinced of that just yet. But boy, if they've been impressive. What they did last week at Green Bay when Jordan Love came back blows my mind. Didn't expect that.
Well, the question was most impressive start. We don't know how they're going to finish, but I think it's Minnesota by light years. Nobody thought that Sam Darnold had anything left in him because, frankly, Sam Darnold sucked in the NFL. But look at him now. 4-0 atop the NFC North. He's resurrected his career over there, working with all those weapons that they have in Minnesota. They got a good defense. It's a 4-0 start for the Vikings. I don't know how they're going to finish, but the question was who's had the most impressive start, and there's no doubt it's Minnesota.
I've got the Commanders, guys. I mean, Minnesota has a good defense, and they got weapons on offense. The Darnold thing, yeah, unexpected completely, but he's doing great over there. But for me, the Commanders have less talent and a rookie quarterback. Is Jaden Daniels C.J. Stroud? Like, this is unreal what he's doing. His completion percentage is through the roof. Amazing what they've done over there with a rookie quarterback. 3-1 leading that division. For me, the Commanders have been the most impressive.
It's a good case.
All right, according to the AP, 2 European trips in the NFL schedule could become more common. That means that a team going like to London, for example, would stay over there, be a home team 1 week, and then the following week be a road team. That's what Jacksonville's doing actually this year. This could be more common, but it doesn't have to be London. It could be Germany. It could be anywhere. They just stay over in Europe or wherever they're staying internationally. Do you think this is actually a better compromise than actually having a full-time like European team?
I think it is. This is something that makes sense. You know, I'm not a fan of playing overseas, but if you're going to do it and if you're going to send that many teams over, why not send 4 teams over and they just switch up? I think it's a great idea. From a travel aspect, too, those teams can now have a bye week when they come back stateside. That makes sense. I don't think the league doesn't need expansion yet, but it's inevitable. They're going to. Are they going to put teams in London or in Europe? I don't know. We know that the 18-game schedule is inevitable. We'll see if the expansion to there is inevitable.
So one of my bold-ass predictions this year in the NFL was that Roger Goodell would announce expansion coming up at the Super Bowl press conference with 8 teams joining the league, and I think there'll be a bunch in Europe. So no, I don't think this is a better idea. I I kind of like it, to be honest with you. I think the players are starting. It sounds like they don't hate it as much either. It's world's a smaller place than it used to be. So I don't like this as a better. I mean, I can see why they're doing it, but I think they're looking at expansion, and I think there's going to be teams in Europe soon.
Wait. So you think there's going to be expansion, but do you like this idea?
No.
You don't like the idea of having the teams go there and play twice?
No, I think along with the expansion, it'll make more sense just to have teams playing home games over there.
So for me, this is like a rock and a hard place. I don't like the expansion to international, cities. But is this a better option? Yes, just because I don't want the teams. I don't want the NFL expanding to London or wherever. I actually think it kind of raises an eyebrow, though. I think the fact that they're open to this means maybe it isn't as easy as getting a London team as we all thought and inevitable. Maybe they're compromising because, hey, this might take longer. It might be 20, 40 by the time we get a team out there. So in the meantime, to grow the game is what they say. Let's just keep doing this. I like it better than actually having a full-time team over there, because the opposite would be them having to stay in America for 2 weeks, right? And playing and traveling back to their hometown, which would be London or wherever. But I guess in the end, I like this better. But I think the international team's not quite as ready as if they thought it was. All right, the last 2 Mondays, guys, we've had overlapping Monday Night Football games. 2 more on the schedule this year. Do you like this?
No. I can only watch one at a time. And quite frankly, I have to think real hard about who the other game was.
Well, this week was tough because the Lions.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also the worst game ever.
So, the idea that you could flip around, I don't like that. Just let me zero in on one Monday night game. I never at any point during Monday night, I'll either turn a game off or watch the whole thing. I've never thought, God, I wish there were more games on. So no, I don't like it.
I hate this idea. I don't know. I mean, of course, it's all done by money and they can make a little bit more money, but I hate it because it takes away the specialness of being able to play on Monday night. Now you've got more teams. It just, I don't like that. Actually, ESPN for Monday Night Football this past week, they averaged over 20 million viewers with the overlap for both games. But the Sunday night game on Peacock, 22.3 million people tuned in to watch the Ravens and Bills. So, I mean, what does that tell you? People would rather I think they'd rather see the one game than the 2 games.
Well, it depends on the game. The Ravens-Bills, that's a great matchup.
Well, sure, but it's also on Peacock.
Well, so you don't like it? Are you done?
No,
I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
I don't like it, but I don't think the NFL cares. And I think for the games, I like having the one game because it's special, but I don't think having one game guarantees you get ratings, though, Gator. So the 20 million that you talk about for Monday night this past week, 15 million were watching the Lions, okay? The other 5 are watching the Dolphins-Titans. So you're saying, wow, that's a big discrepancy. But 5 million is still a lot of people to get watching a television show on a Monday night. So I don't think that the NFL cares. I think they're thinking, we got 20 million, and it doesn't matter how we split it up, right?
I know they don't care, but the question was, do I like it? No, I hate it.
No, I don't like it either, but this is just, they're going to continue to do it because it's all about the money. What team needs a win the most this week?
I think it's Cincinnati. They're dangerously close to being completely irrelevant. They need a win over a division rival, Baltimore, just to get back into kind of contention here. I mean, this is a big game, division game. People are really down on the Bengals right now. Offensively, they came back and they've looked better, but they're 1-3 right now. Can they afford to go 1-4? I mean, we're talking about dangerous territory here. I think it's Cincinnati. They desperately need to win.
I think it's Dallas. They are 2-2 and they're a game behind Washington. But after they play Pittsburgh this weekend, and they got to get wins anywhere they can, their schedule has them against Detroit, at San Francisco, at Atlanta, Philly, Houston, at Washington.
Oof.
Dallas needs every win they can find, or they're going to fade from this thing quickly.
Yeah, Dallas is a good call. The Niners are another team that need a win. I mean, there's a lot of teams right now that are on the cusp of maybe just falling too far behind. In the end, I agree with you, Gator. I'm going with Cincinnati. The tiebreaker for me was it's a divisional game. So not only do you lose a game, you're going to lose the tiebreaker, which essentially it's 2 games. Now, of course, they play the Ravens again, but 1-4 is really tough to come by. I don't care how talented this roster is. They eventually have to win games, and this one might be putting them too far behind because that division's tough. I mean, the Browns, they need to win as well. Steelers are already off to a good start, so I'm going with the Bengals. All right, last one, guys. The Cowboys owner, Jerry Jones, showed up to practice in a helicopter. That's right, a helicopter. He landed it on the turf right next to the practice field where the players were practicing. Your thoughts on this move?
It is such a flex from a man who has not grown out of flexing. And I can't even picture Sheila Ford Hamp doing this, although maybe she should now to mock him. Land a helicopter on the practice field and come strutting out with a glass full of bourbon in her hand. I seriously, Jerry is so Jerry, and that's why I mentioned Dallas needs the win. I hope they don't get it.
This is a guy that made draft selections from his yacht. Remember that?
Yes.
This jackass. He's such a massive tool with the most massive ego. I hope the team turns on him, and I hope that turn is, and the revolt is led by the quarterback who just says, would you just stay away? Honestly, you're not the coach. You're not the GM.
He actually is the GM.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying you shouldn't be. You're not the coach. You're not the GM. You're the owner of the team. Stay in the lane of ownership. Enjoy the fact that you're the owner of the team. You're horrible otherwise. Stay away.
Call me a tool. This is a boss move, and I think I do the same thing. Like, this is right out of a movie or an HBO show. People act like they wouldn't act like Jerry Jones or Mark Cuban if they were to own a team, when in fact more would than would not. They would do boss moves. They would make draft picks from their yacht. They would name themselves the president and GM of the team. You own the team. So listen, I don't like Jerry Jones. Does he rub me the wrong way sometimes? Sure. But this is a boss move. There's no other way to put it. He landed a helicopter during practice.
And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. We'll get back to your Tiger calls next. Thanks for your patience. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you got a leaky foundation that's putting your home at risk, it's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of the problem, and give you a custom solution to help keep your home dry and safe. I get it. Unexpected repairs can be a hassle. Brickworks makes it easier with 0% financing for 12 months or low monthly payments to fit just about any budget. They are locally owned and operated. Don't wait. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. That's brickworksmi.com. Your experts in foundation repair, brick restoration, tuck pointing, chimney services, and more, because nobody works like Brickworks. in a clubhouse in Houston yesterday. I hope they keep doing it. I hope they keep having those celebrations. I'm the one. Of course, everybody hopes they keep doing it. God, what a dumb thing to say. Yeah, it's fun watching those post-game clubhouse celebrations. 248-539-9797. People have been patient. Ryan in Riverview, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How you doing, man? Go Tigers, right?
Go Tigers, indeed.
Indeed. Hey, so you guys were asking about where were you when watching Ibanez 3-run double.
Yep.
And so I called last year when the Lions were in the playoffs, letting you know how I instructed my kids watching playoff football. And so this time the oldest was with his mom grocery shopping, but the youngest, who's 5, was with me. And he's like, hey, can I go out and play? And I'm like, not right now. You got to give me at least 6 outs. And so I swear, it was like every 10 minutes. How many outs are there, Dad? And I'm like, there's 5. And then I'm like, 10 minutes later, there's 3. And so it kept on going on and on until they finally got won the game, and then we could go outside.
Okay, I thought you said 6 hours. I thought you said to your
Right,
kid you
yeah,
had to give me 6 hours. You said 6 outs, and I'm like, you don't need 6 hours for a baseball game.
But Ryan, you also kind of turned into the Count from Sesame Street there. There are 6 sensational outs left. 5 fantastic outs. 4 fabulous outs. 3 tantalizing outs.
Kind of.
2
That's how I felt.
So did your kid get into it at all?
The youngest, no, he was just more concerned about going outside and playing with his friends.
So why the older kid get screwed having to go grocery shopping? What the hell's that about?
Yeah, I know. And of course, as they win, he's like, yeah, the Tigers, because this is right when the Royals, but this is right when they had taken the lead, and I'm like, he goes, yeah, the Tigers are going to lose. And I'm like, just go with your mom.
That was a bad mistake. 248-539-9797.
Or it's the reverse jinx, and that kid should go grocery shopping every time.
Every game from here on out.
Yeah.
Frank and Flint, you're next. Hi, Frank.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Frank.
I think that we need to steal game 1. We steal game 1, it's over. It's a wrap. Tariq's going to lay down the hammer on Monday, which I'm going to the game. Me and my brother are going to the game. We bought the tickets today.
Going to Cleveland, huh?
Yeah, going to Cleveland, enemy territory to watch it.
How much it cost to get those tickets? If you don't mind me asking.
$440, first base, second row.
So $440 for the pair?
For one.
For one ticket, $440.
Yeah.
Wow, expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty pricey.
Pretty great seat, though.
Yeah, no, it's good. Going to be a good seat. But I think we get that. We steal game 1. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really motivated. I'm really hoping we do it. I have a pretty good. I put a bet on the Tigers in August 31st on $100. So that ticket's going to pay $50,000 if they win.
Wow! To win the World Series.
To win the World Series, I put it August 31st.
Well, that's pretty good. I'll say this. They will be in a very good position if they win game 1 because they'll have 2 Scooble starts to come. Yeah. And right now, everything they're doing with the pitching seems to be working. So
what do we do, Doug? How do we do this?
We take them one at a time.
That's right, Doug.
Yeah, we've come up with a saying in sports that I think people should adopt, that you should take them one game at a time.
Yeah.
Yep. So something
do not count chickens before they're hatched. Game 1 is vitally important.
Game 1, yeah, getting game 1 would. I mean, look, any team, everybody wants to get game 1, and if Scooble, I assume Scooble won't be the pitcher. If you get game 1 with 2 Scooble bullets in the holster, 248-539-9797. Matt, you're next. Hi, Matt.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
Love your show.
Thank
you
you.
guys are all great.
Appreciate it.
Anyway, I got a quick story. I'll make it fast. My daughter and wife are in Houston right now for work. I wasn't invited, but I was going to get a ticket if they won on Tuesday, and I checked on tickets over the weekend, and they were pretty cheap. Well, they won on Tuesday, and they went sky high, so I decided not to go. So I watched the game with my brother-in-law and his sons, who are huge baseball guys. And when he hit that, it cleared the bases last night, we went insane. It was awesome. It was just so cool. And my sister works from home, so her clients were there, but we didn't care. It was great.
So wait a second. Your sister was there, and they could hear you celebrate?
Oh, yes. Yes. The neighbors could. Yeah, we were going crazy.
That's pretty
We
funny.
didn't care.
That's pretty
It
funny.
was super awesome. So, but we'll be in Cleveland. We'll be at Comerica. Go Tigers. Love you guys.
All right, thank you, Matt. 248-539-9797. Where were you when Ibanez cleared the bases? Shane is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Shane.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
All right, Shane.
I love the show, first off. And yesterday I'm actually at work and I'm listening to Dickerson on the call, and Ibanez is at the plate, and I know about his struggles all year. Actually like the half end of the year. And I'm just like, man, if you could just hit this and just bury it out into right field over the first base, just get it into that corner and bring these boys home. I kid you not, like 30 seconds later, he hit it, but it was obviously opposite field. And I just broke out in probably the biggest goosebumps I've ever broke out. And it was just absolutely miraculous to hear it, but, also almost, call it to fruition. And I was just, it was just amazing. And what a great team. They got something here. That's all.
I mean, it's a 2-out hit, right?
Yep.
It's amazing what this team has done all season long. We shouldn't be surprised anymore, and yet every time it happens, I'm still surprised and pleasantly, and I love it. But I was doing the same thing, watching on my couch, and I'm like, we just need a base hit, baby. Just a base hit.
Yep. Base
hit probably drives in too. And I'm thinking, and I said out loud, if you hit and I don't know why I talk to myself out loud during the game when I'm the only one there, but I do. and I said,
because
that's why. If you hit a double, there's a chance all three come in because there's 2 outs and they're going to be running on anything. And sure enough, here comes Torque chugging around third base.
It's funny because the way the trajectory of that flight, I wondered if Torque would have been off at the crack of the bat, even if there weren't 2 outs, because it was headed towards the corner and it was either going to be fair or foul, but it wasn't likely to be caught. But with 2 outs, you knew he had a chance to score all the way from first. And I still think, I'm looking at the tweets come in and people are sending screenshots, and nobody has seen that ball land. TV cameras did not capture the ball landing at all. We were reliant upon the umpire down the line and seeing the Astros field it and go with the relay. Obviously, it was fair. It was clearly fair, but
didn't it
it's
hit like this?
So funny.
It hit the sidewall, right, along the foul line,
I don't know.
And then kind of we
After
don't
it
see
bounced?
it, but I'm saying, but it bounced, but then doesn't it kind of bounce back towards the middle of left field as opposed to going into the corner?
I don't know.
Because it looks like the left fielder had to run up to make the play, but no, nobody sees it. It's crazy.
It is wild that the most important Tiger swing in years, we didn't really get to see the most, like the drama was fair or foul. And all we had was the umpire. And is it going to be fair? Is it going to be foul? And when he signaled fair, I lost it in the basement.
I got to tell you, I feel like the third base and first base umpires have been our friends for a couple weeks now.
Well, we have elite check.
Swings.
We have elite check swingers. I know that might. I really truly believe that this team. Do they work on this?
Is it fair or foul? Everything's
well.
been
Nobody
the
out of
Tigers.
Houston's bitching about whether it was fair or foul. I think it was.
No, but
pretty clear it was
but
fair.
the other game, I'm saying, the other game,
the check swings.
You had the play down third base that was ruled foul. That some people, are we sure? And it didn't go over. And then you had to play over first base that was really close yesterday.
Yeah.
Just saying, we've maybe some friendly umpire.
I mean, if I'm an Astros fan, I'm not happy. The check swing thing, it does seem like it's definitely leaning in the Tigers' favor. Because those are right? I mean, those are very borderline.
We're really good at it.
But I feel like every time we're like, we got it. All right.
We're really good at checking swings.
And then when they finally called strike and to get the Bronx cheer, and I'm like, oh, that wasn't a strike. And then they show the replay. Yes, it was. My bad. You're good call. Good call. He must have been right on the other ones because he was right on that one.
248-539-9797. Gator, I saw something amazing in our bold ass predictions. I went back and opened up some bold ass predictions.
Okay.
I saw something amazing. We'll get to that today at 11:03 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The last time the Tigers won the World Series, exactly 40 years ago, Kirk Gibson on that team and believes that this current squad has a chance to be even more special. Yeah, that from this morning. First things first, they'll play a 5-game series against the Guardians in the ALDS beginning Saturday. Cleveland has already scheduled their Game 1 starter, going with right-hander Tanner Bybee, who pitched against the Tigers 4 times in the regular season. Detroit a 1-3 record in those games. Not surprisingly, the Tigers have undecided listed next to their starter. Still one more wildcard matchup to be decided. The Mets and the Brewers have a winner-take-all tonight in Milwaukee. The victor would go on to play the Phillies in the NLDS. The other series are all determined. Royals versus the Yankees and the Dodgers face the Padres. And with the Lions off, Week 5 of the NFL season begins tonight. Thursday Night Football will feature Kirk Cousins and the Falcons hosting the 3-1 Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield. Atlanta, the 2-point favorite at home, trying to get over 500. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Gator, we did the Blitz thingy, and because of the Blitz thingy and one of the questions about Europe and expansion and all that, had me going back. I'm like, didn't I do a bold-ass prediction about European expansion and the league announcing expansion? So I went and I opened up the NFL bold-ass prediction file that we had, and I couldn't find that. And I think I predicted it in – actually, I think I predicted it in a Blitz thingy. But I did find something amazing because I was scrolling through one of our listeners' bold-ass prediction for the NFL season. It was actually for the Lions season. He predicted Jared Goff will throw out the first pitch of the ALDS in Detroit. Now, to be fair, this is back late August, early September, so the Tigers had started to turn it around. It's pretty damn good bold-ass prediction.
Yeah. I know it's a Lions bold-ass prediction that works into the Tigers. I love it.
Well done, Scott. In the meantime...
That's right. Well, I can repeat what you say.
No, it was a listener named Scott.
Oh.
Yeah. You want to go over our Tiger bold-ass predictions?
Kind of.
Okay. Here are my bold-ass predictions. So this goes back before opening day. Bold-ass prediction 1, Jackson Jobe will win 7 games for the Tigers this year.
No, but he's on the playoff roster.
Javi Baez won't be a Tiger by the All-Star break.
It wasn't long after that they shut him down for the year.
And my third bold-ass prediction was the Detroit Lions' first-round pick, wide receiver Rome Odunze, will throw out the first pitch at a game versus Kansas City on April 27th. Gators bold-ass predictions. Casey Mize will finish with 15 wins this season at an ERA south of 3.7.
I want to check that ERA, but I don't think it's there. But right, yeah.
Yep. Gators' second bold-ass prediction for the season was the Tigers will enter May with at least 17 wins. Do you know how many wins they entered May with?
I'm about to find out.
I'll tell you. Okay. I know.
Yeah.
It was 17.
Yes.
Well done. And then this one, we will all owe Jack Flaherty an apology before April is done, but he will level out before the All-Star game.
Well, he didn't level out.
No.
But we did all owe him an apology, and they were able to trade him, and he was great.
All right, so here are some of the others. Kang gave one bold-ass prediction. Do you remember what it was?
I don't.
Kang predicted that the Tigers will finish top 5 in the major leagues in rotation ERA. Now, if you just go by ERA, not rotation ERA, because I'm not sure the Tigers have a rotation.
Yeah, chaos, right?
Yeah, the Tigers had the third best ERA in Major League Baseball, 3.61. Well done. Well done.
Nice job.
Never a doubt.
Okay, there's a lot of torque 40 home runs.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, my God, a lot of people thought he'd hit 40. So some of these are closer, came very close or actually happened. TT in Brooklyn, my bold-ass prediction for the Tigers season is that Tarek Skubal will be the All-Star Game starter for the American League. Came very close to happening.
Should have.
Brian Thomas sent us the following. Skubal wins the Cy Young. The Tigers win 95 games. Well, he's probably going to win the Cy Young.
Probably going to win the Cy Young.
Kenton White Lake predicted A.J. Hinch will win AL Manager of the Year.
He should. If he's not,
that should definitely happen.
Something's just wrong.
From Mo Money.
Mo
Money's bold-ass prediction. Doug and Scott will have Jeff Greenberg in studio to play Are You Going to Eat That with Javi's contract. I highlighted that one because it's funny.
That is funny.
AK in Detroit, bold-ass prediction. Tigers make the playoffs and win at least a series. Look at that.
There it is.
Connor in Lincoln Park predicted that Tarek Skubal will have 200 innings pitched, 225 strikeouts, 18 wins, and top 2 in American League Cy Young.
Okay, so let's go through this again. He said
200 innings pitched.
He had 192, so no there.
225 strikeouts.
He had 228.
18 wins.
He had 18 wins.
And finished top 2 in Cy Young.
Well, he's going to win the Cy Young.
That's pretty damn good. I got to give it.
That's well played.
Connor in Lincoln Park before the season started.
8 innings, was it?
8 innings,
yeah.
That's it.
Wow.
Yeah. Nice job.
And 3 strikeouts.
No,
he
made it
he
by
was
3.
over.
Yeah, he was over in strikeouts.
He predicted 225. Scuba had 228.
No, you're right. You wanted the perfect standard. He said 18 wins.
Right.
He said 18 wins. We're giving him credit for being perfect.
I take that back to Sounder.
Not a very good prediction. No, actually, that is one of the best bold-ass predictions we've ever gotten. Well done. 248-539-9797.
This team.
I know, right?
This team. But from 66 to 77 to 86 wins in a 3-year span. In the playoffs, win the first series. They sweep Houston on the road. Let's not forget that.
Mm-hmm.
At Houston. Oh, but Houston was 4-2 against the Tigers in the regular season. Yeah, and they hadn't played them in months. This is a different Tiger team that you're seeing now than what was there in May. Totally different team.
So, and they've been to 7 consecutive American League Championship Series.
Oh, the
Houston
Astros?
Astros had.
Oh.
And the Tigers bring that to an end. Houston also had won, I think it was 47 consecutive games when they led going into the 8th inning.
Yeah, that's right.
48 straight wins, sorry. And Andy Ibanez, I mean, he fell behind 0-2 quickly. He went up there hacking.
Dude, yes, he did. He did. I'm like, but he was catching, at least he was fouling off the fastball.
Well, didn't he hit a Gary Sheffield prodigious foul ball? One of them was like, that ball is not going to land. Because Gary Sheffield used to hit foul balls that looked like they were going to hit Ford Field.
Yeah, he hit like 500-foot foul balls.
Yep.
He swung so hard at the ball.
Yep.
What the Tigers did last night, they emasculated the Astros bullpen. Astros throw out 2 guys that are unbelievable at the back end of ball games. One guy was the closer and had a history in Presley of being outstanding in the postseason. But then they signed Josh Hader, give him a big contract, over $100 million contract or whatever it was, to be the closer. He comes in, and the Tigers are like, yeah, we saw it the other day too. I'm not impressed. Boom! Love it. And off they go. Get to go play golf now, Houston.
Well, look, I mean, it was when Houston relied on their strength and like put their guys in position to succeed. They did not. A.J. Hinch, his team has rewarded him. He keeps parading out Hannafy. Doesn't matter. Herder. Doesn't matter. Gundog Millionaire.
Doesn't matter.
Staring down the barrel of a gunny, and he's getting the job done. Guns N' Roses. Shotgun. He had a shotgun.
Here we go.
Sean frickin' Gunther. Let's go. I mean, our guys are doing what Hinch has asked them to do.
Will Vest.
Will
effing Vest.
I'm not even sure. Like, he's not. He's so dominant right now. And the call to close the game with him, yeah.
Well, I mean, Foley pitched the other day and
so did Vest.
Well, right. But Vest only threw like 5 pitches or something, right?
No, he struck out. Didn't he?
I'm sorry. No, he struck out the side.
Yeah, he was. I think he threw. I mean, I'm pretty sure he threw more pitches than Foley. Vest threw 24 pitches. Foley threw 17. He came back the next day and went to Vest again. And Vest blew him away in the 9th.
That's what you do.
But, I mean, there were so many things that encapsulate what this Tiger season's been all about. Like a catch by Parker Meadows up against the wall. It wasn't nearly as dramatic, but anybody
that ball
who
was
has
struck
watched
well.
and it was he was up against the wall. He didn't have to jump that high, and he wasn't pulling anything back. But anybody that's watched Parker Meadows patrol center field, I think we all knew he was going to catch that ball.
You go back to game 1, there was a ball, I think it was Bregman hit a ball, and it was like 5 feet shy of being a home run.
Mm-hmm.
It's a home run in every ballpark, I think. But Houston's got the high wall there.
Yeah.
And fortunately for the Tigers, it bounces off the wall, and the damage is limited. They caught some breaks, but they make their own luck too. And the grit and determination, they pick off, the Lions' attitude, seemingly, in a way. Like, I don't want to cheapen it to say it's not their own, but it's like they have this, there's similar DNA with what the Lions do and what the Tigers do. And it starts with the manager and the coach. And the team basically is what the manager and the coach are. The Lions, they embody what Dan Campbell is, and the Tigers do the same thing with A.J. Hinch. They're gritty. They're determined. They don't give up. They'll bite a kneecap.
Oh, they're biting kneecaps.
They'll take a hunk here. I mean, this is just, they'll drag it into the deep water. Whatever you want to use from Campbell works with the Tigers because they just don't care. They're completely unafraid. They're led by Tarek Skubal. When your number one guy goes out there and says, I don't care. I am unaffected by this whole situation. Yeah, my first playoff game. So, strike. What did he throw? Like 13 of his first 14 pitches were strikes in game 1. I mean, this guy sets the tone, and the rest of the team's just like, yep, I'll follow that guy. He's awesome. And this team is just chock full of players that have bought in, and that's why you win games.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls next. We got somebody on hold who says he was there and says he actually saw the baseball land.
Oh.
We've got one eyewitness. We're not doubting that it did.
No,
it's just amazing that anybody who watched on TV, we've never seen Abanya's bases clearing double, the ball land. NFL Week 5 is here, and you can start with a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So tonight, Buccaneers and Falcons. I haven't checked the app yet, but I am big on the two things. The profit boosts, sometimes 50, sometimes 100%, so you can bet on a favorite and feel like you're getting a good return. And the same game parlay, no sweat guarantees. If you don't win, you get your money back in bonus bets, so you can take it into the weekend. So look for those banners at the top of the app, the FanDuel app. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The great Dan Dickerson on the call on what is a very memorable moment in Detroit sports. Andy Ibanez 2-strike double to clear the bases down in Houston and give the Tigers, at that point, a 5-2 lead. They went on to win it 5-2. And really, the most amazing thing was the last couple innings, there wasn't a whole lot of drama after the Tigers took the lead. Did Houston even get a base runner? I don't think Houston got a base runner after Detroit took the lead. Am I wrong on that?
I think you are wrong on that.
I might be.
Let me just go through.
It certainly wasn't nearly as tense as Game 1 was when Houston sent 7 people to the plate in the 9th inning.
It went 1, 2, 3 in the 8th, and 1, 2, 3 in the 9th. You are correct, sir.
All right, so there you go. Not nearly as tense, but we are asking people, where were you when Ibanez cleared the bases? And did anyone actually see the Ibanez, any replay where you see the ball land? And we've got a ton of responses on Twitter, and everyone's like, nope. A lot of people ripping the network. Let's go to Jason. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, what's going on, Doug and Gator? First-time caller, long-time listener.
Well, thank you.
Hey, I was at Metro Airport, the North Cell lot, waiting on my daughter to come in, and you could tell everybody was in there just listening to the game. When he hit that 3-1 score, we was all laying on the horns. It was just so magical. It was just the point that I didn't know none of these people from Adam, and we out celebrating, just clapping and cheering on. So just go Tigers, and hey, would it be something if all 4 of our teams make it to the postseason on the same season, same year?
So what do we got here? Could the Red Wings do it? Sure. The Pistons, huh?
Hey, you got to put something in that water or Gatorade.
Well, maybe it's putting something in the other team's water or Gatorade that could get it done. But yes, it would be something. You ask the question, wouldn't it be something? I'll answer to the affirmative. Yes, it would be something.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
248-539-9797. Matt is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Gator, Doug, boys, how are you?
We're doing great.
Hey, guys. So my wife, my son, and I, we were actually at the game. We were at both Game 1 and 2.
Nice.
And we were sitting along the first baseline. I will say we were about the only Tigers fans in our entire section. So the inning before, it was louder than you could imagine, and everyone was all over us because everyone assumed the game was over. But at that time, when Ibanez made the hit, I could tell right away just by the trajectory that it was going to be fair, and we did see it land about at least a foot fair.
Okay, this is going to be the weirdest question, but since we all kind of are wondering, what did it look like?
It was, I got to tell you, it's like I was floating through the air while the ball was in the air. We were holding each other, me, my wife, and my son. I think we were holding each other, and it felt like it was in the air forever. Like it just wouldn't. And you could hear a pin drop in that stadium as soon as it landed. We were going crazy, but once those runs scored, once Torque crossed the plate, everyone started leaving, and you could hear everybody's conversation. And the 3 of us were by ourselves, standing up, going absolutely crazy. It was amazing.
Matt, on TV, the scene behind home plate, those seats were empty.
Yeah.
I mean, they emptied out quick, well before the game was done.
Thousands were leaving all at once. Literally, as soon as Torque scored, people just got up, and it was amazing. And I'll tell you this, at the end of the game, there was a section above the Tigers dugout. We ran down there because we were upper deck seats, but we ran down there, and there were hundreds of Tigers fans cheering them on. It was a great scene.
That would have been awesome, and I'm glad you did that because that's something I totally would have done. You want to be with other fans, and to be right there by the team at the dugout when I'm sure they addressed you guys or waved to you guys. It had to be amazing.
They did. Scooble was pointing at us for quite some time. They all stood by the dugout, were pointing at us, and as fans, we didn't get there in time to get a picture of the group picture, but there was guys down there who did, and they were air cloud dropping it to all the rest of us who didn't make it in time to get that picture. It was outstanding. They had to kick us all out.
That's so cool. Thank you for sharing.
Thanks, guys.
There it is from an eyewitness.
Landed fair, apparently.
Landed fair. I love the way he made it sound like it was going to be like a big measurement between the five. I mean, that thing was fair by at least a foot.
At least.
A foot. A foot, you say?
Yeah.
It's the best hit I never saw, man. The best.
Yep.
Could you imagine, by the way, this is baseball, so every stadium's different, right?
Yep.
Foul line, the home run, warning track, all that stuff. Could you imagine watching a football game and not seeing a portion of the sideline or the end zone?
Not really.
Could you watch a basketball game and not see like the corner 3 spot, whether he was in or out?
I got to tell you, there's one football stadium I remember for the TV camera where you couldn't see the corner of the end zone this year. I was watching Utah State in Utah. Utah State's stadium design, you couldn't see the corner of the end zone.
I'll take your word for it because I haven't watched any Utah history, right? Gator, are you on the board with it?
I'll trust him.
You can't see the corner of the end zone?
It's the same thing. The stands kind of jut out, and it looks like that's where the students are. And I had problems seeing the corner of the end zone. But yeah, you're right. I mean, what if that were controversial and they had to review it?
I'm sure they have to have another camera angle from the other side, especially for a playoff game.
They just chose not to show it last night. You know why? No respect for the Tigers.
You think that's what it is?
No respect. Well, you watch the game where they were. Everything was about the Astros, and the Tigers just don't care.
Did you think so?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't get that impression at all.
Absolutely.
Are you making something up?
Kind of.
All right.
Games I watched, innings I watched, it seemed like all they talked about were the Astros.
All right, feedback. Where were you when Ibanez cleared the bases? Nick in Sterling Heights said, I was watching with my 9-year-old son after I picked him up from school. We went crazy and yelling a great father-son memory. Yes, Nick, that is. Ryan at work said, I was dipping chicken in egg wash and breadcrumbs, making chicken cutlets in my kitchen watching the game. I screamed. No one saw the double. That's from Ryan at work.
Sounds like a nice little meal there.
Here's an interesting one. I was at the gym and everybody on the treadmill started clapping and hollering. I could see it. Everybody's on the treadmills. They probably all got headsets on, and then they're all watching the same thing in the little TV screen.
Or big TV screens.
Or they could be, yeah, if they have the individual ones. Or I was mowing the lawn at one of my customers' house when he hit the double. I started going crazy on my lawnmower, throwing my arms up, and I look over, and the owner of the house is looking back at me, throwing his hands up in the air, fist pumping. We were cheering together. It was awesome.
If I had a crew at my house, like if the landscaping crew was over yesterday while I was watching the game and that happened, beers all around.
You would have
absolutely.
I like it. Great call. Like Andy Dufresne. You would have been serving up the beer.
Yeah.
I was in the stadium surrounded by 20 Tiger fans. The Astro fans were so loud, and then Andy shut them up. All you could hear was a Let's Go Tigers chant. Also heard multiple Jared Goff chants. That's from an unnamed texter. Was sitting in my lucky chair at home until they filed behind 2-1. Now I have a lucky stool at the local watering hole. Go Tigers. That's from Michael and Chelsea.
He changed it up.
Stool. Lucky bar stool.
Yeah, bar stool. Oh. Come on, man.
I want to keep that thing swimming, but
If it's lucky.
Don't ever flush this.
Leave it. Just leave it.
Tigers are still alive.
No.
Oh, there goes the mojo.
By the way.
We got shamed yesterday.
Who did?
You and I.
Oh, by Kang?
Yeah.
All right. Kang, do you want to tell why?
Yeah, I'll tell you guys why. And I think Gator understands this for sure. Doug.
I do not at all.
Yeah, so when the Tigers play Tuesday, the three of us did not text each other one time during the entire game. Not till the game was over, we started texting each other, wow, what a game. I knew it the whole time, just joking, whatever, celebrating. Yesterday, I did the same thing I did Tuesday. I went home, didn't change my clothes like I normally do, sat at the same spot on the couch, was not going to text you guys at all during the game because that's what we did the day before. Parker Meadows hits a bomb. Of course, exciting. I totally get it. Doug comes on the phone, texts our thread, Parker MF Meadows.
I texted right? PMFM.
Yes.
Gator, you replied.
Palagata.
And I didn't say anything. The Tigers were up at that point. Then the mojo started going bad. And they were down. And I text you guys on the thread now because I was upset.
You guys ruined the mojo by texting. Please stop.
We stopped.
I replied. With
it's just my bad type.
Of Homer going back into the hedges.
That was it. We didn't hear from Doug anymore. And what happened, boys?
You texted, now you can text after the game was over. And I texted, I like this Tiger team.
My point is,
Or play with an inappropriate gif.
but at that point, go have have at it. I said, right? You got to keep the same mojo going. So, baseball is a very superstitious sport. Everyone knows it's dumb. It's it doesn't make any sense or logic. I don't care. Whatever you did when the Tigers were winning, you continue to do until they start losing. Then you change it up.
That GIF is now showing it to the cameras on Twitch and YouTube. It is inappropriate. I just wanted to say
The cat's tail.
It's the cat's tail that is rising. It's the tail after the Tigers won.
The gritty kitties.
They really are. More of your phone calls and feedback next.
Call a doctor.
Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. There it is. Final call. Tigers, they beat the Astros, and now they're taking on Cleveland in a very winnable series. A very, very winnable series. We're asking people, where were you when Ibanez cleared the bases? And the phone calls keep coming in. I do want to tell you that in the noon hour, we will get to Kang, our producer, has a podcast. Kang collects the podcast. And because he wrote a book, Dave Burkett, who covers the Lions, will be promoting his book. Kang had him on. It is about the Lions, but the book is about the Lions, but you also asked him about Devontae Adams to Detroit and how aggressive will Brad Holmes get at the trade deadline. Hear what he has to say in roughly 1 hour's time here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got to Chuck. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I lost interest in baseball over 10 years ago, and yesterday was the first baseball game I've watched in over 10 years. I turned in my man card because in the 7th inning, my wife was like, we want to go to dinner, and I'm like, yeah, give me a few. She come back 15 minutes later, said, come on, let's go right now. And I left and missed everything.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Where'd you go for dinner? Where'd you go for dinner, Chuck?
Applebee's.
Oh, man.
The Lions fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
You just wanted to feel good in the neighborhood. I understand.
Oh, yeah. I'm turning in my man card, though.
Did you hold up
for a month.
your menu over your mouth when you ordered?
Oh, man. I wasn't happy. I was like, when I walked into Applebee's, that's when the game ended. Everybody cheered in Applebee's. I'm like, what happened?
At
We won.
least they won.
Yeah.
And next time they're playing a playoff game, guess what you're doing? You're going to Applebee's.
Yeah, and not watching.
That's how it works.
He didn't even watch game 1.
She had lost interest more than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Tigers made the playoffs 10 years ago. So you don't think you watched in 2014? I'm done with these guys.
Depends on what was special at Applebee's that day.
248-539-9797.
Everything.
Chris in Kego Harbor is next. Hi, Chris.
How you guys doing?
Great.
Yesterday when he hit the home run, so I was on my way to my son's soccer game. So I was in the car in traffic for them losing the lead. And then as I got closer to the soccer game, we tied it. So I bought my ticket and I was walking in, had my earbuds on, and he hit the double. And I jumped up and did a fist pump and did a little, yeah. And the people in front of me turned around and gave me the weirdest look. They had no idea what was going on.
And you should have given them a weird look.
Well, I had to verbally say, like, Tigers took the lead. Just so I didn't look like a weirdo walking into a soccer game all pumped up.
Chris, did you see if anybody else was listening to the game?
I only knew that other people knew what was going on after they won, and then a couple people throughout the stands started stomping their feet and yelled out, Tigers won.
Yeah. Cool moment. Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. We go to Tony in the UP. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hi, guys. The UP is pulling for the Tigers as well.
That's good to know.
Yeah, it's very good to know. But listen, I know you have your famous champ and chump on Mondays, but I wanted to champ and chump the Baltimore Orioles and throw this scenario by you. What if they'd have made that God offer to the Tigers for Terry Skubal, and they would have taken it? Skubal would have probably pitched game 1 for the Orioles. They probably would have won that game and probably had a great chance to move on. But now they're sitting there packing their bags. And do you think they're sitting there back in Baltimore regretting? Because every team needs a good break, and every team needs a good fortune. And we had the good fortune of not trading Terry Skubal, and now we're going to have another great chance to win the next series.
Yeah, I think they regret it. And, oh well. But then again, if they weren't willing to give up and we kept talking about it, had to be this Godfather offer. If you weren't going to do it, then no one's going to listen.
And it doesn't sound like they even came close. And
right.
I don't know if they had those internal conversations. If they did and then said, nah, let's not do it.
What they really should be kicking themselves is not about Skubal. It's about Flaherty. They could have made an offer for Flaherty.
Yeah.
That would have been just fine. And they didn't. They chose not to. So, too bad for them.
Our good fortune.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, and now we've got the AL Central is the best division in baseball. Can we say this now?
So I was a bit hesitant to say it because I thought all the 4 other teams feasted on the White Sox, which inflated their records. But now that they've gone to the postseason and there's 3 of the 4 teams left in the American League are from the American League Central.
Boy, a lot of people sure thought Houston was going to win.
Oh yeah.
What was it? 22 out of 27 writers?
22 out of 27.
Yeah. Baltimore was the hot pick. Everybody liked Baltimore going into the playoffs. No, not so much. Are they out? Okay.
248-539-9797. Steven is next on 97.1. Hi, Steven.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Just want to share my experience with everybody.
Yeah.
So we drove down to Houston. Along the way, our truck blew up in Missouri at 5 a.m., but we weren't giving up. We bought a new vehicle, continued our path. We were sitting on the first base side. When that home run hit the foul pole right on that Chick-fil-A sign, we were celebrating. There was other Tiger fans there. It was amazing. Best game I've seen in my life. I was with my wife and my daughter. My daughter and I were talking baseball all game long. It was also a very amazing family moment and family game as well. Best time ever.
Okay, we got to talk about this commitment. Your truck blew up in Missouri, so I'm assuming engine failure of some kind?
Transmission and the transfer case sky high at 5 a.m.
Oh,
okay.
We could get no one to see us until 9 a.m. It was towed to the dealership. We tried to rent a vehicle, which was like 30 miles away, and getting an Uber in Missouri is absolutely impossible. So Eric, the salesman, talked to me. He took thousands of dollars off a vehicle. We bought it. I wasn't giving up. I'm not a seller on the Tigers. I'm a buyer.
Wow. Okay, so what kind of vehicle did you buy?
It was a used vehicle. We're on our way back now, just coming through Ohio. It's a 2018 GMC Sierra 1500.
There you go.
70,000 miles, but I own a small landscaping business, so we'll put a plow on it. We'll put it to work. It's all good.
The working truck.
And where is your old truck?
It's still in Missouri. That was a 2021 Chevy Silverado, and they couldn't get parts, so I don't know when that thing will be ready. But we'll go down there and pick it up when she is.
Oh my gosh! But, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to ask how much you spent on the new truck, and you don't have to answer.
Well, 70,000 miles. He's all right.
Oh yeah, but the only thing they had was this loaded vehicle, so it was $32,000 plus the $8,200 that it took to fix the other vehicle.
Oh my God! So you dropped $40,000 on this trip?
Correct. Some of it's financed, so we don't know how it worked out. But hey, determination. We weren't giving up.
Oh, you got it
we
done.
We weren't giving up. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And for us, this all started. We bought tickets for Wednesday's game at Co-America. 10 minutes later, I got an email from someone in Houston that says, hey, cheap tickets, cheap tickets. I looked at my wife. We looked at the price. We're like, hey, no big deal. We'll drive down. We'll drive back. It'll be fun. We didn't really know what we were in. That's it. I mean, 20-hour ride, but it turned into a 30-hour ride on the way down. We didn't get into the hotel until like 1 a.m. It was crazy. But we did it. They did it. How amazing.
Steven, you guys lived.
I already know this. I already know this without even asking it. But, Doug, are you jealous?
Very.
Yeah.
This guy, Steven, I am so impressed. First of all, the opting to road trip. I'm always up for a road trip.
He is.
Additionally, your commitment to getting there, because I don't think I would have dropped $32,000 on a new vehicle. Well, how far did you say it was to get to the rental car place? 30 miles?
It's just new to him. It's not new.
30 miles, but we were in like nowhere, Missouri. And we tried getting Ubers. They just kept resetting and resetting. Then we found out where we were trying to go didn't even have a rental car available to the next day. So we were going to be stranded there either way. And I couldn't let it go by. We had reservations and commitment. And I got to be honest about one more thing. I had stopped watching the Tigers in late May, and it wasn't from the players, but I just felt like I don't want to get into it now because things are going great, but I just felt like the whole organization wasn't really in it to win it. Boy, am I wrong.
All right. Well, hold on, Steven. I want you to hang on hold. I want to get your number, okay?
Sounds good to me.
All right, yes.
Thank you, guys.
Incredible story. Hang on hold here, and we'll get his number, and I just want to see what we can do. My man dropped $32,000 on a truck to get there. That is commitment. You sure win. Whatever the contest is. Unbelievable. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Lions stuff next hour. People still basking in the glow of the Tigers going to the ALDS. They take on Cleveland Saturday afternoon. You'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends at Michigan Auto Law, especially with the winter season right around the corner. Our roads are going to get tougher. You know that? Of course they are. I'm hoping that you don't need this number. But if you're on an accident, you need to find somebody who's got your back. And that's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls. They understand the importance of communication. You'll get a call back because they care more. So you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, so I want to bring up something that we haven't talked about yet, and that was A.J. Hinch's decision to go with Jackson Jobe. And I first guessed it. I'm like, ooh, I don't know about this. Now, I don't think Jobe really the only time that nerves really showed was his first pitch hit a batter, right? I mean, it was one pitch, HBP. And that might be an example of it. Then he gives up a single, and then there's a bunt, and then there's the fielder's choice to ground out the first, which might have been the hardest hit ball he gave up. Then a sacrifice fly scored the go-ahead run, and then they pulled him out of there. I mean, A.J. Hinch is gotten way more right than wrong. I don't even know if I would call this wrong. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, is he making this play going, if we're going to do anything special, we have to see what we have here because we're going to need his special talents. We potentially will need his special talents. And it's not like there's going to be a postseason, like there's ever going to be a time in the postseason. Rarely is there a time in the postseason where there isn't pressure. So what did you make of the move to put in Jackson Jobe?
I was fine with it. And yeah, I mean, obviously he hits the first batter barely, but he does hit him. And is that nerves or is it just going too far inside? Whatever. But there wasn't hard contact and he could have gotten out of that unscathed. But the defense betrayed him a little bit. Not saying they were easy plays to make, but I mean, once Torkelson makes the diving stop, the throw should have been the easier part, and it wasn't, unfortunately. He skips it into Jake Rogers, but Jake Rogers has to make that play too. You know, it's a force out at home. All you need is have your foot on the plate, and he did, but he couldn't corral the ball. And then you had the foul ball to Veerling at right, and if Veerling
doesn't hesitate,
right, just throw it. You know, you've got a guy on third, you gun it in, get it into the infield as quickly as you can, and you know if he's coming, then it might be a double play, and if he's not, then okay, then you thwarted that. He could have gotten out of it. The only thing I thought was strange was the pitch selection. Out of 15 pitches, Jackson Jobe threw 2 fastballs. And it's a guy who's got dynamic stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what we all know he's got is this incredible fastball, and he only threw 2 of them, both at, I think, 97 miles an hour. We know in spring training he threw up to 102 miles an hour. Look, it's the end of his first season here. It's not his first season in the minors, but end of a long season for him, his longest year, and maybe he doesn't have the same stamina that he had, or at least the same velocity. But I thought it was weird that he only threw 2 fastballs out of 15 pitches.
Well, look, it all worked out in the end, and it's a great point made by Kang, and we mentioned it earlier in the show. It's another example, though, that the Tigers, as much as people look at them and say they're playing so well, they're not perfect. Like they made some mistakes in that game. I mean, Parker Meadows got picked off, right? He didn't get the bunt down.
And he bunted to the wrong side.
Yeah, Veerling, he didn't move the runner over, I guess. Veerling hesitated. Torque didn't make that throw home. And I'm not killing them. I'm just pointing out that they are playing so well that they don't need to be perfect.
Right. Well, they do the other thing. So Torque scores from first on a double to left field.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Torkelson scored. So they make the other plays. Meadows made the catch in right field, and they turned 3 double plays yesterday. Those were massive double plays that they were able to turn.
Yep.
You know, anything that was in the dirt, Jake Rogers is able to stop. Whereas obviously that the run comes, or I should say, they have issues with Houston in this series where the wild pitch led to a run. So it's interesting to note that it was not a perfect game by any means.
They also messed up a double play. Cole Keith couldn't get the exchange.
Base,
So I think when you have a team like the Tigers and you clearly are going to be, have a lot less talent than the teams you're playing in the playoffs. It's just what it is. No big deal. That's fine. You still got to play the games.
Yeah.
You feel like you have to be perfect. And what they showed me yesterday was they don't have to be perfect because they can overcome it in other ways. Because sometimes to overcome the talent deficiency, you got to be perfect. But now with these Tigers, like going, from first to third and things like that and making up for all the mistakes that you guys just listed off. Jackson Jobe putting him in at that moment, I asked you guys yesterday before the show ended, do you think Jackson Jobe, do you want to see him pitch today? Do you think he will pitch? I asked because I wanted your opinion on that, of course. And also, I did want him to pitch because I know you don't want to lose any game, but had they lost that game, you still have another game to play. And at some point, it's not when you need Jack. It's if you need Jackson Jobe, it's when you need him, because he's going to be needed during these playoffs. And so I think yesterday was the perfect situation to throw him in there. And hey, this is a high pressure situation.
It was.
And I think he did okay. I didn't accept it. I loved the fact they put him in there.
Yeah, I thought I was very happy they put him in, not just because I said that they would during the season and be in a high leverage situation. It wasn't, in the 8th or 9th inning, but it was in the 7th inning with a 1-run lead, pretty high leverage, and he handled himself just fine. I want everybody to get their feet wet with an opportunity to play in the postseason, so they have that experience, at least even if it's a 1 inning or 1 batter, whatever it is, get that experience. He got that, and I expect that he's going to play a role in the series against Cleveland.
It feels like he's probably going to be better off for the experience, and the fact that they won the game makes all of this easy to accept. If they'd fallen behind there 2-1 and ended up losing the game, we'd probably be doing 4 hours of Jobe calls today.
Right. I don't think we're going to have any sort of cramping issue with Skubal in Game 2. It's not going to be insanely hot in Houston like it is in Cleveland. I know it's a controlled environment inside the
It's not
stadium.
going to be
but
insanely
still.
hot in Cleveland as it is in Houston.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
obviously it's a controlled environment in Houston when they close the roof, but it's still.
Still said people were
those
sweating
guys
like
were
dogs. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Ben's in Grand Rapids, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Ben.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Hey, it was great yesterday. I was playing golf with my son. He's 10 years old. The last time I felt like I was watching meaningful Tigers was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And now I get to watch it all through his eyes, and we were trying not to scream in people's backswings.
Did you have the game like were you streaming it on your phone or were you listening?
Yeah, we were watching I don't want to say the brand, but we were watching it stream on the phone, and he was sitting there caddying for me. He wasn't really golfing. So every few minutes I hear, Dad, Dad, Dad.
Yeah. Yep. That's cool.
Right in your backswing. Shankopotamus.
Yeah, exactly.
Standing over a
I
big
didn't
putt.
care.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, when he said he hit the triple, I didn't care. I was running over to the cart. We were all screaming with our hands over our mouth.
Did anybody else care? Anybody else in your foursome or groups around you? Were they asking for updates?
Yeah, our foursome cared. A couple groups asked us what we were doing, and then in the pro shop, they had it on too, and they barely even noticed us walk in. They were all staring at the screen. And for, my son, he's a baseball head and really good at it. It's been so fun to watch, the magic of baseball through his eyes, because it feels like even more than the old Tigers where we were trying to buy wins. These are just kids playing their brains out.
Well, everybody's seen the internet meme that Josh Hader had made $19 million and the Tigers' postseason roster is at $18.8 million. 248-539-9797. Tom's on a cell, and he's next. Hi, Tom.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
What's
All
up?
right, Tom.
Well, I got to tell you, huge Tiger fan. Asked my wife to marry me 1997, June 8th, at the old Tiger Stadium, and the good news is we're still married.
Oh, there you go.
Now, I wanted to tell you this, though. I did some research on Al Avila, and as I was watching these Tigers and getting more familiar with them, I realized Colt Keith, Casey Mize, Jake Rogers, Jason Foley, Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Kerry Carpenter, Wencio Perez, Parker Meadows, Will Vest, Kiter Montero, Reese Olson, Skubal, Dingler, Ty Madden.
Yeah, there's
a whole bunch of Avila acquisitions.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what do you think? I thought, he was AJ was hired by Al. Do you think there's some sort of, hey, thanks, Al? Do you think Al feels like he got hosed?
We've talked about Al a lot over the last couple of weeks because a lot of these are his guys. He got brutal return on trades, and he signed some bad free agent contracts.
Right, and the team was
I agree.
horrific,
I
and
agree.
that's why he had to go. But we do recognize that a
without
lot of
question.
this roster is built by his players. There's a lot of Al Avila DNA on this team, and that's fine.
It's awesome.
And,
Good for
and we
him.
do, tip our hat. Thank you for doing that, and biggest thanks of all for hiring AJ Hinch.
When they put out the postseason roster and we could see who made it and who didn't, Gator said Al Avila's got to be smiling because it was a bunch of his guys, as you listed off. 248-539-9797. More your Tiger calls next. A reminder, 12:30-ish, back half of next hour. We'll get into what a Lions insider has to say about the trade deadline. How aggressive will that team be? Should they go after Devontae Adams? Hear what he said. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Let's break standard Carson Anderson protocol here.
I did with my lunch.
And let's talk about Gators lunch.
Oh, that's what you were going to do, huh?
Those of you watching on Twitch or YouTube, if you aren't on Twitch or YouTube yet, I'm going to give you a few minutes to log on because Gator's about to hold up his lunch and let the camera see it. So go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Or go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket.
Is this not on brand?
It is on brand for a host of the Carson Anderson program. I'll say that. It is on brand for one of the hosts.
Look, I was leaving the house. I didn't really have much of a breakfast this morning. I need to grab something to eat. I'm like, what do I have in the house that I can grab? This was there. So it was easy. It was in a Ziploc bag. Let's go.
I'd like you to take the bag and hold it up to the cameras, and I will describe what Gator is holding up. As Gator is holding up a bag filled with lots of green, yellow, orange, and red. It is nothing but veggies.
It's all veggies.
Nothing but veggies.
Carrots, peppers, some of that baby corn, some, I don't know what you call it, broccoli type thing. I don't
Asparagus? Is there any asparagus in there?
I don't know if it's asparagus. It's not asparagus, but
It looks like a little zucchini. Is there
like
some
a
zucchini?
stalk. I think it might be some zucchini, yeah.
Dude. Is he growing up, King?
Did you get a horse or something, or a rabbit? Did you? Lois was, not enough. You need another wild animal around your house. Is that for somebody else?
No, like I said, it was just veggies that were left over from when I had people over on Friday after the service, and
In a Ziploc bag, Gator showed up with a bag full of veggies. I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
Is it good?
Actually, yeah. It was the first baby corn I've had in forever.
All right.
And I wasn't sure if I was supposed to nibble it.
No, you just go with the whole thing. Yeah. So there you go.
I like vegetables. I eat vegetables. Usually it's with some kind of a dip.
But this is just...
It's just straight up vegetables, yeah. And I kind of wish I had some dip.
It's okay. Maybe you'll learn to like it without the dip.
Some I can handle. Yeah. It's fine.
All right, there you go. 248-539-9797.
And you with the macaroni.
Well, yeah, it is. And it's got chicken and kale.
Chicken,
so the question is, how do you ruin macaroni?
Add kale. Another one with chicken added to it.
A little bit of chicken, a little bit of kale on there, and yeah, it's really good.
Okay.
It's really, really good. But I'm proud of you. So I'm also proud of the Tigers. Look, first of all, they went 1-2-3 in the first inning yesterday, which they didn't do the entirety of game one. They hung in there, though. You talk about Holton, Hannafy, Herter, Brisky. They all basically just treaded water while the Tigers drained the Astros starting pitcher Hunter Brown, who was lights out. Like, it wasn't that guy's fault. I was just watching the pitch count. Like when the way he was throwing, the whole game I'm thinking they got to stay in this game until they get him out of there. When Altuve made the error with 2 outs, it made him throw 7 more pitches and scoring some runs was big, but I was like, I'd like them to score runs, but as important here, more pitches for Hunter Brown. And when they pulled him out of the game in the 6th inning? Did he make it through 5?
They pulled him in the 6th.
Pulled him in the 6th? I was like, yes. And the Tigers actually had the lead thanks to the Parker Meadows home run.
Well, if I were to tell you going into this that Justin Henry Malloy would have more hits in the series against the Astros than Colt Keith, Riley Green, and Kerry Carpenter combined. Actually had the same amount because I realized that Carpenter and Green each had 1 hit, but Malloy had 2 hits.
Yeah.
Colt Keith had none hits. But everybody played a role. I mean, even though Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter didn't do much offensively, they still played a role. Carpenter did come home on that the wild pitch.
Yep.
Riley Green plays a great left field.
Well, before he came home on the wild pitch, he went from first to third on a single. And all these metrics that measure these things say that the Tigers are the best at this. And by the way, aggressive base running doesn't always equate to working. There was that ball that got past the catcher in game 1, and Vierling tried to get to second, got thrown out. There was Parker Meadows getting thrown out yesterday. Was it Wenzel Perez who tried to turn a single into a double when the throw went to third and the throw went down to second, and he was safe, but just barely? Like the idea, if aggressive base running meant you took no chances and everybody was doing it all the time, it wouldn't be aggressive. So aggressive base running sometimes comes with getting guys thrown out. And they've had some guys thrown out, but it's part of what they do.
8 runs scored in the 2 games against Houston.
Yep.
By 7 different players. I mean, that's impressive. That's a team effort is what you had there.
And the Tiger pitching, Houston scored in 2 of the 18 innings.
Yep.
Just 2. 248-539-9797.
3 runs total. Great job, Tiger.
And I got to tell you, I think Detroit, it's weird. We've reached a weird place where there might be people whose favorite Tiger might be a bullpen arm.
Right?
I mean, does that ever happen? Tell me if you're a Bo Brisky fan. You like Bo Brisky?
Yep.
Tell me you like Will Vest. Do you like Will Vest?
Love Will Vest.
Everybody like Gundog Millionaire?
Sure.
How many teams? I can remember this happening once. Sometimes it happens with the closer. In Detroit, it happened with Joel Zumaya back in the day. He was a setup guy, and everybody loved Joel Zumaya. Right now, there's multiple bullpen arms that I'm sure are getting a ton of love in Detroit.
You like Tyler Holton?
Yeah.
Is he good?
Yeah. Exactly.
This whole team is just, it's fantastic. The way that they've done things, the way they believe in each other, it's just fun to watch. What Gibby say this morning, that if feel like if they took on a bulldozer, they'd win the fight.
Yep.
Great line.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob. You're on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up,
Bob?
Hey, I just want to let you know where I was at the time. I'm streaming the game yesterday. I live down in Tampa. My son lives in South Dakota, so we're on the phone together watching the game, and it comes into the 8th inning, and I'm going out to the kitchen to make myself a sandwich, and I can still hear the TV going, but we're talking. I said, let me know what's going on. We're trying to get our stream set up, but he was like about 3 to 5 seconds ahead of me, and he's a pretty emotional guy, and he was staying pretty composed, and all of a sudden I see Ibanez coming up, and I said, man, I don't want to see this. And so I walk into the kitchen, I'm starting to make my sandwich, and then my son calmly says, you may want to see this. And I run out into the living room right at the time when he gets the hit. It's like clockwork. It was great.
That's awesome. That is awesome. It's fun because we've asked people where were they. We get a ton of father-son stories here, and certainly yes. Thank you for sharing with us, Bob, and get her know your dad would love this.
All right, dude. It's I haven't really been emotional about my father's passing in the last few weeks. Like I've kind of adjusted to it. You have your mini meltdowns, but it's been fine. But the last couple of games have been tough because you had the Monday Night Football game. And then these 2 baseball games, without question, I would have been watching the last 2 games with my dad. It would have been in my house, sitting on the couch with me, watching the game. So it's bittersweet. But
your dad knows.
Oh, he knows. He's definitely watching and loving this. And when he was in the hospital, he was talking about. We had turned on a Tiger game, and he was asking me, "Do you think they got a chance?" I'm like, I can't bet against them.
Yep.
The way they're playing really well. And that was the middle of August when that was going on. So. Yeah, absolutely.
Carson Anderson, 97 Won the Ticket.
Hey, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill, that is the place to be for anything involved with sports. This is where you're going to want to watch the sports. And where else would you have wanted to be last couple of days than 24 Seconds watching the big baseball games? I mean, it's amazing. Great food, great specials, best wings in town. And on Saturday night, they got UFC 307. Pereira taking on Roundtree. You also have Pennington and Pena. There's no cover, but you're going to want to get there early because the pace really packs up when it comes to the UFC. And they got great specials for Detroit baseball playoff games. $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. You get $4 for drafts of Miller Lite for all Sunday football games. And 24 has the NFL Sunday ticket as well. You get $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light during U of M and MSU football games as well. Plus, hockey going on. Oh, yeah. Detroit hockey season starts next week. And you can get $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light for those games. 24 Seconds is also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. If you're having a party, Book yours right now. You want to save all the hassle and the parking nightmares it is to drive to Ford Field for all those Detroit football games? Reserve your spot at the 24-second shuttle right now. It's only $40 round trip. And you're looking for a great place to work? 24 is hiring cooks right now. 24 seconds, every seat's a great seat. Check it out on the web at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
So great. So great. What a moment yesterday. I feel like Detroit exploded when Ibanez cleared the bases. Where were you? Thoughts on the Tigers moving forward? Scott, they are taking on a Cleveland team they are very familiar with. And let's face it, it's a close season series. Cleveland is good, but I by no means think of them as some sort of juggernaut.
No, because they're not. It's a good baseball team. Look, you win 90 games in baseball, you're good. And they won 92. You know, they won the division, kind of going away by 6.5 games. They've got some really good players. They got some Tiger killers led by Jose Ramirez. He's a Tiger killer.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm not mistaken, well, I guess he definitely heated up to it at the end of the season. But Jose Ramirez went a while there where he was a total non-factor. Like, we watch the Tiger games, they would have in the Ballet Bar on TV, they would have all the major league leaders, right?
Yep.
And you'd see major league leaders for RBIs. It was Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, and Jose Ramirez was always third. And once he got to 100, it seemed like it took him forever to get to 110. I'm like, what's going on here? This guy's an RBI machine. He's just not driving a month. Now, he finished with 118, so he was fine. And he's 39 home runs. They've got a couple of guys you really got to be aware of. Josh Naylor's the other one. He got 31 home runs and 108 RBIs. But those two guys. That's the team offensively that really kind of steps up. They got a couple other players that you're going to have to worry about. Steven Kwan gets on base a lot, and he's a very good player. But they're not. This isn't the Albert Bell, and Manny Ramirez teams.
Mm-hmm.
This is it's a good quality team, and then you look at their pitching staff, and it's a good staff, but not intimidated. They got a great closer. That's the guy I worry about. Turning a lead over to Class A. Don't do that.
Well, the Tigers have the benefit of undecided on the Hill Saturday, and we'll see if undecided keeps coming through. If it keeps coming through. 248-539-9797. One other question, one other little side note, and something that I haven't seen that has gotten addressed yet. But we're not worried about Scooble's health, right?
No.
It sounded like just cramps.
Yeah, he said it was just cramps. He said he'll be fine.
I would recommend and invite him to stop getting hit by line drives.
That would be huge. Or if you're going to, how about keep the glove on your hand?
Mm-hmm.
That might help. Two games in a row, he got dinged in the hand. But he's fine. He says he's fine. He was worried he got hit in the same spot. He wasn't, so he's good to go.
All right, we asked people on Twitter, where were you when Ibanez cleared the bases? Garrett tweets us, in my car driving to the movies, had to pull over to watch the replay on my phone. Also, Gator, that ball likely hit the out-of-town scoreboard and took an unconventional hop, hence allowing the bases to clear.
Well, we'll never know.
Jeffrey says, I was washing dishes and doing other chores outside while listening to the game on the Odyssey app. Even though I could not watch the game on TV, I could feel the intensity of the moment and the excitement when Ibanez cleared the bases. Dan Dickerson is awesome. Andy sends us this via Twitter, listening in my Jeep on a highway near here in New Hampshire. We're on vacation, but we still tuned in. Clarence, I was on I-69 turning onto 127, the 127 on-ramp. Almost ran into a field between I-69 and 127, LOL. Mike, I was on a treadmill at the Midland Community Center following on the CBS Sports app. When it came up 5-2, I immediately ran out of the center and drove home to watch the end. From CPK in Ann Arbor, I was forced into the bubble yesterday due to work, but it was a successful bubble. I was on my couch watching by myself around 2.5 hours after it occurred, screaming at my TV. Go Tigers. Dan, I was on a flight to Dallas watching the game, got to the gate right as the final out. Patrick, I was pulling into my driveway coming home from work. I stayed in my car listening to the radio instead of going inside to watch the game on TV because I didn't want to jinx them. Some funny stuff here. Alex, I was playing golf up here in northern Michigan. We were on the 7th tee at Hawkeye in Bel Air. My father-in-law got onto the cart and started waving his arms for the guys to keep rounding third. It's a moment I'll never forget. Good news. I bombed a 400-yard drive and eagled the hole. Wow.
That's a little bit of a flex there. Went downhill with the wind. Is that how that works?
Yeah. Ash, I was at a red light, stopped, windows down in traffic. Many people with the game on all started cheering and fist bumping in the air out the windows. It was incredible. 248-539-9797. Mike's in Livonia, and he's on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're great.
So, yeah, Mike in Livonia. I'm the one that thinks Gator sounds like Brian from Family Guy. But couple of things I just wanted to say about our catcher and the emoji thing. Some of the best baseball or sports radio talk I've ever heard in my life. I showed my girl, his face, and of course she laughed. and then we talked about his mustache, and she said, "Yeah, that's a flavor saver for sure." If you know what I mean. And then she said they mentioned Sam Elliott, and I don't think you guys did, but that was a lot of fun. I laughed my ass off.
Good.
Listening to you guys with that, it wouldn't stop.
We just were talking about Jake Rogers' unique look for people who didn't see it. I said he looked like an emoji, and then they just started flowing in.
And they were fantastic.
My favorite
results.
one was he looked like the Monopoly Man. But there's a lot of the Lorax. It looks like the guy at Costco asking me if I want to switch to T-Mobile. Like, there was a lot of funny responses we got. But yes, we had fun with that. And he's awesome.
It was great radio. Seriously, it was so funny. Good. Yeah, the other thing too is you guys have mentioned about how if we got money to spend to pick up a couple of really great names, you are fine where we're at right now. But I'm thinking, can we spend that money on a couple of pitchers, really good pitchers, and then don't you think we'd be in even better shape?
It sounds like a topic for down the road, but yeah, I mean they can afford. Look, I think Chris Ilitch is loving this.
Well,
is going to want, now that they have absolutely justifiably can give this organization some gas, but bringing somebody in means losing somebody. And right now, I just want to focus on the guys we have winning the damn World Series.
Look, the proof's still going to be in the pudding to see what he does down the road. But for that crowd that says and insists that he doesn't care, he's been pretty visible with the last two victories. When they clinched on last Friday, he was there in the room. You saw him. And when they clinched this game yesterday and they were celebrating, you saw him. He's there. Now, I'm not saying that absolutely says he's invested in the team, but I think it does mean something. And it's gone on record, and Scott Harris has said it too, that when the team is ready to compete, they're going to start spending money. I don't know how much more ready you can say you're ready to compete than winning the first round of the playoffs. So if you're going to look to spend money, do they need to spend it on pitching? Sure. Great place to start. I mean, you cannot – it's not sustainable for a full season to go with two starters.
One would imagine.
So, yeah, I think that they're going to open up the checkbook for a free agent or two when it comes to pitching.
Scott is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, guys. Love to listen to you. So I'm in the airport coming back from the games in Houston.
Sweet.
And there's so many stories. Yeah, but my favorite, it was the greatest two games of my life. But my favorite story was yesterday when Hader came in. And I was just all my friends from Houston. The lights go dim, right?
Yep.
And flames start popping up on the scoreboard. I couldn't see the big board is behind me, but there's flames and people are screaming. And I turn to my friends and I say, is that because he's going to throw hard? I said, nope, that's because he's going to pour gas on the fire. And that was it. And it was unbelievable sitting there. And, when Ibanez came up and, I said, well, what do you think? He's going to take a pitch? Bases loaded? Going for it?
No, sir.
Not a chance, right?
Nope.
Not a chance.
I mean,
and those were on it. I mean,
those were before he laced that double. Those were Big Daddy hacks. I mean, he was not messing around.
On it,
swinging out of his shoes.
I mean, those are the best swings I think for the 2 days. And it said, well, obviously he's not taking it, and he was on it. So to me, it was a matter of time. But just amazing. Winning at home is great, but winning on the road is pretty fantastic. When we're up screaming and Hader just gives it up and the place goes silent.
You don't mind me asking, how much did you have to pay for tickets in Houston?
Well, yeah, I have a friend here that's season tickets. I'm retired, but I work down here a lot. So I had two seats. The first day for Scooble, thankfully, I was behind home plate, up about 20 rows. It was $250.
Wow.
But the place wasn't full, Gator. It was, they've been in the playoffs for 7-8 years in a row, and there was a lot of empty seats, and you could get in for $10 in the upper deck corner. And my friend told me it was $2 after the first pitch. Yesterday I was out in center field, running the scoreboard, and that was $80, I think, out there. So, nice. But it was worth every penny. I would have paid much more than that. It was just a great game. These guys are just, kids having fun playing ball.
It's awesome. It's crazy. Awesome. And they are kids having fun playing ball. And it's no longer our little secret. Everybody knows. Everybody talks about it. Everybody. In fact, I saw my first Tiger backlash tweet. I saw somebody tweet out facetiously, does anybody know who's got the best record in baseball since August 10th? Could somebody tell me?
Oh.
And I was like, ooh, somebody's salty out there making fun of the fact that everybody's discussing it.
Well, as we enter the divisional round of the playoffs, you also bring in teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees. So they're going to get a ton of the press. Don't be surprised when they're not really talking about the Tigers. I don't care. We will.
There was another phenomenal tweet that I will get to next at 12:32, plus more of your phone calls and feedback. Lion stuff at 12:45, 97.1 The Ticket.
He was ready.
Andy Ibanez later called it the best at bat of my life as he came through for the Tigers. Where were you when he cleared the bases? What a moment. What an absolute awesome moment for Tiger fans to experience. And, boy, this team. 248-539-9797. We were talking about the tweet. I saw the first Tiger Backlash tweet where somebody somewhere tweeted, I don't even remember who it was, tweeted, "Can somebody please tell me who has the best record in baseball since August 10th?" And I'm like, oh, sarcasm.
Was it sarcasm, or is that a little flex?
I think it was sarcasm.
Okay, then.
And then there was this one I saw from GWizzy12 about yesterday's game. "The only thing missing from this series was my inability to boo Kate Upton's kids."
That's funny.
We probably need to explain it for people who don't know what that's referencing. Last year, during the playoff game between the Lions and the Rams, Kelly Stafford expressed a disappointment in Detroit fans because she thought that the fans were booing their kids, when in reality, they were just booing her.
Booing you.
And
I don't think people are going to boo Kate Upton.
No, but they were going to boo her kids, which is an obvious
That's
reference to Kelly Stafford.
Yeah, we didn't get the whole JV thing going.
No, you know what? They kept showing shots of him there. And so, but he wasn't on their playoff roster. And they'll have to wait and see if he's available for the next round.
He's got some furry triceps. Did you notice that?
Furry triceps?
Am I wrong, Kang? Did you notice that?
That's, you talking about Verlander?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the way he's always been.
I got to tell you, it is. It was funny seeing him down there going and just thinking he's sitting in the bullpen and he can't play.
Well, I think he's talking to Hunter Brown after they took Hunter Brown out, and trying to calm him down or whatever, and be a soothsayer or whatever. JV does have value to teams even when he's not there. I mean, to lean on his experience, I think it's great. It didn't help Houston in this series necessarily. They still lost. But it's curious to see what happens the rest of his career here. Is he going to continue to pitch? I know he wants to try to get to 300 wins. It's not going to be easy. I think some people are still romantic about the idea of bringing Justin Verlander back to Detroit. So it's interesting what he decides to do moving forward.
I'm glad that wasn't a story at all, though,
Yeah.
because that takes away from these Tigers, and even anything that takes away a little bit from these Tigers, I don't like, because this is such an incredible story. It's an incredible group of guys that I want to focus solely on them. And booing Kate Upton's kids.
Yes. Somebody just pointed this out on Twitch, and I found it. Ken Rosenthal writing about the rest. Now, what's going to happen next? With the Astros out of the picture, the Yankees must seize their moment. With the Astros, after 14 years of wandering through the October desert, the Yankees have stumbled onto an oasis. Or maybe the upsets of the Baltimore Orioles and especially the Houston Astros in the wild card series are more like the baseball parting of the Red Sea.
Let's go Kansas City.
Just counting our Tigers out, though.
Right. And then you're counting them out, too. I mean, that's.
Thank you, Don, on Twitter.
It's not so wise.
Appreciate it, Don, for bringing our attention to that. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon. Brendan, rather, you're next. Hi, Brendan.
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're good. What's up?
Doing pretty good. Yeah, me and my dad, we left yesterday at 7:30 in the morning. We're taking a road trip to Rapid City, South Dakota, moving out there. And, we were just listening to the Odyssey app all morning, listening to you guys pregame the show. And we actually decided to tune into Houston sports radio a little bit yesterday before the game. And I just thought it was kind of funny because one of the guys was talking about how he was just so surprised at how good Skubik was on the mound in game one.
Skubik?
Skubik. Yeah. And we were just laughing because we know how good our team is here, but clearly the rest of the country doesn't know if they don't even know who our Cy Young candidate is. So we were just laughing about that. But
Scuba.
Yeah, no, we're taking a road trip, and we were just watching the game on my phone, just going crazy in the car, watching Ibanez hit that double. But yeah, I just thought that was kind of funny.
That's awesome. Enjoy South Dakota. What are you going out there for?
We'll do. We're in the moving out there to play hockey. So going to play for a low-level pro hockey team out there in Rapid City, South Dakota. So
You got to tell us what the team's name is.
yeah, Rapid City Rush.
The Rapid City Rush. What league are they in?
It's in the East Coast Hockey League, so kind of like Toledo Walleye, same deal.
Yeah, when I think of East Coast, I think of Rapid City, South Dakota.
Yeah, right.
It's like having USC in the Big Ten. It's great.
Exactly.
Best of luck to you,
Good
Brendan.
luck to you, Brendan.
Thanks, fellas.
Thanks.
NIL's ruining low-level hockey, pro-level hockey. It is. I've said it once. I've said it a million times.
Let's go to Joe in Grosse Ile. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. So I was trying to watch my 8th grade grandson's football game. He's the quarterback. And watching the MLB app on your phone where you don't really see anything except they report balls and strikes, and it seems like it takes forever. And I'm thinking, how is AJ going to defend putting Jackson Jobe in there? And then the wild pitch happens, takes AJ off the hook. And then finally, after Ibanez gets up there, and he delivers, and it says in play runs, but then it takes another minute to see exactly what happened, and then they show 5-2. I couldn't believe it. People knew I was watching the game on my phone. They erupted when I erupted, and my grandson's team come back and won the football game by 2 points in the fourth quarter, too. So it was a great day.
That's awesome. Yeah, everybody was like, the timing is weird because it's not the type of time where everybody's going to be home, and so people were taking that in however they could. Gator, I'm just looking at the schedule for next week, for our radio station.
Yeah.
The Wednesday the 9th. Tigers versus Guardians game 3 is on there, and I noticed here it says 10 a.m. Carson Anderson. Remote? ?
Oh. Interesting.
Yep.
Well, hey, if it's an earlier game, I would imagine we'd be out there.
Yep. I am hopeful.
And good luck to Brendan getting ready to play for the Rush.
Yeah.
He's a big fella.
Brendan is? You look him up?
6'5", 220.
Wow.
26-year-old.
He didn't sound like a kid.
No, he did not. God bless you. Keep chasing that dream and enjoy playing hockey, man. It's awesome.
All right. So, Lions insider Dave Burkett was on Kang's podcast. Kang asked him a couple of interesting questions, like should they be interested in Devontae Adams? Does Brad Holmes get aggressive at the trade deadline? Here, what our Lions insider Dave Burkett had to say. Coming up at 12:47 here on Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Feedback just coming in. Amanda in Rochester. I was on a 6-mile run. I started listening to 97.1 on my phone in the 7th and finished the last 2 miles worried and then jumping for joy and cheering by myself at the end of the street. A true Rocky Balboa finish. A few dogs started barking from their houses. I'm sure the neighbors thought I was a little crazy. For those wanting to sign a couple of pitchers in the offseason, I suggest 2. How about TBA and Undecided? Good
Those
arms.
guys are good.
Yep.
Strong records.
I was just in my living room just saying that old man in Ontario better be watching TMZ right now.
You don't mess with the mojo. Whatever you did when the Tigers win, you keep doing the same.
It works, it works.
From an unnamed texter, JV definitely got furrier. He looks like the elf from the old sitcom.
Alf probably means.
He wrote
right?
the
Yeah.
elf.
I know,
but
yeah. I just
think
thought about that, yeah. Gator.
It was an observation, that's all.
What about his knuckles? Does his knuckles get furrier?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Didn't see the knuckles. I mean, you couldn't help but notice. I mean, he's wearing just a jersey and then, like, wow. That's a lot of wolf coming out over there.
Is this like when Andre Drummond was a Piston and when he would shoot free throws, or like, it's a lot of hair on the chest coming out, or the shoulders it was.
Right,
The shoulders,
like back hair and like, man, hairy bastard. You're great. Hall of Famer.
It's amazing that it didn't even cross my mind. I never even noticed. And now Gator's going to say, how could you not notice?
I mean, how could you not? Note to self, shave furry tricep.
It looked like Jake Rogers was on his tricep.
Well, the other thing is because he's very lightly complected, very pale. It just stands out, man.
This is getting more and more complimentary all the time.
Oh, it wasn't meant to be. No kidding.
He let himself go since he got a supermodel. So
yeah.
Okay, Kang, your podcast, the Kang Collects podcast.
Yep.
This week you had Dave Burkett of the Free Press on because he wrote a book. He's going to be promoting it at various places around, and
including sports card shows and sports, memorabilia stores and things like that.
He's around this weekend, right?
Yeah, he'll be at Laurel Park Place at the sports card show at Pro Sports Zone. So he's got a really cool lines book. A lot of pictures, Gator.
I like pictures.
There you go.
Makes it easy to read.
That's what they say. That's exactly what they say.
I didn't get a Shakespeare. Not enough illustrations.
Anyway, so you had Dave on your podcast.
Yeah, we
Kang
talked
Collects
about
podcast.
Yeah, talk about collectibles, but of course I had to ask him about the lines as well.
All right, so here we go. Couple of Q&A questions from Kang to Dave Burkett. Should the Lions be interested in Devontae Adams? Here's what Dave said.
Boo. Kidding. I like this team.
So it's interesting because everybody likes to say the same thing. And I think probably most people would agree that they need an edge rusher opposite of Hutch more than they need another wide receiver. But that's a total behind door number 2 move because we don't know what edge rushers are going to become available. Everybody's got their wish list, but you can't guarantee. We know Devontae Adams is available. I would still pass, even though we're passing for the complete and total unknown.
Yeah, I would pass because I want to stockpile for position of need. Not just position to make better, but I mean position of need. It looks like this defensive end might be an issue for the Lions down the road. So it's good to have the cap space to go ahead and make a move if you have to. You never know who's going to become available. You got to watch the season unfold and see what teams are in, what teams are out, what players are unhappy. Things happen all the time. And I think we're all hopeful that there's going to be some player that the Lions can add before the deadline that'll be a difference maker.
Well, how aggressive will they get at the trade deadline? Of course, last year they didn't do much. They traded for Donovan Peoples-Jones, and he didn't have much of an impact the rest of the way. Still on the practice squad. But here's what Dave Burkett had to say about, will Brad Holmes get aggressive this year at the trade deadline? Okay, so maybe not Max Crosby.
Look, if Max Crosby becomes available,
that would be an over-the-top move.
I mean, then you'd have to consider it. You'd be foolish not to consider it. Not saying it has to happen, but you'd be a fool not to at least kick the tires, ask what's the price and all that. I don't suspect he's going to be available.
I don't either. And if he is available, then you get into the asking price.
Right.
It feels as though they'll probably value their draft picks moving forward because they're going to have to save some money and have some cheaper players, and they do a good job of repopulating the roster with cheap draft picks. But interesting nonetheless. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Joe and Novi. You're on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're okay.
All right, Joe.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I was going to say, still in Houston. I had booked an extra day in case there was a game 3, but gosh, that top of the 8th inning was amazing because I was getting heckled like no other after the bottom of the 7th, getting a bunch of people saying, get ready to drive up I-79, going to be a long ride home after Thursday, and they were getting all confident, and then going in there, putting that 4 spot right after that Andy double, they went silent the rest of the game, and it was absolutely wonderful. I was over at Baltimore, too, and we had that near collapse and then come back. That doesn't even compare. That was unbelievable at the time, but gosh, it was such a good feeling.
So Presley was pitching that top of the 8th, and he struck out Meadows, remember, to start the inning. And so they're 5 outs away from that game being over. And then they started the rally, and that was the first – did I hear right? That was the first blown save of Presley's career in the postseason?
I believe so.
Yep, he was 14-14 before.
And, I mean, this is a Houston team that is a staple of the American League Championship Series. 7 in a row? Like, when I heard that, I found that hard to believe.
Well, all good things have to come to an end.
Well, that did, for sure. It came to an end. Thing of beauty. Thing of beauty. So what are you doing with your free day in Houston?
Right now I'm working and just taking in the win and getting ready. I changed my plans around to where I'll be able to go drive out to Cleveland Saturday morning. So just getting things ready for that.
You're all in.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
You are all
ready for
in.
the Tigers World Series run.
Oh,
well,
how about just game 1 run? Let's get through game 1. One at a time, Doug.
You
that's
think
what I say.
That's a mantra that we think. I don't know if it's going to catch on, but just take them one at a time.
Just worried about game 1.
Yep. Well, of course, we'll have game 1 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Now, I did see this. Did you know that game 1 is a TBS game?
I believe I did. I did see that.
Does that mean we get?
Buck Martinez going to be part of that?
God, I hope so.
Casey Mize coming in late in this game. We'll see if he can shut him down for a 1-1.
Buck Martinez, when we went to look up his accent, like, where is he from? Wasn't it Redding, California?
It was somewhere in California, yeah.
Well, like it's not down south, and he does broadcast for the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
So whatever this accent that Buck Martinez has, I wonder if it start to metastasize into a bit of a Canadian accent.
Well, he played for Toronto for years, I believe. And then he's been an announcer for a long time. But I don't know if that, does it even make sense? Like, so, Casey Mize, I don't think you can,
I don't know if you can.
Mix and match that stuff in there. And he struck him out. No, I mean, it doesn't work. It's just Mize out. Look out.
Very difficult. I'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. Carson Anderson, Tigers advancing to the American League Division Series. 97-1 the ticket.
You excited about the Washington trip?
I am. I've got a cousin that lives in the Seattle area. I've got another cousin that lives in Victoria, British Columbia, and I've got relatives in San Diego, all coming in for this game. So we're.
You been there before?
I have been to Seattle. My daughter visited University of Washington, and I couldn't get over how beautiful that campus was. Now,
you went the right time.
It was raining the day we were there.
What?
Yes, but it was the campus is beautiful. I can't even imagine what it's like on the day that the sun's out. But
well, they say the summers in Seattle are absolutely incredible.
Yes, they call that like the third week of July, and that's it. But anyway, I went to the Washington spring game prior to last year. The weekend we were there, they were having the spring game, and I'm like, may as well go check it out. So we got in the stadium. It's funny because I went to the bathroom and they had the play-by-play piped in of Tony Castricone and the Washington Radio Network, and I'm listening to it and I'm like, yeah, this sounds like a spring game because I've done spring games before and they're really difficult to do play-by-play for a spring game.
Talk about emptying the bucket.
Yeah, there's a lot of bucket
Useless
material.
facts there.
Yep, and you know who plays a lot in spring games? Walk-ons,
Mm-hmm.
and so you really have to dig. But anyway, yeah, the stadium, the setting looks beautiful.
Right in the water.
Yep. Have you been to a game there?
I haven't. I'd like to, and that's one of those places. I don't have a bucket list of places to go, but it's a place I'd like to go. I don't need to, but I'd like to check out a game at Washington. I'd like to check out a game at LSU. I'd like to check out a game at Alabama, maybe even Ole Miss. Just get down south and see some of those atmospheres, but Washington's one of them.
In preparing for this game, I talked to people that have been all around, been with the Michigan program forever. I said, is this the loudest stadium? And they said no. The loudest stadium is the one Michigan State's going to play on Friday night, according to people, longtime people in the Michigan Traveling Party. Outson Stadium in Eugene, Michigan State playing Oregon.
Been there.
On the field, okay, my experiences are Penn State, night game, wide out, the loudest. Kinnick, number 2, also a night game. Ohio State, 3.
So Penn State, Iowa, Ohio State.
Yep. But honestly, the piercing sound of Ford Field is the loudest stadium I've ever been in.
I would agree with you on that. It's still that Chicago game for me.
Yep.
Even being at the playoff games got real close. It's hard to say that it wasn't louder, but maybe it's just because it's in a different spot in the press box. When we were there for the Chicago game, that was a 50-yard line seat in the press box.
Yep.
Now the seats in the press box where they have us are more like
Way
the
down.
goal line, so it's totally different. You don't get the full effect. You're in a corner, but I would tend to agree with you. For me, for college, Penn State and Ohio State were incredibly loud, and I'd been to Autzen. I don't remember. It didn't stand out for being that loud, but that incarnation of Oregon football is different than today's Oregon football. And now there's a standard to compete for national championships. Back then, they had a hell of a team. They had Achilles Smith and Reuben Drones. That was a great team, but I don't remember it stand out being that loud. What I do remember was strange to me was that they got the hose out onto the field like a fire hose, and they were hosing down the field. It was artificial turf, but they're hosing it down because, I don't know, it was too hot.
I've seen that happen, whether they're cooling the field off or it's good for the turf or whatever. I do want to throw one more in there, and that is Lincoln, Nebraska. A night game there. It might have been the toughest environment because not only is it in the ballpark of the loudest, there are so many people on the field that aren't on the teams. Like, they were the most packed sidelines. And I remember J.J. McCarthy looking to the sideline, and he literally couldn't find the coaches that he was trying to, because the sidelines are just packed. It's a wall of people, and they were way down at one end, and he just ran a play that they were trying to change. But it's really visually, if you put the visuals from field level with the noise, Nebraska at night was about as tough as I can remember too. But anyway, by the way, we got this from Jake St. Louis on Twitter, and Gitter, you actually pointed out during the break. But Brian Anderson and Jeff Francoeur will be calling the Tigers Guardian series on TBS. So unfortunately, that means no Buck Martinez.
Damn.
Yep.
I have to figure out a Jeff Francoeur impression.
What, you don't have one already?
Not yet, no. Interesting, because what's the other series there? Did they get the
Kansas City and the Yankees?
Yeah, Frank Gore played for Kansas City. That would have been interesting.
Well, I don't know if TBS. Let me go look at because MLB Network had some of the network, MLBnetwork.com, excuse me. Tigers are on TBS. The Milwaukee Mets at Philly is on Fox. Then Yankees, Kansas City's TBS, and then Padres, Dodgers, FS1. So we think Buck Martinez, unless he's not with Turner anymore. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Mike on a cell. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Doug and Gator, how are you guys doing, sir?
Good, thank you.
So I'm that fan that's the biggest bandwagon jumping fan that you'll ever know. The last Tigers game I went to was when I was a kid. I'm 35. I don't like baseball. I always tell my friends, like, baseball is not even a real sport, and they kind of laugh at me because I couldn't run a base if I tried. But I got tickets for Wednesday, and I cannot wait. I am totally sold. I love these young guys, and I love the way that they're playing. I'm the type of guy that barely can tell you all the rules of baseball, but this run that they're having is absolutely crazy, and I just want to be a part of it, and I can't wait.
Well, nobody's mad because this team this season has been wild for a variety of reasons. Obviously, the team started out hot, then they started to fade, then they were really taking on water, then the plug got pulled on their TV contract. They went dark to most people in Metro Detroit. Then they sold at the trade deadline. Then they came back on TV when interest was just about 0.0. Then they got hot. And I don't know that a team has ever gone from completely off the radar of the sports fan to smack dab in the middle of the radar of the sports fan in 2 months' time like this team. Like when they went back on TV on August 1st, I think we could go weeks without getting a Tiger call.
Yeah, and the only Tigers updates I was really getting was from you guys. And I was intrigued by like the young team. And then as soon as they started getting hot, I'm like, I'm going to start watching some games like when I can. And I've been watching them, and I'm like, I might like baseball now. Like, do I like it? Like, is that what's going on? But I'm so jacked for Wednesday. Like, I'm playing hooky from work. I don't care. Like, we're going, and we're going to have a great time, and win or lose, like, I can't wait.
Well, to be clear, we don't have a start time yet for Wednesday. I suspect, though, it'll be the first game of the day because the other games are going to be Yankees versus Kansas City.
Well, they can't have the Yankees in anything but prime time, right?
How about the Dodgers?
They can't have anything. The Dodgers got to start their games at 10:30, right?
Maybe the Mets, but it could be Mets Phillies.
They don't care about that.
So you think Mets Phillies might be the noon and Detroit Cleveland might be the 4?
No, I would think it'd be Detroit Cleveland, and then you go with Mets Phillies. And I'm not just saying because that's what I hope it is. I mean, want to enjoy downtown, man.
Dude, downtown's going to be crazy on Wednesday, especially if they come home with a win.
Oh.
248-539-9797. Frank, you're next. Hi, Frank.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
We're great, thank you.
All right, I just wanted to say I thought one of the key things in yesterday's game was something that didn't happen at all, and that was Tork not swinging when he walked. I mean, he's coming up with 2 men on. He did it yesterday, 2 men on, struck out. Earlier in that game, 2 men on. It seems to be a curse for him, but him not swinging the bat, I don't think that 4 straight balls?
It was 4 straight balls, yeah. And they clearly, the Tigers are green lighting guys with 3-0 counts. I think it was Colt Keith yesterday. It was Jake Rogers who came through in the second inning with a big base hit. So they're not afraid. This is an aggressive team that will swing at a 3-0 pitch.
Oh, man.
And Tork did not.
Yeah, I agree. And him not swinging was key.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was
it's just him. I mean,
tough pitch to lay
they
off.
even said before they switched pitchers did you hear him say they're calling back Tork? And I thought, oh man, they're not going to pinch hit for him.
So did Spada make a mistake there by putting Hader in before the Tigers announced who their hitter was?
Yeah,
I think
so. Yeah, I mean they're kind of pitching him like Baez, down and out, and they just know that. But maybe they told him don't swing till you get 2 called strikes. I don't know.
It worked out.
Yeah, they tried pitching him inside, and he wasn't biting. And then the 3-0 pitch looked like he may have caught the top part of the zone, but was ruled ball 4.
It's Karch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. Attention fans, UMCU is the official credit card of the Detroit Lions, and they're proud to partner with Lions superstars like Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold. To celebrate this winning combination and the Lions' new sleek black uniforms, UMCU has something special for you. It's an exclusive access to the new Detroit Lions black debit card. So you got to check it out. Now's the perfect time to become a member and join the Detroit Pride. This exclusive Lions black debit card is only available to UMCU members. Choose the black card or one of the other 3 designs. UMCU has been servicing customers for over 70 years. I'm a member now, and signing up is easy. Show off your pride and passion with the new Detroit Lions black card, only from UMCU. Just visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. UMCU, where success deserves celebrating. So much stood out in this series sweep of the Houston Astros, Gator. I got to tell you, my phone just looked up sweep of the Houston Astros. Did you hear that?
I did.
Yep. Don't know what that was all about.
What was she going to say?
I don't know. Siri, look up sweep of the Houston Astros. See what we got here.
No, she's not even listening to you.
Apparently not.
Typical.
Now she's not talking.
Right. Well, I mean, look, she was offering up the information. Then you asked for it, and she's like, nope. I mean,
Not now.
I wonder what I said that made Siri think I was looking for sweep of the Houston Astros.
Well, we know what you said to offend her.
Yeah, I told her, not now. I just got further from.
Totally.
Okay, so so much stood out. Like that caller called up and said, Torque's walk, right? And Kerry Carpenter getting from first to third. And Parker Meadows covering everything in the outfield. And, just all those little things that they were able to do that adds up to this win. The use of A.J. Hinch's bullpen. What do you think Jackson Jobe is moving forward? Because they put him in a huge pressure situation. And I'm not going to say he didn't come through. I think nerves maybe is why he plunked the first batter. And nobody really made hard contact. But I feel like they're still taking this thing out for a test drive, and seeing what they got here.
Yeah, I think they are too. And what do I think he's moving forward for the series against Cleveland? I think he's another bullpen guy, another guy they can use for an inning or two if they have to, because he obviously started all season. But for right now, that's what he is. He's a bullpen guy. In the spring, hopefully he pitches just fine in the spring and makes the roster out of spring training and or shortly thereafter and is part of the rotation, because that's why you drafted him. He's this guy that has ridiculous talent. All the scouts rave about him. He's the number 2 prospect in all of baseball, the number 1 pitching prospect in all of baseball, and he's ours. And he's on the team right now in the playoff roster for a reason, because he's got an arsenal of pitches that are all plus pitches. And, yeah, he gave up 2 runs yesterday, but watch the inning again, how he gave up those runs, and it was something he could have gotten out of. I thought he was getting out of it. Ground ball to first base. Torque dives, makes a stop, throws it home, skips it to Rogers. Rogers can't hang on to it. The run scores. Would have been out number 1. Next play, pop up over to the right side of the infield. It's going to be in foul territory. Veerling runs in on it, camps under it, catches it, hesitates, then throws it in, narrowly missing the runner at home plate. I mean, if he guns it right away, maybe that runner is going to stop halfway through and go back to third base, or if he continues on, probably out, and it's a double play. He could have gotten out of the inning. And the other base hit was, a blooper to center field. Nobody hit him hard. I thought he was fine.
I would like to, I think maybe the exit velocity on the ball that Torque fielded might have been the greatest, but
yeah.
Okay, because I'm on SI.com, and here's the headline. Detroit Tigers top prospects, awful playoff debut, creates huge roster decision. And the story goes through and documents what happened. And at the end it says A.J. Hinch now needs to decide if they can trust Jobe to stay in the pen for a series against the high-powered Cleveland Guardians offense. He's obviously a very talented pitcher, but is he ready for the moment?
All right, who's the author of this?
So I found a link on SI.com. The author was Dylan Sanders.
Who's that? D.Y. Ellen?
D.Y. Len Sanders. Yeah. Dylan Sanders.
Probably picked the Astros to win too. Dylan.
I don't know.
I thought Jobe was fine. I mean, I think this is only going to help him, to be honest with you. And I think his role moving forward, because I think he will be on the roster in the next round, is, he's going to pitch up. He's a bullpen arm, of course, but he's got starter mentality, right? He's got starter stuff. So I think he can go more than 1 inning if need be. And the advantage of him, other than just having great stuff, is no one's seen him pitch. The Guardians have never faced Jackson Jobe, and when he's on, and Gator, you mentioned earlier in the show, he didn't even throw his fastball a lot. I think he might have thrown it 2 or 3 times. He's got a great fastball. So I think that outing last night or yesterday is going to help settle him in. And once he gets settled a little bit, I think we're going to see lights out Jobe.
So the other thing that complicates the issue is that with the rule that you have to face 3 people, you can't just throw him in there for 1 batter and say, okay, he's nervy. And I can't imagine they were going to take him out after 1 pitch. He threw the pitch, he hit the batter. Even if that rule wasn't in place, I think they'd leave him in. But when you make a commitment to start an inning, you at least have to follow through on having him face 3 batters.
Yeah, I'd hate to disagree with Dilly, but I will.
Okay.
I think it's a horrible take I mean, you pay attention to the game and watch how he was pitching. And, I was questioning why only 2 fastballs out of 15 pitches, but he got soft contact for the most part. And like I said, I think he could have very well have gotten out of that. But if Dilly's able to write what he wants to. I only say that because his Twitter handle is Dilly Sanders. So, I'm not making fun of him. His name's Dilly. And, but hey, he's got a lot of experience. I mean, he graduated from LSU in 2023. So, this guy's been around for a while.
He's seen it all?
He's seen it all. Look, he's seen national championships at LSU.
Is Job older than Dilly?
Job is, no, he's not. Job is younger than Dilly.
You sure?
Yeah. Well, Job's 22, and
So?
I think Dilly might be 24.
He might be 21.
23, 24.
Do you know his birth date?
I don't. It just says graduated in 2023. What? I'm just, the young man's got a wealth of knowledge. He covered, LSU and watched national championships. He's been writing about sports since he was in high school. All right, so add 4 more years. Long time.
Grizzled veteran?
Grizzled veteran. Yeah. Wrote for the school paper, The Revelry, and also the Revelry, and also 247 Sports. Hey, he's credentialed. This guy knows what he's talking about. Dilly got it.
He's coming up on his 2-year anniversary on Twitter.
Look at that. Happy anniversary. Go get him with a hot take like Jackson Jobe, and he may not even be on the roster. Okay, we'll see. Would you be surprised if Jackson Jobe wasn't on the roster?
So I don't know that there's an obvious. I kind of feel like Jobe, or a little bit of, hey, let's see if we can tap into something special and get on a rocket ship early.
I mean,
because you know who else did that? Who was a rocket ship early was Paul Skeens, who was the previous best pitching prospect in baseball until Jobe.
Dilly knows that because Dilly covered LSU, so he knows all about Paul Skeens. I don't have to go back and look at tweets on that. I'm sure he's well-versed.
Yeah. Got it. Let's move on. We go to Tom. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Dilly.
Hey, guys. I'm still kind of, ecstatic about everything that's going on between the Lions and Tigers. Yep. But get this, man. I really think, and this sounds crazy, I think they're prepping Jobe to be a closer, man. I think they're prepping him to deal with high-pressure situations. I mean, he can be a starter, but I think they would like to see somebody that has closer potential, and I think he might have it.
For what? For the rest of the postseason, or that's his role in the future?
I think long term. That's what I think is going to be down the road for him, man.
Oh boy, I wouldn't expect that.
I wouldn't either.
I think a guy that has that many plus pitches in his arsenal,
you want to see him as a starter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're going to play him they're going to pitch him as a starter. The reason he's on the roster is because he's throwing a bunch of innings, right? But they can use a guy who can throw 100 miles an hour when you use him limited, like you would coming out of the bullpen for this postseason. I don't think there's any chance he's a closer for the Tigers in the next couple of years.
They just done some really unexpected things.
He does, without question. This has been an unconventional run. Yeah. And I wonder if Cleveland's going to try to do this too. Cleveland's got 2 really good starters, and then the rest of them,
So you think they might come at Detroit with the Detroit
Maybe Cleveland's
plan?
going to try to do pitching by chaos.
Let's go to Ryan. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
How you doing?
What's up?
Good. I'm thinking about the Jackson Jobe situation. Being a plus starter in the minors and then coming up, would it not be beneficial to roll him out in a chaos situation, but as a starter, and then have him go a couple innings and see how he does?
Could do that too.
Yeah, that's where I see him going.
I don't know if that's what
starting.
I don't know if that's what they want to do.
No,
because it's an interesting idea, right? Throw him right into the fire. You're going to start the game. It sounds like AJ wants to put him in a position to succeed. That's why when they had the chance at the end of the season, they put him in a perfect scenario, right? They got that extra run across on the board, and they were able to put him in, and he got his 1 inning of relief, no problem. Then they put him in against the White Sox, and he got 3 shutout innings. Was perfect. That was great. Perfect opportunities for him. Now that we're in the playoffs,
yeah, I guess that's true.
A little bit different.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, again, like you said, putting him in those high-pressure situations only sets him up better for next year anyway.
Yeah, I'm not I wouldn't mind seeing him as a fan. As a fan, I just want to see the kid pitch.
If they like a matchup, and that means he's in early in a game and including starting, I'm not against it.
Right.
In fact, I think that's the least pressurized opening. The first inning is every passing inning, the pressure mounts, unless it's a blowout. But
yeah, just how about maybe I don't need to see him right away against Jose Ramirez. I've been on record. I'll say it again. I'm in favor of walking Jose Ramirez almost every time. He is a Tiger killer.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, I know you see the trucks. They're red, white, and blue. They're all over the place. They're out there to help you. They're the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. It's the only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust. They've come to my house on a couple of occasions, and they have been awesome. And they're going to help to keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. Right now, you know those temperatures are dropping. It's getting into the 50s, maybe even the 40s this week, overnight lows. You want to be warm, but don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating for the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews out there on Google. So whether it's your furnace or a water heater, boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to. In terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve a bar food. It's elevated and impressive. You know, they actually have a scratch kitchen. Their team's in there every day at 7 a.m. preparing all the food for you to enjoy. Whether you're in town to watch the baseball games or not, Twin Peaks has something for everyone. For starters, they smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips, craft their own meatballs. They hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. They make their own salad dressing. They even make their own croutons. They're more than just burgers and wings. Try the trophy trout or mom's pot roast and see for yourself. Dine in and enjoy with friends. Carry out and share those barbecue favorites with family. Now that we've touched on the food, let's talk about the bar. The bourbon list is elite, high-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, and Blanton's. Even high-end tequilas like Cincoro Anejo or Don Julio 1942. They pour their beer at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees, coldest in the state, and pair that with wall-to-wall TVs, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. You got football on TV on Mondays and Thursday nights. You've got baseball playoffs. Got to check it out. Heck, hockey season starting. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com to find a location nearest you. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com.
So I wanted to drop this on you earlier today, Doug.
Okay. Drop away, my friend.
On this date in history.
Oh, God. Yes.
Lots of things happen on this date in history.
Let's hear it.
October 3rd, 1920. American Pro Football Association, later the NFL, plays its first full round of games. Dayton beat Columbus 14-0 in the first official game at Triangle Park in Dayton. Yes, the Dayton Triangles beat the Columbus Panhandles because, as you know, Ohio is a panhandle state.
They're called the Panhandles?
The Panhandles.
And the Dayton Triangles?
That's right. On this date in 1945, Elvis Presley's first public appearance at the age of 10 years old.
Okay.
10 years later, the Mickey Mouse Club would premiere. Then things got interesting.
I hope so.
1974, Brazilian legend Pele retires from soccer. Although, didn't he come back and play in the NASL? We had Madonna performs her erotica video on MTV, which was the same day, literally in 1992, that Sinead O'Connor ripped up the picture of the Pope on Saturday Night Live. This is the same day in history that O.J. Simpson was found not guilty of murder of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman.
That was today.
That was today.
Wow.
It's also the same day from 2008 that the $700 billion bailout bill for the United States financial system is signed by George W. Bush. And it's also the same day today, and this is ironic.
I'm waiting for something.
In 2017, I just thought this was all interesting, that President Trump visited Puerto Rico, which was devastated by Hurricane Maria. So the same day, we've got hurricanes we're dealing with cleaning up. There's a lot happened today. You're unimpressed. I can already tell. I can feel that you're unimpressed.
I was excited with the Dayton Triangles. And I thought there was going to be some other cool sports.
Whitey Ford notched his win number 232 to become the Yankees' winningest pitcher in 1965.
Dude.
Tennis legend Billie Jean King became the first female athlete to win $100,000 in 1971.
Is that supposed to be making it better?
Well, you wanted sports. Now we're giving you sports.
There's no local, I thought we were working with something with the Triangles. But now, I'm not quite sure what you're doing.
Oh, boy. I just thought it was interesting.
All
The
right.
irony with the hurricane we're dealing with now is the same thing we had.
You know, it's hurricane season, and there's hurricanes this time of year.
Let me guess. Days in December, there's winter stuff,
Dude,
winter
there was
anniversaries.
A winter storm on this date, the same as we're getting a winter storm now.
This is
on January 9th. Can you believe it?
Doug, this is like in June when we get those anniversaries, the Red Wings and Pistons championship runs. No kidding, it's June. They don't have the anniversary in February.
It's ASAP Rocky's birthday. Happy birthday.
It's hurricane season.
It's Stifler's birthday today. You happy about
Mike
that?
and U of M just said on Twitch, gotta love the guy who hates history lessons giving this history lesson.
How about that on today's day? Who knew?
Okay, can we try this again? I think we should try this again. I don't want to crush you for doing this. I think we should try this again, but choose a day where interesting stuff happened.
I don't know. I thought OJ being found guilty on the same day that Pele retires, which was the same day that, you get the ripping up of the Pope picture. Right? And these are iconic moments in our history we all know about. But you don't find that interesting. Okay.
Well, no, I don't know. That's fine. I think if we did the same thing tomorrow, you'd find other similarly uninteresting events.
Oh, wow.
To relive.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Can we talk about the Tigers?
I mean, tomorrow's birthday would be Alicia Silverstone's birthday.
Can we talk about the Tigers?
Your buddy John Cicada, he'll be 62 tomorrow. So I'll save that for tomorrow. I'll bring it up again tomorrow.
Does thus conclude Gators history lesson?
Yeah.
All right.
More Dilly Sanders?
No. I want to know if you think come Saturday, and we'll probably get into this more tomorrow, there's going to be a noticeable Detroit presence in that ballpark in Cleveland.
Oh, I think so. I think there will be a noticeable.
Yes.
Yeah. I think also when you think back to it with the Houston series,
yep.
I don't know if we're ever going to know how many Tiger fans there were in Houston because it's the same color scheme.
Yeah, that's a good
really
point.
Kind of hard with the orange and the blue, and Cleveland, got blue and white too. So it's but I think we'll notice some Tiger fans there.
So they go to the playoffs all the time. Like Houston It's been 10 straight years and 7 straight CS appearances. And Altuve played like playoff game 105 and 106 in his career. Cleveland's the same thing. Well, not quite the same thing, but Cleveland has been a lot. So I don't know. Like, we are desperate. We are hungry. We are starving for some postseason success. We had a caller call today whose car broke down in Missouri, found no other way to get there, so he bought a new car for $32,000 and drove to Houston. Left his old car in Missouri at a dealership.
He said they're going to use it for his landscaping business. I mean,
still, that's pretty. That speaks to where Detroit is right now, and I'm just wondering if Cleveland's got a brace for impact, because here we come. I really think that it's going to be noticeable. And the best part of last night's locker room celebration for old timers out there was them inviting Tram in the middle. Did you see them douse him with beer?
I did not see that.
Beer or champagne? If you're going to get doused with one, which would you prefer it be?
Champagne, because it sounds like it means more.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a bigger celebration if it's champagne, although champagne's going to sting. Beer doesn't sting necessarily.
Yeah. I think champagne feel like if I'm going to get a champagne shower, that's better than a beer shower.
Yeah.
Because, well, first of all, it'll remind me so much of that smell of the fraternity house that my son just moved out of.
Sticky feet.
Which was disgusting. But champagne shower, that's a little bit different.
Yes.
And that feels more important.
It does.
Kang, what about you? Beer or champagne?
I mean, if we're just going outside right now and you're saying, hey, I got to douse you with something, I'm choosing beer. The champagne's the sting factor.
Yep.
Now, if it's because it meant something, champagne means championships. So you go with that. But sting factor, guys, sting factor.
Sting factor. It stings.
Rico Beard is in studio. What's up, man?
Does it smell like onions?
No. Do you smell onions?
Studio. Yeah.
Does it? Sorry, there were some onions in my lunch, but apologize for that.
No,
I'm sure Mike won't say anything. He won't complain at all, will he?
No, he won't.
I'll try and wipe down the workstation here in case it can make a difference.
Pull that pin and throw the grenade and walk out.
Walk out, yeah. And now it's your problem, Rico. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
I'd like that. Interesting what you guys had, beer or champagne. Yeah, champagne means you've done something. Beer means you're with your buddies. Champagne means,
something special.
Yeah, it does.
Something big. Something big just happened.
Some Tigers talk. And then, how about this? Lions or Tigers? One is burdened by heavy expectations. The other is a Disney movie, Miracle.
Yes.
Which one are you enjoying more?
Interesting question.
Does that just come down to whether you're a baseball fan or a football fan?
No, because I don't. I see where you're coming from, Gator. But it's just one team has heavy expectations. Mm-hmm. The other team is you're watching the latest edition of Angels in the Outfield. Like which one is
if
you appreciate more? Like do you really want the expectation, or do you want the one where, you know what, no one believed in us? And no one truly, not like Georgia winning a national title, nobody believed in us. But really, nobody believed in you.
What was the Georgia kid on the field last year? People are picking us to lose 5-6 games. I'm like, who?
What, over the next 5 or 6 years?
Yeah. Like, brother, I'll give you $1,000 right now. Tell me one person. One person.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Betting Naughty Pools. I'm being attacked here today. The Tigers have their first of 2 days off before they begin a series with the Guardians in the ALDS. Stephen Kwan has become a star in Cleveland's lineup this year, but he's been in and out of the lineup with a back injury. Longtime radio voice Tom Hamilton provided us an update on his status. Browns running back Nick Chubb said that his left knee felt good after his first practice in a year yesterday following surgery. He was asked when he may return to the field, quote, "whenever I feel good," end quote. Baltimore Orioles general manager Mike Elias has confirmed that manager Brandon Hyde will return next season. Baltimore had its lowest attended playoff game in Camden Yards history yesterday, which ended in a royal sweep. The Wings face the Maple Leafs tonight in preseason action on the ice. Pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Yeah, they did. I'm a heavy sweater. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
David just killed the music. I don't care. It's sunny. It's a Thursday. So much to do. David's had enough. All right, let's get into it because, people, I have news you can use. That's not the news. No. The news is much bigger. Much bigger. Nope, even bigger. The news is of biblical proportions. See, I have seen the future, people. History has foretold what the future will be. Mm-hmm. And I am here to tell you something. The Tigers, with their win, which we expected them to beat Houston. I don't know why people were scared of Houston. The Tigers win. Here's the scripture, y'all. Tigers are the fourth team ever to win a playoff series after being at least 10 games out of a playoff spot, at least 110 games deep into the season. And you will say, well, Michael, or Bleephole, depending on your perspective, what does that have to do with this team and what is this news you can use? Well, let me help you. The other three teams that have done it before you, the 2011 St. Louis Cardinals, the 1969 Mets, and the 1964 Cardinals. And once again, you will say, listen, you bearded New York butthole, what does this have to do with our team? And I will tell you, those three teams all went on to win the World Series. You play to win the games. Rico, I want to ask you right now after, is this something or nothing? It's another way of asking the question, because what I don't want people to do is call the show clutching their chandelier, but then they don't just want to say what's on their mind. If you believe this team's winning the World Series, then damn it, say it with your chest.
I think it's something, because here's the thing that all three of those teams had to do, Mike, and it's what the Tigers did. You started playing playoff baseball in September. You're in that mindset where every game counts. Every game you had to figure out a way to win because you couldn't afford to lose anything and give up any ground. As the Twins were twinning, you had to keep pace, and then you overcame them. So I can see that because the Cards, they're the World Series champions with the worst record ever. The 69 Mets, the Miracle Mets. Like, Cards, I have no idea what they were. That was sick. That was before my time.
What are you kidding me? You were a junior in high school in 64. The point I'm making is, can we look back throughout history and look at the 3 other examples of teams like you, minus the 73 Mets? The 73 Mets had a different qualifying stat. Their stat was about being on August 11th, at least 8 games. It was different. But is there something to getting hot at the right time of year? Is there something to momentum, miraculous, magic, whatever it is? And yes, there has to be a level of it that the team's just good. But guys, this is magical. You had a guy in Andy Ibanez yesterday who hadn't hit a baseball in 2 months. 0-2 count against Josh Hader. He doesn't just get a hit. He clears the bases with a double. You got a guy in Zach McKinstry who hits 170, double. You got pitchers who, look, you can't say it enough. All their numbers in the minors are terrible. They come up here to Mariano Rivera. Look, there's a magic to it. Part of it is this team's good. Part of it is it's magic. Does history give us a window into what we're about to enjoy? Now, I said this yesterday in the postgame show that I still don't understand how I'm a part of. And I said Tigers in 4 over the Guardians. I stated my case before the playoffs started.
They're going to lose a game?
Yes.
Okay.
You're right. Tigers in 3. Tigers 118, Guardians 2. But the point I'm making is there something we can take out of historical context to teams getting hot at the right time? We didn't respect Houston, you and I. Win. I don't have a lot of respect for the Guardians because it's a Spider-Man meme. They're kind of like you. And your magic just feels way more relevant. I told you from the beginning, the only team that I think will stop your ride is the Yankees. Plus, that's radio gold. It's me versus everybody. But does history tell us something? 248-539-9797, because as we know again, factually true, and it's a fun soundbite.
No, history does tell us this, Mike, because,
and shame on David for not adding the other soundbites I wanted. He said you rejected them. I'm not going to bring up why. It's hurtful. We'll continue. It's hurtful, and we'll just continue. And David, I thought you were on my side.
No, it is hurtful.
We'll continue. I'm leaving it alone. We'll continue.
Okay. David?
No.
You go ahead. Say something.
No, there's nothing to say. We are moving on. You're a real problem, David.
No, David's not the problem.
Continue along.
I forgot what I was going to say.
It's okay. Kenny, while Rico thinks, David, does history give us a window into what we're going to see moving forward with this baseball team?
Look, I understand and I get what the stat is saying. Yes, it's wonderful. The Cardinals, what they did in 2011, 1969 Mets, and the 1964 Cards, I get that. But this may be weak. But those teams didn't have to do what the Tigers have to do. There was no wild card round. There was just 4 teams in the playoffs back then, and it was much easier to get through a couple rounds and do what you need to do.
Why do you have to use facts?
They have a lot more to do.
Those teams had to, especially the Mets, had to come from
they did
way behind just to finally catch up. Because, David, I do think that this is sustainable because you've learned how to manage every pitch, every bat, because you had to win every game. You just don't forget that all of a sudden. I mean, you saw that just going to Houston. They figured it out. Okay, let's just work this out. Let's get this run. Let's get a run here. Let's bring in this guy to stop these hitters. You've been managing games like this for a month that I do think it puts them in an advantageous spot where they can continue this.
Yeah, but and I understand why someone calling in would say, yes, this can continue. But this 5-game series that's what it's going to have to be. Is much different from a 3-game series against the White Sox, a 3-game series against the Rockies, a 3-game series in the regular season against the Orioles. It's totally different. Mm-hmm. And I, as a fan, I sit there on the edge of my seat like yesterday when we don't have Scooble on the mound, and I wonder, is every piece going to work the way it needs to again in the playoffs?
Yeah, David, I get it. You've been stealing games. Let's just be for real. When Scooble's not out on the mound, you have been stealing games left and right. A 5-game series to me is the max. Now, you get to the 7-game series, you're playing the Yankees or the Royals. Now, that's where it's going to get problematic because you're going to have to steal a lot of games, especially in New York, under the bright lights of New York City. I don't know if they could do this but they have been so hot. I don't think they can get out of their own way. They're just winning this despite any type of logic. Makes no sense. But the fact that they've been playing playoff baseball for an entire month.
See, now you brought up something that's different. See, now it's a window into like me after 24 years in this business. It is very hard for me to put aside pragmatism and not be cynical. And in order to believe in this team, you have to put that aside. You do. I mean, it's no different than the 0-2 A's. Actually, it is. They had 3 really good starting pitchers. You have 1. But the mix and match and the managerial genius of A.J. Hinch, I don't doubt any of those things. I doubt the pieces he has.
Right.
But I said to you starting, 2-3 weeks ago, Rico, I'm done trying to figure it out. Mm-hmm. They're not slowing down, and neither are the Twins. I think they got a real shot to get in. Once we started to get towards, okay, who are they going to play? What did we say? Give me Houston. They look old. They look tired. They look like the 0-4 Lakers. I think we can get them. What did you do? You got them. Mm-hmm. But as you move forward, I happen to agree with Rico, David, is that, look, a 7-game set, much less 2 of them, mind you, 2 of them, to win it all. It is very hard for me to get out of my own head and what I know about the sport and go, okay, no problem. This'll just roll. They've got 1 starter and look, you saw a couple cracks in this series, whether it was Foley almost blowing game 1, whether it was, I know he didn't get hit hard, but things happen. Remember, you've gotten every break now for a month and a half. You almost blew game 2. You wonder, okay, as it continues to ratchet up, and I ask more of you more often, that's hard for me. But, and they're just not stopping. So I am not mad at all. I've given you the historical context. If you believe they're winning it all, you have history on your side. The other 3 teams that have done what you've done, they won it all. Now, David used nasty little facts about how there weren't extra rounds in the playoffs. Thanks a lot, Preacher Poopy Pants. But for the rest of us who want to enjoy our Thursday, you tell me.
Yeah.
Tell me.
No, because here's the thing. Unless the Tigers are willing to do something irresponsible with Scooble, I don't see how they can go through not 1, but 2 7-game series.
And when Rico says irresponsible, it's the Madison Bumgarner plan or the Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling plan with the Diamondback. The idea of pitching him more or aggressive, I don't see it. And I don't want to endanger the future of the franchise. This kid is already at 200 innings when he only pitched 85 last year. Now, if you make this run, all right, we're going to, God willing, get another 6 good innings here against the Guardians in game 2, which is, look, game 1, a little bit of a free roll. Game 2, as long as you get it, I'm setting up a wild card series where I got 2 out of 3 at home. Mm-hmm. So, again, if he pitches once, maybe twice in that series, you start to add these innings up. Before you know it, you're going to be at 230 innings.
Right. He's already got hit in the right hand twice so far in the last 2 weeks.
Not his pitching hand. We don't care.
Correct. But then
put an oven mitt on.
But the whole back stiffness, I was like, wait, what just happened here? Because
hydration.
I thought he was angry at the ump. He wouldn't turn around. I'm like, okay, no, there's something really going on here.
If you've ever wanted to hear, not that you'd want to hear this, but if you want to know what it would sound like if Dan Dickerson, his heart stopped live on air. And Dan was like, our sound effect that we like. Oh, no. Oh, no. It was unbelievable. Live on the air, because at first he's like, ooh, I like this. Ooh, we wanted that call. And then cutscene. Heart stopped. Yeah. Moment realized. That was actually Dan Dickerson, live on 97.1 when Scooble cramped up. And then you're like, okay, whatever. It's a Charlie horse. We're going to be okay. 248-539-9797. I want to hear from you guys. Is there any relevance to the stat we brought up? And do you actually believe today the sun came up, you're in the ALDS, I don't think anyone's afraid, and you shouldn't be. If you like Vegas betting lines, Guardians -120, Tigers even money to win the series. That's as coin flippy as it gets. I actually would make you the favorite because you're red hot. I need to see Stephen Kwan in one piece. I also need to see Cleveland's starting pitching show up. Their pen is every bit as good as yours.
Right.
But we'll get to it. All right. Does that sound good? I missed anything?
No.
All right. David, add the rest of that sound, will you please? Not the ones Rico's worried about. Just keep it going.
Somebody asked me the other day, you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network?
How many, Rico?
It's more than I thought, Michael. I actually went home, counted up how many devices I owned, and it's more than a dozen. It keeps me connected. All the good stuff like streaming, interneting, security, you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That is why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Hundreds. Now through October 10th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and get free Wi-Fi equipment included. And you can ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit the store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Cirque Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. This weekend, you know they'll have MSU Oregon. That assassination will be up on the big screen. And then U of M and UW, all in downtown Vegas. All built for fans at Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Okay, before we get to the people, we've provided some historical context for what the Tigers are doing. The question is, do you believe it's relevant? Do you believe they're taking it the whole way? David has ticket text. We'll get to the callers. What do you got? Let me hear what the people have to say.
Ibanez has 1 extra base hit in the month of September, 1 bases loaded extra base hit in October. Hinch managing the ultimate situational baseball. Tony in Oxford.
Okay, time out. Time out. I can't do this. Yes, the guy over a career has killed left-handed pitching. Yes. He was like 6 for 80 his last month and a half. What? Come on, man. The player coming through in that spot. I got a hard time with that one as far as Hinch goes. That's called miracle. 0-2 count against Hader. Ball in play by like a foot. It's miraculous. Not everything has to be a masterstroke. Guy's in a baseball in a month and a half.
You mean everything's not like Jim Leyritz, the patron god of
October? Right. No, I'm just saying, like, AJ should be manager of the year here, but, like, come on now. We don't have to falsely attribute everything. He put a guy in there who over a lifetime hits lefties, and he goes, this is the best option I got, even though the guy hasn't hit anything. And, of course, he gets a hit.
Because, well, stuff.
Seems like every guy on this Tigers team takes care of an issue, and we have no issues. World Series, John in Lansing.
Quote, we have no issues. It's going to be a long day today.
Nolan Romulus.
The Tigers won again.
I don't have David ruined it.
No, I didn't.
He turned it off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was doing
Unbelievable.
I was doing stuff during the break. I'm sorry.
Damn it, David.
I mean, we don't need to hear that anymore anyway.
Heather, please.
I'm sorry, what?
Heather, for God's sakes.
That's not Heather. That's AI.
Told you people were excited about the Tigers winning. My goodness. What the hell's going on in the mornings?
You know what? The Tigers won again. All right, let's go.
I think I'd rather.
Why does she sound like Marge Simpson?
Sometimes you don't ask why, and the audio gods just bestow you a gift. David?
I'm ready for a headline saying AJ is in bed with Stallions. Only way to explain the turnaround. Go Tigers. Nick in Atlanta.
I'll leave that alone. Michigan's got their multiple cheating scandals now. Signed the Chinese government.
Agree with David. The Tigers have a lot of moving pieces that all need to turn out just right. But that being said, I think the Tigers are going to keep rolling.
I think they'll beat Cleveland. I do. But it's hard for me to get beyond that. So go ahead and tell me I'm a horrible human being.
No, someone's texting and saying they're more scared of Cleveland than the Yankees. The Guardians actually have pitching, and that's what you're scared of.
You do realize the Yankees have a top 5 bullpen, right? You do realize they have Garrett Cole. Like, I mean, we don't need to make things up. I mean, I hate to break it to you. Like, Marcus Stroman won't be pitching in that series. Am I allowed to say that, or should I just?
No, and you got Aaron Judge. No, you're good.
The fat CC Sabathia is not pitching.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Leave it. A lot of bad memories. It always bothered me how much his neck sweat. He had like the Adam's apple fountain. It's like, CC, you're out here at 370. Maybe that's why, we got a problem.
He out there like Fat Thor.
Go ahead.
The 2024 Tigers are like the 2012 San Francisco Giants, who beat the Tigers. The Giants only had Mad Bum, and that's it. Okay. David is officially negative Nancy. I don't listen to anything he has to say on the Tigers anymore. That's cool.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's unfortunately a state of society now. Tell me I'm pretty or I'm not listening.
Oh, yeah.
That's disappointing. You've basically made it CNN and Fox News. You have to be able to talk about your teams, guys. And if you don't want to and you just want to grab your chandelier, do it. But, it's okay for David to have that opinion.
Stat doesn't mean anything. Teams in the 60s may as well have worn leather baseball helmets.
That much is true. I'm sorry. I was trying to have fun. My bad. Damn it.
Someone says, Rico, yes, she really said that. I texted him that soundbite. Yes, she said that. John, eat me.
Remarkable. Remarkable. And just imagine the sound you didn't let me put in the system. 248-53. Nope. 248-539-9797.
It'd be the first walkout.
Moving on. Let's go to Anthony to lead things off. 97.1. What's up, Anth?
What's up, Mike? How you guys doing? Love the show.
Thanks, brother.
Hey, can I get a whoa, Doug? I haven't heard that in forever.
Oh, my God. I don't know if that's on my board. I will research while you give us your take.
I just want to enjoy victory today, dude. I mean, like, we all know this. We weren't expecting this to happen over the last few months, and we got to this point. We're playing with house money. Yeah, I think we can go all the way. I am personally more worried about Cleveland than New York. I'm walking Judge. Walk the big hitters. Come on, let's go. I'm worried about Cleveland. Let's get through Cleveland, and then let's worry about today and not worry about tomorrow. You know what I mean? So
I like, look, you played, even in the prior version of your team, Anthony, that wasn't very good, you played Cleveland head up to a, 7-6 record throughout the season. Their offense struggles. You got to work your way around J-Ram. But, look, man, you're going to be in the types of games you want to be in, and they're heavily left-handed. You have the weaponry to kind of navigate. Nothing will ever be easy for this team, Anthony, because they're not that good. They're good enough, and they're hot, and they're confident, but nothing will ever be easy. You're playing Moneyball because your total payroll is $19 million, and Josh Hader makes $19 million himself. You're doing this because it's what you have to do. Even AJ said it before the game. I don't think this would carry through a whole season. Your manager's saying it. You're doing what you have to do, so you got to lose the illusion anything will be easy. But it's effective. And in this finite window, they can execute it.
It works. This team believe that they actually believe that everybody's going to go to the plate and be a hero, whether you're
I believe it
and
now.
when they get to the mound, they just know, you know what? I'm not going to let my teammates down. I will deliver.
I'm at a point with this team, they could send Akil Baddoo to the dish in the bottom of the ninth, 0-2 count, bases juiced, and he'll hit a grand slam. In fact, it'll land on the roof of the DAC. That's
and then
where
you'll hop
I've
in your car.
That's where I've arrived at with the team. It's just, it doesn't matter. If they need it, they're going to get it. Now, can that continue? It's hope and fun versus pragmatism. And it's I admit, now I've stepped back and I've just said, I'm just done trying to figure it out.
Because basically it boils down to, can you get 10 more wins just like that?
Correct. Let's go over to Glenn, 97.1. Glenn, what's going on?
Hey, guys, not much. I'm usually calling about the Lions, but I've just been in awe of what the Tigers have done. So I genuinely think if they can win with Skubal in every series, I think they honestly have a good shot of winning the whole thing. And I've just been listening to you guys, and I'm like, how is it over 30 games they're this elite? And I don't know. The more I've dug and I'm watching YouTube University, I genuinely think this Tigers team could change the way baseball is becoming. I think starting pitching after this, if the Tigers go all the way, is honestly going to become something of the past.
Oh, no.
Where you start several pitchers like this
all right,
because.
Glenn, can I have a conversation with you and no one else is listening? Like Rico left and no one in Detroit's listening. Glenn, I really hope what you're saying isn't true. Because what I will tell you, and then look, I want to say this to you, man to man, and I don't want you to judge me. I want to win. I understand this is how they have to play. I hate this style of baseball. I hate this.
That's fair. I just generally think with the Golden State Warriors did in the 2000s with basketball, revolutionized three-point shot.
They didn't revolutionise it. They ruined basketball. They made the NBA largely unwatchable. I know, Glenn, I'm scared.
I think Tigers pitching is because you have a bunch of guys coming from the minor leagues who are literally coming in and pitching shutout innings.
Yep.
What the genius of this is, all right, for example, you have Maeda, starting pitcher, sucked. Now he comes in as a reliever, only pitching 2 innings, starting against the bottom hitters in the order. His ERA has been cut in half.
It's an example of analytics being great for winning, and you're 100% right, Glenn, and I'm scared that you're right. It is also how analytics ruin the watchability of sports.
And I agree. It kind of worries me, but I guess in this matter, I don't think money needs to be allocated for starting pitchers anymore. You have to get the best bats in the game because now it all comes down to hitting. I can't explain how the Tigers are hitting so well. That befuddles me. That may be voodoo. But the pitching,
that part is.
The statistics can back it up. That it's better to have one guy pitch 2 innings than have one guy pitch 7.
100%. The more exposure you get as a pitcher, yes,
game.
I agree. I don't want that, but I can't argue with
it's
Glenn.
the Warriors. Okay.
And and they've ruined the NBA.
Or Odell Beckham Jr. one-handed catch. Now every receiver has to do that.
And Odell ruined my life. 248-539-9797. And that's not disrespect. You're playing the way you need to play to win. Understand, I felt the same way about the Tampa Rays. I hated the way they played. I want starting pitching. I want the same lineup. I want the best players to get 4 or 5 at-bats. I'm a boomer. But you're doing what you need to do to win, and I get it.
Yeah, you want 3 starting pitchers that you know, okay, I got these 3 guys. I can get 2
I want Andy Pettitte versus Tom Glavine. Throwdown. Playoff style. All right, every time you order Flavor Crust Pizza from Hungry Howie's, a couple things are going to happen here. A, you're going to get a convenient and delicious solution for dinner. The other is you're going to donate, by way of buying that pizza, to the National Breast Cancer Foundation in the month of October, because Hungry Howie's has been a partner for 15 years in an effort to find a cure, and every dollar you spend, a portion of the proceeds goes towards cancer research. So, to raise more dough, they're giving you free Howie bread with any online order of $25 or more. And tonight, you don't just order pizza, you order Love, Hope, and Pizza, and you do something nice and really contribute to a great cause. It's Hungry Howie's. Remarkable. Let's get to the people. You are the fourth team in history to win a playoff series after being at least 10 games out, at least 110 games deep in the season. The other three, the 69 Mets, the 64 Cards, and the 2011 Cards, all went on to win the World Series. Something or nothing. And really, it just comes down to your belief in this. You know, you listened to the show. We wanted Houston. I thought you'd beat Houston. You did. I think you're going to beat the Guardians. I think it's Tigers in 4. However, I happen to think it ends after that. And that is in no way negative. And that is in no way a shot at the team. This has been one of the most remarkable things in my 20 years with you guys in this city. It's been one of the most remarkable things, if not the most remarkable, I've ever seen. Ever. You don't see things that have, in essence, a 0% chance of happening happen. It's remarkable. But I want to know if you think they can carry it further and that they can go beyond the ALCS, that they could go and win a World Series. No one's saying it's impossible, but I wanted to know if you were bought in at that level. And if you want to just live day by day, I have no problem with that. I totally understand it. Yes, you're staring at me in judgment. I feel judged.
How do you feel judged?
That's just your general look. My point is,
I'm just agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. Well, then tremendous. David, take a text and I'll go back to the callers. Just a couple, please.
Whatever the Tigers do is gravy. Get swept by Cleveland or beat the Phils in the World Series. I'm just enjoying the ride. Go Tigers. Scott from Detroit.
All right. That's a day by day.
Yes,
Got it.
Correct. I have the topmost confidence in the Tigers. They look like they aren't even tired. It's the end of the year, and they look like they're just getting started. They're fresh and healthy. Yes, they can do what those teams did.
Okay.
AJ said himself, you couldn't pitch the rotation this way for a season. This is not going to change baseball. At least I hope it doesn't.
I hope it doesn't too, but I don't want to do that topic because people will not allow themselves to think in two different terms. They're going to take it as negative when it's not. So I really don't feel like dealing with it. It's like if David tells me he doesn't like Mexican food, that doesn't mean David's bad. Right? I don't have to like this style of ball. I've always found it to be a bit of a cheat code, a bit cheap, a bit fluky. The bottom line is, if it's involving a team that we talk about on a daily basis and it's gotten them to the playoffs and it can get us a parade down Woodward, I will support it for selfish reasons. Yeah. But when you're asking me, like, PSA, Jeff Rieger's a scumbag. Rieger asked me the question on the postgame last night, but you really don't like Moneyball. I go, no, I don't. It's just not my style of baseball. Then the idiot goes out and, Mike doesn't like the way the Tigers play. That wasn't the context of the conversation, jackass.
Wait, Rieger got something wrong and misquoted you.
Yeah, beyond his hairline.
There's the breaking news sounder right there.
What a POS.
No, what the Tigers are doing, it's not sustainable. It's like winning the office pool because you're picking your favorite mascot when you have to pick games. Has nothing to do with what happens on the field. It's just, I like turtles. I like this. I like that. And you're winning. And it doesn't make any sense, but what can I say? It's working for now.
And you support it for now.
Right.
But if you ask me the question of, do I want to see the whole sport go this way?
Right.
No, it'd be a nightmare.
Yeah.
I have no desire for that. Let's go to the people. Go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, what's up, brother?
Hey, Mike. Appreciate you having me on, man.
Yes, sir.
Rico.
What's going on?
Hey, so you provided 3 historical examples of the type of run that the Tigers are on, but let me give you 3 recent ones you didn't mention. The last 3 World Series winners, 23 Rangers, had 2 separate 6-game winning streaks in mid to late September. The 22 Astros finished 16-6 down the stretch in September. 21 Braves finished 12-2 down the stretch in September. So all 3 of the last World Series winners have entered the postseason on an absolute heater.
Mm-hmm.
And what have the Tigers done? I mean, you combine all 3 of those records, and that's the type of run that the Tigers are on right now. So they are far and away the hottest team in baseball. And if you look at the recency of it, that's the type of team that has been winning the World Series.
So what do you think?
Well, what I was going to say is the way that this next series stacks out, they have games on Saturday, Monday, Wednesday. And if you look at the whole pitching chaos, A.J. Hinch stacking his bullpen, he's going to have fresh arms for the first 3 games of the series. I say Tigers in 4. And you know what? Tigers are winning it all this year.
There it is.
I'm believing in them all the way through.
And I don't have an issue with it. I don't. I'm not mad if anyone believes. Because right now, Justin, to your point, it isn't slowing down. But it is, I mean, Justin, if you've listened to the show for any amount of time, I can't be anybody else than who I am. Like, I try to be pragmatic, and I am cynical. It's very hard to go, wait, so this is Bo Brisky's just going to be Mariano Rivera now? Like, this is the world I exist in? But it keeps happening. So I'm like, all right, I'll roll with it. I'm not against it.
That's the thing with postseason baseball. The teams that get hot are the ones that can neutralize a powerful offense with their pitching staff. And that's exactly what the Tigers have shown that they can do, not only down the stretch, but in this first series against the Astros. And, you know, I think that the Cleveland Guardians have a similar lineup construction to the Astros.
It's top heavy.
And I can really see them doing that as well. And
I agree with you. No, Justin, I think, I really do appreciate the interesting note about the last 3 years. I think that's really intriguing, really interesting, and it's valuable. 21, 22, 23. The hottest team that entered the gates won. Mm-hmm. Who's the hottest team? The Tigers.
Right. I just think there's a difference, though. Those three teams all had superstars. All right. Those three teams had you know what? Doesn't matter.
No, come on.
Those three teams all had superstars. Point to, other than Tarek Skubal and maybe Riley Green, who's your superstar on this team?
You don't have a 25 home run hitter. You don't have a 75 RBI guy.
You don't have a Simeon. You don't have a Seager. You don't have an Acuna. You don't have any
a guy who stole 25 bags.
Right.
You don't have, pitchers plural. Like Kenny, I get it.
It's a minimum requirement. You have to be hot this time of year.
All right, here's the other one. What is it? 9 of the last 12 World Series champs have a top 10 payroll. Yes, I understand all of those things, but it's flying in the face of what we're watching.
I by the way, I'm on the ride. I'm believing in this team. I'm enjoying the ride. I'm taking it day by day. I'm more with you that I approach it in a more pragmatic way. And when you start bringing up teams that have had bona fide superstars the last 3 years, I can't get on board with that.
So you're preparing yourself for the end, is what
you're saying. I'm enjoying it every single day.
Because you're enjoying it, but
everybody in the room believes we're beating Cleveland. No?
Yes.
Okay. That's not preparing for the end.
No. Not winning the World Series.
Listen, man. I mean, take it from somebody whose team spends $500 million a year, and we haven't even gotten to the World Series since 2009. You can't prepare to win the World Series.
Right.
It's really effing hard.
And I think saying they'll beat Cleveland and make it to the ALCS, something we thought a month and a half ago was way out of this world.
David, on September 9th, they were plus 50,000. To win the World Series. Today they're plus 1,200.
But if you're
you're not a bad person.
That's all I'm saying. And people listening, if you think we're negative saying that, that's like saying the Lions are going to win 10 games and everyone's saying 14. You're negative. It's still positive.
Agreed.
That too, Heather.
No, stop it. Right now, her and John are a separate matter. 248-539-9797. God, Rico's uncomfortable. Listen, sports are in full swing, and your teams are winning. People's pets' heads are falling off. Go to Paulson's. Upgrade your television for the postseason run that you're watching now and the one you're going to watch with the Detroit Lions later. Savings on surround sound receivers, speakers, furniture, and more. The sale goes through October 11th and Monday, October 14th. In Farmington Hills, you got a nice 4-day rip there to get in, save some big money. And if you don't remember anything, just remember what I tell you here. Their prices are always less than Amazon Prime or Best Buy. They'll show you right in the store. No gamesmanship. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. So a little something special. Normally this would be the time we do a little football, but not today because... And we have such a petty, catty POS on the show. He's got spring training receipts, David Music.
Now, here's the beauty of it. We would normally do this.
High-level production, everybody. Savor it.
At the end of the season, but you know what? The regular season's over, and they're still winning. So we may be doing this in November. So David said, how about we do it today?
Okay, then.
So here we go. Back in spring training, we said, Colt Keith, over under 14.5 home runs. Mike, you had over. David, you had over. Kenny, you had over. I took the under. He hit 13.
God! Why does the person who's negative win? Next.
Tarek Skubal, over under 128.5 strikeouts.
I said over because I had him top 3 in the Cy Young.
He had 228.
Woo!
Mike, you went over. Kenny, you went over. David and I went
How
under.
could I have gone over? I'm so negative. Next.
Tigers wins. Over under 84.5.
I had 85.
The Tigers won 86. Mike, you let somebody talk you down.
No.
You went under.
Oh, no.
You were positive, and then David, you went under. Kenny went under. I was the only one who believed in this team.
No, stop it.
I went over.
Stop it.
Longest winning streak for the Tigers, 6.5.
I probably said under because I don't believe in predicting 7, 8, 9 game winning streaks in baseball. Watch, guaranteed.
The longest streak they had was 6, and we all went under.
Yes!
Longest losing streak for the Tigers, over under 6.5.
Oh, Christ.
Their
I don't know.
actual longest losing streak was 5.
What did we say?
Mike, you went under.
Yes!
David,
How could someone
I
so
went over.
negative be so positive?
I went
you
over.
went under.
Oh, I did. Wow.
Kenny, you went under. I didn't believe in him.
Because you're a piece
over.
of garbage.
Javi Baez.
Why don't you go back to New York?
Javi Baez, OPS. Yeah, I need a slice of Sabaro's pizza.
America's pizza.
His OPS over under .675, 675.
I hate his guts. I had to have said under.
He actually had 516.
Yeah, it's the lowest OPS in baseball history for a guy who plays every day.
David, you said under. Kenny, you said under. I went over. I thought he would fix his. Mike said, there's no way in the world
He could be worse.
he can be worse. I'm going over. He went under. Spencer Torkelson, over under 23.5 home runs.
Guilty. I went over. I bet you I said he was going to hit 40.
He actually hit 10.
Just a bit under. I went over, though, right? Being the negative piece of garbage I am.
You know what? You can go back to New York. We all went over.
Yes!
I went over?
We all.
False optimism.
What?
Riley Green doubles. Over under 29.5.
I like Riley.
He actually hit 27.
Oh, no.
Mike, you went over. You believed in Riley.
But I'm so negative.
Kenny, you went over. David, you went over. I went over as well.
You know, this is a surefire way to say positivity doesn't pay. If I were just a curmudgeon, I'd be sweeping the board.
Gio Urshela RBIs. Over under 50.5. He actually had 37.
I had to say under.
Being negative paid off, Mike.
Thank God.
You went under.
Thank Christ.
David,
you can't back a guy with a
you went
broken
over.
pelvis.
Kenny, you went under. Congratulations. I went over. I thought that he would hit over 50 RBIs.
This is so difficult.
Kerry Carpenter home runs. Over under.
Carry Bonds.
Over under 20.5.
I don't know because
he actually hit 18.
I know he doesn't play against lefties, which means pragmatism. I might have said Under? I don't know what I said.
You were so positive you went over, Mike. You believe.
But I'm so negative.
You believe.
I should just go back to New York. Damn it.
David, you believed as well. You went over. Kenny, slick back hair Kenny, you believed.
And we all got burned.
You believed in the carpenter.
We got screwed.
Hey,
you believe in one too. It's just he works on Sundays.
We all didn't get burned here. I went under.
You're such a...
Parker Meadows, RBIs, over under 56.5. He actually had 28.
I have no idea what I said. I can't even begin to guess.
I went over. Kenny, you went over. David, you believed as well. You went over. Michael, on his way to the airport heading back to New York, he went under.
Yes!
Negative.
Negativity pays. My Nona always told me.
Now, will the Tigers win the Central?
I said no to this.
There was only one idiot that said yes.
Is it me?
Oh, it's probably me.
You want yours first, Kenny?
Yes, please.
Kenny, you are not the idiot.
All right,
You
not
said
the
no.
idiot.
You want to take a chance, David?
I think I couldn't have. No, it can't be me.
You said no.
Okay. Whew.
Somebody in this room.
You.
I said yes.
Oh.
Michael, you said no.
Negativity pays. 248.
Now, for these next two,
okay,
David gave me the blessing to go ahead.
Okay.
Because technically we don't know, but I think we know.
Okay.
This is going to make sense in a second.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is cryptic.
Will Tarek Skubal be in the top 3 for Cy Young voting?
I said yes to this.
No, right. That's what I'm saying. So this was one that technically we don't know, but I think we do know.
I believed.
You did say yes, Mike. You've been saying that since the very beginning. So I'm not even going to draw this out with drama. Go ahead and hit something.
I don't have anything good for you.
David, would Tarek Skubal finish in the top 3 for Cy Young voting?
I said no.
You said no.
Yeah.
Kenneth, did you say yes or did you say no?
I think I said yes.
You did not. You said no.
So negative.
Don't worry. I said no as well.
I believe what nobody else believes.
And
I hate when people do that. Go ahead.
Finally, I think we can go ahead and say this. Who would be the Tigers MVP for this year?
Please tell me I said Skubal. Please.
I said Riley Green. He was an all-star, but I don't think he's going to be the Tigers MVP. David, you were right there with me. You said Riley Green, an all-star, but I don't think he will be the MVP. Kenny, you said Tarek Skubal.
Oh, wow, okay.
I got a feeling he's going to be the MVP.
Yeah, I think I did well there.
Michael, take a bow. You said Tarek Skubal.
Yes.
Once again, we don't know, but I think we do know.
Right.
He's going to be in the top 3 of Cy Young. He's going to be the team MVP.
It's like kids out there. I mean, you kind of know the tooth fairy ain't real. It ain't real.
So, yeah. So, there you go. From way back in March when we did this.
I feel very good about this.
You should. I don't know why you hate this segment so much.
Because you're petty.
How am I petty? It's your answers.
It's difficult.
I'm the only one that thought they would win over, 85 games.
Oh, hell. All right. Go ahead.
Those are your Tigers receipts for the regular season. 97-1.
FanDuel, going to give you a chance Thursday night football with the squares. Now, unlike the Super Bowl one, Stoney doesn't show up on your front porch and not leave trying to hawk some squares to you. Here, you pick what you want. They show you the odds. You pick the squares you want. You watch Thursday night football. It's FanDuel.com/ticket and bet on the squares with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, President Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Lions D lineman Aiden Hutchinson has been named the NFC Defensive Player of the Month for September. Hutchinson's still the NFL leader in sacks with 6.5. He also leads in pressures with 25. Kirk Gibson was back on Costa and Jansen this morning, is not putting any limits on how far this Tiger run could go. Here the Tigers and Guardians opener Saturday right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Mets and Brewers are the only teams left battling for a spot in the division series tonight. Jose Quintana is on the mound for the Mets. In 23 career appearances versus the Brewers, he has a .298 ERA, but he's 0-2 against them this year. Mike's favorite, Caitlin Clark, has been named the WNBA Rookie of the Year. She averaged 19 points per game and 8.5 assists. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you aboard. We have a question for you. Now the Tigers are on to the ALDS. We wanted Houston. We got Houston. We beat Houston. And I think everybody in the room here believes you're beating Cleveland. Tigers in 4 feels right to me. So the question is this. Is there something history can teach us? And I want to credit a caller in the first hour for adding to the layers of the onion. We had a fun historical stat, which was you're now the 4th team in the history of this sport to be at least 10 games out of first, at least 110 games deep into the season, and win a playoff series. The other 3, the 64 Cards, the 69 Mets, the 2011 Cards, all 3 won the World Series. Mm-hmm. Do you believe you're going to be the 4th? But a caller last hour shed some light on something interesting as well, which is Rico's Braves in 21, the Rangers and the Phillies, each of the last 3 years, were the hottest teams over the last 12 games to end their season, and they maintained the torrid pace they were on to win the World Series. Tigers been the hottest team in baseball for over a month. Do you believe this team's going to take it the whole way? And again, we have a lot of conversations in and around this stuff. I don't think it's negative if you call up and go, look, this is amazing, but no. Like, I don't think they're winning the whole thing. I don't think you're a bad person. I think if you're being pragmatic, that doesn't mean you're a jerk. Now, I thought you'd beat the Astros. I have full confidence you will beat the Guardians. I do think it ends against the Yankees. But if you disagree, that doesn't mean you're a crackhead. I could also see this team continuing the mysticism where guys with 5, 6, 7, and 8 ERAs in Toledo are, in fact, the best bullpen in baseball. And AJ does his little chess computer thing, and they get home. So I want to know where people are at. And do you believe either of those examples of history, Rico? Do you believe either factor into this?
I do think that they factor in, Mike, because when you're hot and you're playing playoff baseball, man, you learn how to manage every pitch, every at-bat, every inning, because there is no tomorrow. You have to win just to get into the playoffs. And that was the Tigers, where they couldn't afford a 3-game losing streak. They would have been done, season over. So it's a mindset, it's a mentality that AJ got them to buy into. And now you saw how they treated the games against Houston the same way, even when they were down for like a half an inning. We got this. They bounced right back. They recaptured the lead. And Houston is sitting there the entire time saying, I don't know who this team is. They're not supposed to be this good. Really? We're getting beat by these clowns?
But see, that frustrated me about the broadcast. Can I do that for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
Listen, as much as I have a disdain, like I've talked about, my opinion of Bally is not very high. It's the Kremlin. I just don't need it. Call the game. I'm smart enough to make my own determination what's good and bad. My point is, it was so clear that Michael Kay and Tim Kirchin and Tim Frazier had never watched this team play. Like, that offends me as someone who lives in this city and we watch this team all the time. It's like, guys, you don't need to pretend that this is like homeless people and that they're this egregious underdog. Like, game one, yeah, that team that you continue to say is a nothing burger, that team had the best pitcher in baseball on the mound. And you had choke artist Framber Valdez. Seriously.
Right.
Like, it just irks me, Rico. Like, they act like...
But Houston had made it, past the first round for the last 7 years.
No.
It was their birthright.
No,
it's your job when you're calling David, 1 second. It's your job when you're calling a playoff series to treat both teams equitably, to treat both teams with some respect. Okay? It just irked me. It did. It's like, well, here, now you get to see what this team's been doing. Sorry. It bugged me. And also, Tim Kirkchin, get the hell out. I don't need his little trivia night. In 1943, no one cares.
Al Kaline's finally retired.
No, you're another story of that, please. I mean, you're right, Mike. And Kenny and I were having this discussion yesterday, and I'll give them game one because the Tigers did something making the playoff that was unprecedented. So I gave them game one. But in game two, when you're sitting there, when the beat writers are in town, the manager is in town, the team is in town, and you're still saying, well, I don't know how they're doing this with the bullpen, and have a conversation with someone from the team about how they've been doing this to get here.
David, you could just simply look at the lineups.
No, I get it. You're right.
Bullpen usage.
You're right.
Just say, this is the modern embodiment of Moneyball. This has been one of the most incredible runs in history. And you're not going to know the names of these players, but when we tell you they're good, they're good.
No, you're right.
But instead, they did this, let's put on a diaper and be exasperated.
To me, it's just unacceptable when the team is in the same city you are now, outside of what you can do for research.
David, what can I say? Everything you said is correct. It boils down to lazy journalism by a lot of people. You already go into that game or that series with an agenda, and you're going to make the stories fit what you've already pre-written. You see that all the time. Instead of just looking at the facts in front of you like, hey, guys, this is a heck of a story right here that hasn't really been told nationally. It was easier to go that route. Now, trust me, you'll probably get those stories coming up this weekend where, man, I can't believe this team actually won. We got to, all right, somebody go talk to them and see what's going on and see what's happening. But yeah, it's because you didn't see this happening. That's what makes it so, to me, that it can, because you don't know who this team is, but they're playing so hard for themselves, and it almost goes to that whole Detroit versus everybody.
Oh, not
because
this again.
No, Mike. I'm not saying that that's what the team is doing, but when you get disrespected nationally, when nobody talks about you, yeah, you know what, guys. Truly, unlike Georgia, nobody believes in us, so we're going to rally around this. We're just going to keep winning.
I'll accept that. I will accept that.
I landed the plane.
You were good. My thing. This
Right.
town always defaults to
No,
it.
I'm not
Lions
saying-
are the best team in football. Detroit versus everybody.
No, I'm not saying that. But to them,
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good. David, a few ticket texts, if you'd be so kind.
Couldn't agree more with the commentators. I had to mute my TV. It was just disgusting.
Honestly, are we at a low point in the state of broadcast? Whether it's the NFL, college football, baseball, so many more games are on. Well, you know what doesn't grow on trees? Good announcers.
Yeah, I think all the good announcers have either retired or died.
I'll take choice B.
Now you're trying to find the next. So,
They ain't finding them.
There's
It's
Joe
awful.
Buck in the clubhouse.
Oh, God.
Yeah, someone says K was the worst. He was completely annoyed by the pinch hitting and the pitching changes. Dan up north.
Now, but again, be fair. Let's be fair. Where does he broadcast? New York. He's the Yankees play-by-play guy. This style of baseball, that ain't ever working in New York. No. So I will at least allow.
This was like the equivalent of him doing a minor league game. Like, this isn't real. Okay.
Yeah, on that level, I can understand it. But your job is you can't allow that when you're calling the game. Now, again, he does a radio show in New York. If he wants to say, I don't want to watch that kind of baseball, that's a radio show. Mm-hmm. When you're calling the game,
shuffles his paper. Wait, who is this?
Just be respectful of both teams. I don't think that's asking too much.
Yeah, we're not asking you to go the other way with Gus.
Right.
We're just asking you to be in the middle.
Here's Gus on a Saturday. effing clown. What an I hate him. Carry on. What?
I wasn't expecting a drop with that.
I'm here with my broadcast price. Shut up, you. What?
My quarterback, Joel Klatt.
Oh, fake fist bump. You know what we got to do? I want to create a series of broadcast teams where fake banter, you're fired. Stop with the fake banter.
What about when he throws to the All-American girl?
Stop calling her the All-American girl. It's 2024.
Thank you, Rico. Thank you.
Sweet Jesus. Has anyone asked Jenny Taft if she likes being called that? She's so American. I'm like, what are we doing?
Don't think it would fly if she threw it back up to him the same way.
And now here's a read from our All-American Negro.
We're going to go ahead and clip that one, David. That's the new Friday open.
I'm fine with it. I'm totally good. Can you imagine? Have her throw it back to the booth? Hey, guys, guess what? Here's Rico. Okay, Heather, please.
Okay, you know what? Hamilton, I apologize. We're going to make it through. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren, rev up and drive on unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. It is time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. David, turn his mic off. Sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton Chevy has them all, from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle, and with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They are more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2024 Chevys. Selection is best right now. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton for details. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Companies out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces. Nothing is free. You want a real deal. You go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Will beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You save up to $2,000 with great same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. Oh, what a moment. David, the ticket text will go to the phones. Tigers are in the ALDS. We've asked how far they can keep it going. We've given you historical context or some fun. Tell us where you're at. David.
You guys are hilarious. Someone says, what a moment to tune in. I'm dying. The show has gone off the rails.
No, it is not. We are focused.
John says, I am so thankful I caught that segment. I'm usually at the office at that time. Thank God I turn on the Odyssey app.
It is a blessing, isn't it? You get me started on the nonsense of broadcast in today's world. And then, of course, we started having fun. I mean, couldn't help it.
Someone says, oh, my goodness, I had to stop working and wipe tears from my face from laughing so hard. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
I'm crying with laughter. Almost crashed my car. Austin on I-75.
These are all positive.
Stay focused.
Well, this is an entertainment product.
Don't crash your car.
Glad you could share a laugh with us.
That sound drop might have just won the drop tournament already.
I mean, it's gonna be a strong contender.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
Right. I think Thanksgiving is still got the best Vegas odds.
Once Mike hit the All-American Negro, I already knew that was getting clipped.
Oh, 100%. Listen, we know the cost of doing business is that if you say something, David is standing by. So it's fine. But in the moment, the juice was worth the squeeze because it just felt like the perfect moment. Instead of throwing it down to Jenny Taft, go, oh, look, here's the absurdity of this. Hey, Rico, it's ridiculous.
Bravo, gentlemen. I am cracking up. I can't stop. I have to stop driving now.
No, you're good.
Drive.
You're good. All right, let's get to the people. We will refocus. Let's talk Tigers, and let's see how far they're going. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hi. I'm one of those chest out. I say they've got the elements of a Super Bowl winner. Super Bowl, what am I talking? I'm thinking Lions. Of a World Series winner. They have that because they have a dominating number one, a bullpen that they can just mix and match however they want, and a lineup you can't really prepare for because you never know who's coming. And I had a question for you. Mm-hmm. What the hell is it with the Orioles? I'm sorry, but
no, you're fine.
What is it with the Orioles? 1 run in 2 games?
Yeah, listen, they have a lot of work to do. I think part of this, you're going to see the new owner, whose name escapes me. They are going to spend big time. The offense with the injuries when Westberg got hurt, came back late, didn't regain form, didn't come together for Jackson Holiday as a 20-year-old. Adley Rutschman was horrific in the second half of the season. He's a modern day, Johnny Bench type catcher. He's elite. Look, they got to add a veteran bat in there somewhere. Can't be all kids all the time. And clearly pitching. Whole rotation died. They got to extend a big offer to Corbin Burns. And if he leaves, they're starting back at 1 because Grayson Rodriguez, it's multiple years in a row of injuries. And playoff baseball. Literally, playoff baseball, this happens to offenses. It does.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving. All right, let's go to Fred, 97.1. Freddie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, I love this show, man. It's the best show of the day.
Oh, thanks.
But, Mike, why do you think – so – you think the Yankees are where the Tigers are going to end, but yet the Tigers have owned the Yankees in the playoffs. They were 10-3 against them since 2006.
Right.
So I don't understand why you think like the Yankees will be like the end of the Tigers, but
couple reasons. I'll give you a couple.
We beat them on. Remember, they went and played in the World Series, Little League World Series weekend.
Right, in the
And
toy
we beat
ballpark in
2 out of 3.
Williamsport. Yes, I remember it well. We choked away a game. Let me work with me on this, and I want you to tell me point by point where I'm crazy. Okay?
Because the Yankees are just like everybody else. They have no idea how to face this team. These kids are not – they don't even know what it's like to be at this level. So they're just playing to play. They're enjoying every single game as it is. Every single game, somebody else steps up. It's like you said, it's voodoo. Yesterday, it was voodoo. Like you got 3 guys on out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden Ibanez steps up and he hits a triple or double into the corner and scores all 3 runs. Voodoo. I mean, we had 2 outs. It's voodoo. So where do you think that voodoo ends at the Yankees? Because the Yankees lost to the Orioles in it last weekend. And now, they had the number 1 seed, but bottom line is the Orioles aren't maybe what they thought they were. How do you think they're going to get past Kansas City?
Can I answer this time? I want to try to answer now. All right, we're going to run through this. A,
Thanksgiving.
All right, no. A, I do believe eventually water finds its level. B, we've been better than you all year. C, we're one of the only teams that was able to knock around Scooble. I think it matters. D, 7-game series. You're most dangerous in a 3. You're next most dangerous in a 5. I think in a 7-game series, you're going to get overexposed. And the last thing is, you will not be taking anyone by surprise now. Look, everyone knows how you're playing. Everyone's got video on these guys. And you do get to a point where the other team has a lineup that will take advantage of it. I think it's the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Phillies. Now, you don't have to agree with that. And you may well, in fact, beat the Yankees. But the one thing you said that I'm sorry, it is a giant fart noise in my world. Players that played the Tigers 18 years ago, 2006, or 12 years ago, 2012, has absolutely no bearing on what we're doing right now.
How old was Job in 2006?
He would have been 4.
So, yeah.
I'm making a point. Yes, you owned the Yankees, past tense. That has nothing to do with now. And once again, can we understand I picked you to beat Houston and I am picking you to beat the Guardians? Me saying that the best team in the AL, who have 2 guys, one of which is having one of the great modern seasons in the history of the sport, a lineup that can mash, it's got balance, they have a great bullpen, they have an ace at the top of the rotate. Like, it's not without merit.
It's not. But you have to remember, because the Tigers didn't win the World Series, beating the Yankees was Detroit's World Series.
Thanksgiving.
You knocked out the evil guys from New York City.
And it'll be radio gold if it's Yankees Tigers because of me and everybody. It'll be fun. For me, at least. Thanksgiving.
Yeah, hey,
welcome
to my world.
You do? Hold on.
Yeah, last January.
No, but I lean into it. I'm good with it. My point is, I just, why am the last caller viewed me as nuts. He's like, well, we beat you in 06. What? That's like saying Michigan State beat Ohio State 9 years ago. Who cares? Those players aren't here anymore. Jesus.
But it's what Detroiters hold on to because you didn't get World Series. But you beat the Yankees, not once, but you eliminated them.
I'm aware.
You got Jeter eating sad pizza. Yeah. That's the lasting memory.
Fair enough. Let's go to Joe. I took my time. I tried to explain myself. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm really into the run right now. I do hope that they wrap up against Cleveland in Game 4 because, like, I'm able to go to that one, so I'm really excited about that. But I honestly, like, my thing is, do you think possibly that we have Meadows, does he have the making of a superstar? Like his speed, his defense, but then he's a big guy. If he can get his bat figured out, I really honestly think maybe he could be that superstar, that catalyst on offense. And but no, I kind of think they're going all the way. I mean, yeah, you made a lot of good points about New York there. every time they lose, man, they always bounce back so well.
Mm-hmm.
And now we haven't seen them lose in the playoffs yet, but I really think they could go. And I can't really necessarily explain it.
You don't need
and
to.
Then I also had a point about the pitchers too.
Yeah.
I actually had first called about that. Like the guy that said that maybe baseball would change all to that. I don't see that happening because a lot of times you see a reliever get put in, middle of the inning or whatever, and they have a hard time with their pitches and with their control. Like the Tigers, this is unbelievable how they can just put people in and just hit their spots. I don't think we're going to see baseball do that, honestly.
No. I listen. It's a snapshot moment. You enjoy it. You roll with it. Maybe it results in all of us getting a parade. But no, I simply don't believe, much like A.J. Hinch does not believe, it's not executable over the course of a season. It's not. And as far as Meadows, my answer would be yes, but there's a rather large caveat in there that you had, which is he's got to figure his bat out. Now, he's got time. He will always have a role in this league, much like a Kevin Kiermaier did for years. He's going to be one of the best center fielders in baseball defensively. He will always be a very valuable plus WAR player based on Gold Glove center fielder. Full stop. Now, whether I bat him ninth or his bat continues to allow me to put him to the top third of the order, well, that'll be the difference between being a really valuable good player or, as you asked, a superstar. That's it. The defense is built in. It's baked in.
Yeah. I mean, I think if he can just bat average based upon what he can do defensively, he would at least hit star status. Maybe not superstar status, but, yeah, I mean, anything hit to center field, you're just like, yeah, he's got that. Even if he has to go over the wall to get it, he's got it.
Yeah, the one catch he made, I think it was the Baltimore series? He covered something insane. It was like 26 feet per second.
Yeah.
That's like Tyreek Hill stuff. Different sport, but I'm saying
Right.
just raw, like ground coverage.
Right, but as soon as it goes up, you're like, oh, no, he's going to get that.
Yes, I've arrived at that
Unless
point.
you hit it in the upper deck, that's his.
No, then he just needs a zip line. He'll get up there and he'll just make it happen. 248-539-9797. Get more of your calls. We will touch the table with football briefly. We've got a lot of ground to cover today as well. Football is here. Now, we always make this little statement here. If you drove the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour blindfolded, that'd be insanely stupid. It would also take you 4.6 seconds. Why is that relevant? It's relevant because every time you respond to a text while driving, 4.5 seconds. That's how people get killed. You need life insurance. You're on the road, you're already at risk. And then you get these ding-a-lings who are busy texting while driving. Get the life insurance so your family is covered. National benefit plans. Call 877-734-2200. Mike Pepper and his team will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They will get you the best plan, the most affordable plan. Just call 877-734-2200 and go to nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, David, a few ticket texts, if you'd be so kind. We'll get to the people. Talking a lot of Tigers today. We will touch the table with some football, and I do have a combo meal. Kind of a way to talk Lions and Tigers simultaneously, and it's all about you guys, the fans. We're going to get to that in the 5 o'clock hour. David, go ahead.
Dude, we played the Yankees in the playoffs 12 years ago. How are we going to say we dominate them because of that? That's 12 years ago.
Listen, I tried.
2 years ago, okay. Relevant. 3 years ago,
I tried. Let it go.
Pandemic year.
Listen, they can beat the Yankees. This is not about binary yes, no. It's you want the opinion. I picked them against the Astros. We had them in the playoffs before most people. I have them beating the Guardians. There's no negativity. I think it ends both based on the format of a 7-game series, overexposure to what you're doing, and you are playing, factually, the best team in the AL. That has some guys that I just happen to think may not succumb to the voodoo of Bob Gunther and Henry Hanafy or whoever the hell these people are.
Real analysis. In order for the Tigers to win the AL or the World Series, Scooble must win every time he takes the mound. Otherwise, can't happen. That's difficult to predict.
It is, and it's also, look, he's fantastic. But, okay, can I level? Okay, can we just be honest with each other?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's getting to a point where he is so above whatever limit they had for him, innings-wise. He's throwing max effort on every pitch. He is fired up. He is in the mix. He is all in. These are stressful pitches. At the end of a season, he has exceeded all expectation. I had him as a top 3 Cy Young guy. He's far and away the Cy Young winner.
Mm-hmm.
He had 85 innings last year. He's got 200 right now. Every time he goes to pitch, I do believe could he be sitting on a stinker? Okay? Yeah. I mean, I'm just shooting you straight. He's not Verlander. He's not a guy who's throwing 238 innings. He's not a guy used to this. Now, I understand he could be just fine, but I'd be lying to you if I said, they're kind of, it's like with a car. They're kind of redlining this thing.
It's not even a stinker. I mean remember, he went out there and pitched 2 games that they lost. Like,
they lose the Oakland game, and what was the other one?
It was 2 in a row.
Was it Padres into Oakland? It feels like a lifetime.
Yeah.
It feels like a lifetime ago.
But bringing up the Yankees and 2 of those people off the team are in the Hall of Fame right now. That lets you know how
only one of them deserves it. Go ahead, David.
Wow. Wait, Jeter didn't deserve it?
I didn't say that. David,
wow.
Go ahead.
Wow, you get no gift basket.
I did. I wonder.
You know what? No.
Does John give out gift baskets?
Parker Meadows is almost as fast as Archie Manning.
Yeah. Hey, Arch Manning was graded as being top speed was faster than Tyreek Hill this year. I don't know about that.
Still unbelievable. Mike is definitely a problem today, and I love it. Nate in Royal Oak.
We're having fun.
Yes, a lot of fun. Someone says, that guy apparently is the new host. He asked Mike a question and then spoke for 2 more minutes.
I turned my mic off. I go, oh, this ain't working out. I'll just wait. And look, they could beat the Yankees. Maybe the Yankees do what they do best and they choke. Totally plausible. But I'm never going to be afraid to answer a question, and I'm not afraid to be wrong. I'm wrong a ton.
But just to put it in perspective, 2 of the people off that 016 Hall of Fame. So, yeah, that should let you know it's been a while.
A long time. Someone says, can you give context to the Thanksgiving thing? Because I don't think it's as funny as All-American Negro.
I'm not sure anything is.
I love it.
The idea that we introed Rico as Gus Johnson is just tremendous. How does he introduce Jenny Taft as our All-American girl? What? That's a grown woman.
Every week.
Uncomfortable.
Now we send it down to Jenny Taft.
Ha ha! Okay, then. David, go ahead.
Says long term, I don't think this can last, but I do think it can get us one more series. I'm nervous about another one.
Exactly where you're at. And again, I'll say it to you again. There's not a negative bone in anyone's body. If you are predicting this team to go to the ALCS out of ether, they had, for all intensive purposes, a 0% shot. On September 9th, they still had like a 6% shot. To be here where Rico and I are saying, bring the Astros, want that old team. We will beat the Astros. For us to have confidence that we are going to beat a team that led wire to wire in this division.
Before Fangraphs finally brought in and said...
Actually, they only have us as a 74% shot to make the play.
Okay.
Fangraphs will eventually.
I think it got updated yesterday.
But no, it's been an unbelievable run. And the work's not done. And I do believe they'll beat the Guardians. And maybe the Yankees clown car. Believe me, take it from me. In the last 15 years, the Yankees have been the best team in the sport at least 5 of those years. 0 times to the World Series. Maybe it continues. But if you ask me the question, it's like what Rieger did last night. And he's a dishonest POS. He asked me the question on the postgame show. And he goes, you really don't like the Moneyball way of playing. I go, no, I don't. But it's what this team has to do. And it's how they're winning. You roll with it. Oh, all he took was the headline the minute we walked out the door. Oh, Mike doesn't like the way the Tigers play ball. I'm like, Jeff, why? You asked me the question directly. You were sitting here. And I answered it.
I'm shocked that you're shocked that Jeff did this. I mean, it's kind of what he does.
It's fair.
I got one more text. Someone wants to check on your well-being. Missed yesterday's show. I hope Rico's doing good. Hopefully the visit to the dentist went well.
No.
I was here yesterday.
No. There will be no more. No.
Sorry, Rico.
No, you're not.
See? Look who
You're right.
No,
you're right.
not. Look who did it.
Okay.
Look who did it.
I'm going to be sitting front row of Greater Life this Sunday, holding up signs. Quote, David Hull, pass the Hull. I have a big one.
How about the thing that he said was fine? Hold that sign up.
Yes.
I'm not giving you 2 sound bites in one day. Hold that sign up when he goes into Corinthians. Yeah. Not too quick to find that one. 248-539-9797. We'll touch the table with football. We're not done by a long shot with the Tigers. More of that coming as well. NFL Week 5 is here. You got a decent game on Thursday Night Football, too, for once. You get Bucks in Atlanta tonight. FanDuel gets started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Place your first $5 wager. You want to build an SGP tonight? Baker Mayfield over passing yards. Can Bijan Robinson do anything functional? I don't know. You figure it out. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See term. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Touch the table briefly on some football. We do it every time. We review the quarterback power rankings as foretold by R.L. Beard, proud graduate of Lutheran Tech University.
Lutheran High School West.
Bishop Sycamore, Detroit.
Detroit Lutheran High School West.
Hit the music.
Joy Road and Greenfield.
Mm-hmm.
This is our week 4 review of the NFL quarterbacks top 10 rankings. Let's just jump right into this. At number 10, we're going to go with Joe Burrow. 22 of 31, 232 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception in a win over Carolina.
He was good, not great. I mean, he was fabulous on Monday night, but short-term road game. Panthers are pesky with Andy Dalton. Burrow's doing the best he can. That defense of Cincinnati is woeful. So, all right, 10th. I will only slander you depending on who's above Joe Burrow.
Okay. You got Davey? Any comment on this? Okay. At number 9. At number 9, I got Jordan Love. 32 of 54.
He threw 15 interceptions.
389 yards, 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. That's why he's at number 9. He put up a lot of stats, but he took a lot of threw a lot of passes and threw 3 picks.
My world, you can't be in a top 10 QB power rank. You throw 3 picks. But that doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just telling you it's a personal rule.
Yeah, I look for the entire game. His first half was atrocious.
David, all I'll say, it was a weak for quarterbacks. So
slim pickings.
Right. I mean, unless, it's some of these, I would have had to put Daniel Jones in if I didn't, just to put things in perspective. At number 8, we got Brock Purdy. 15-27, 288 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception.
David, you handle this. I hate the fact he puts Purdy on this list at all, much less, you beat the Patriots.
That's what it is they face the Patriots.
Guys, I have to pick 10 quarterbacks, okay?
9 and a rat. You want him on there? Fine.
He's on there.
You want me to say something nice?
No.
Fine. He had no weapons, and he still was acceptable.
You just won't get a man any props. All right. At number 7, Justin Fields. 22 of 34, 312 yards, 1 touchdown, plus he ran for 55 yards and ran for 2 touchdowns.
I completely agree with this one. Justin
of course
Fields
you
had
do,
David.
Of course you do.
I'm messing with you. To be honest, I would not put him on this list, but it was a week of not so good play. So him at 7, okay, but
I think we got 4 losing quarterbacks on this list this week.
He was in a tough spot. He was constantly behind. Your defense didn't do him any favors.
Not at all.
And he used his feet as a weapon, especially in the red zone. I think it's way more acceptable than Rat Purdy. Go ahead.
At number 6, Jaden Daniels. 26 of 30, 233 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and he ran 47 yards for a touchdown.
How the hell is this number 6? I'm sorry, did Christ play quarterback this weekend? Jaden Daniels was phenomenal. On the road as a rookie, out-dueling Kyler Murray, in fact, blowing them out. Number 6?
Because there are 5 more that were a little better than him, Mike. You feel the same way?
I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll wait and see who's above him.
At number 5, in a loss, 38 of 56 for 395 yards, a touchdown, and an interception, and he rushed for 38 yards, Geno Smith. No. Those are just pedestrian numbers.
I wouldn't put him above Jaden Daniels for this week.
One guy's a rookie and 1 on the road. The other guy is 17 years in the league and lost by double figures. It's got to matter.
I'm looking at the individual stats, Mike.
You know what it is? You just love what you love. You've always been a Geno guy. It's unbelievable. Can I buy you a... Oh, my God, cookies. Listen, can I buy you a Geno Smith fathead? Would you put that up in your
The man put up 400 yards, okay?
You didn't answer the question.
No, I don't want a Geno Smith fat head. All right. At number 4, C.J. Stroud. 27 of 40, 375 yards, 2 touchdowns.
No issue. Led the game-winning drive. It's fine. Dude's a stud. Good with it.
You go okay with this too, David?
Sure.
Okay. I've put your guy in there. Maybe if I just put Daniel Jones, you'll be okay.
I'd be more upset with you.
At number 3.
Okay.
He threw for 20 of 28, 275 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Sam Darnold.
Yeah, it's a lot like the Tigers. You just stop trying to figure it out. He's just playing good ball. He's the leader of a really good football team. And look, wish the second half was a little bit more productive.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact is you got out to a 28-0 lead, and a lot of it had to do with him. So, yes.
So far, just one person should be ahead of you. You say take Geno Smith out and move Jaden Daniels up.
I would, yes.
Okay.
And I also think your ridiculous love affair with Brock Purdy, but that goes without saying.
Okay, Brock Purdy just went out there and got it. You should have saw last. You thank God the Tigers played because last week he was a lot higher. At number 2, let's head on down. He was 30 of 47 for 347 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he ran a 10-yard touchdown in Baker Mayfield.
No issue. Complete command of the offense.
33-16 win over Philly.
Cut up the Eagles, responsible with the football. No problem with it. Look, it doesn't matter whether you have a personal issue with Baker, you like him, you don't, the commercials. He's doing this now. They lost Dave Canales. It hasn't slowed him down. This is who he is.
I'm glad you said that because I've been a known hater on this show of Baker Mayfield.
And I'm a lover.
And I thought that when he lost Dave Canales, it was going to be done and fall down.
This makes me so happy. I love Baker.
I have to give him a ton of credit. He looks really good this year.
And mind you, the Browns, he played injured for them.
Yes.
He played through a torn labrum.
Yes.
And all they did was bleep all over him and then hand a scumbag $250 million.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him. Am I allowed to be happy for him?
Yeah, you're allowed to be happy. Before I get to number 1, at number 11, just missed the cut, but I had to look at the team. I'm sorry. It was Dak Prescott. 22 of 27 for 221 yards. He threw for 2 touchdowns. But it was the Giants. I mean, really? I mean, Mumford.
So Brock Purdy goes against the Patriots, and you give him credit for that.
Yes.
But you don't.
You don't like the Cowboys either, David.
I don't, but I would give him more credit over beating the Giants than your quarterback over the Patriots.
Guys,
I would.
I'm sitting right here. Okay? Please, can we move on? I beg you. My team's terrible, I know.
And finally, at number 1.
Now a receiving threat. Mobile Goff season.
No. Put respect. Triple threat Goff. He can pass, he can run, he can receive.
He is the Antoine Randall of our day.
He is Booby Miles. He will wash your car. Jared Goff.
Perfection.
Number 1. Yeah, he was perfect, guys. 18 for 18. 292 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a 7-yard receiving touchdown to boot.
The wheels he showed on that route.
Good thing number 50 was chasing after him.
Hey, that guy runs a real good 40. Mobile Goff season. 4 weeks, 3 scrambles for first downs, and electric out of the backfield. Touchdown reception.
Those are your top 10 quarterbacks for week 4 in the NFL. 97-1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. TBS has announced that Brian Anderson and Jeff Francoeur will be the broadcast team for the Tigers-Guardians series. Cleveland and Detroit have played each other over 2,000 times in history, but Saturday will mark their first playoff game ever against each other. Big Ten Men's Basketball Media Day was today. Dusty May likes the transfers he brought to Ann Arbor. This is the approach they took. The Red Wings face the Maple Leafs tonight in preseason action. Cam Talbot will play the whole game in net. Derek Lalonde says that the goalie situation is still very much up for grabs. Yesterday, hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan with the pregame at 6:45. Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice has been placed on injured reserve. This after Patrick Mahomes collided with his knee in the last game. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And unlike the Red Wings, the Tigers delivered on the miracle. It's the truth, Kenny. Tigers are doing everything you promised me the Wings would do. How dare you? How dare you?
The good news is we will get your first version of slicked back hair party time Kenny tonight at the LCA, preseason Wings hockey.
Oh, my God. Okay. Really? This is what you're doing with your evening? Okay.
Absolutely.
I want to ask a question of the people. We're going to get back into, how far can the Tigers take it, the whole thing. I want to ask you a question about watching your team. For a long time this year, you couldn't watch Tigers. They just weren't on TV. And then for a longer stretch, even when they were, rightfully, you didn't want to watch them. They weren't any good. Now, a vast majority of people settled in the last 3-4 weeks to watch them. And it's been a magical ride. But I wanted to ask this question, which is, you have the Detroit Lions that are burdened with heavy, grandiose expectations. And they have a ton of star power, and you settle in for that once-a-week game, but you expect greatness. The Tigers, it's magical, it's innocent, it's fun. You've heard the term house money. And for all intents and purposes, they don't have any stars. They got Tarek Skubal. Like, no disrespect. Like, Riley Green's a hell of a ball player. Nobody around baseball knows who the hell Riley Green is. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Good ball player. But, he's not Ohtani. He's not reaching Judge status. He's not, we don't have names.
Riley Green was an all-star?
Right,
Yes.
right. We have a collection of guys that try really hard. My question was this. On one side, expectation. On the other side, hope. Which team is more enjoyable for you to watch as a fan? Right here, right now. The Lions or the Tigers? Both have an opportunity to win a championship. One, you expect greatness. The other, you're hoping. One, and look, you know my thing. I get way more joy watching the Lions because I don't like Moneyball. I'm accepting of it because it's how the Tigers have to play. I can respect something without liking it. It's the same thing. Like with the Lions, I'm getting star power. I'm getting juice, electricity, and I expect greatness. And I'm able to go into that game, and it's just very myopic in my focus. Mm-hmm. So for me, I enjoy watching the Lions more. But I want to know what the people feel. You tell me.
See, I would think the people would enjoy watching the Lions more for the simple fact that you know every week what you're going to get. For the Tigers, it's fun, but it's very short term. It's very myopic. You realize at any given moment the bottom's going to fall out, and when it does, you just kind of shrug your shoulders. It was a good run. For the Lions, each week you expect not only to win, but you want to keep pace. You're hoping to be the number 1 overall seed. And especially after what you saw on Monday night, that team, if that team shows up every week, that team's winning a Super Bowl. So I got to think that it's more enjoyable for the Lions because you know that is sustainable. The Tigers, a bit of a movie, but you know deep down, probably not going to last but for a few more games. So I would say if Lions, 248-539-9797.
This one's tough for me primarily because I think the right answer should be the Lions because they're a better product. They're just a better team. We expect them to win a Super Bowl or get there. But for some reason, when I'm watching the Lions, ultimate stress. I have stress. I have anxiety. I'm pulling my hair out every play. With the Tigers, it does feel a little bit like house money, and there's no stress there. I can just sit back, relax, enjoy the ball game. Yeah, the intense moments get intense, but it just feels like it means less because the expectations were so low at the beginning of the season, and they're still pretty low now. But with the Lions, it feels like every snap before every game, I sit down on the couch and I'm just already gritting my teeth and my fists are clenched. So I'd say the right answer is probably the Lions, but I'm going to say the Tigers for me are the more fun.
Yeah, but isn't the stress what makes the winning fun?
It's what makes the winning fun. So I'd say the winning is more fun for the Lions.
David.
See, what you just said is the reason why I'm picking the Tigers. It's because of the stress. That is sports. I want to see my team, and I want to be somewhat stressed in the moments when they're happening in the playoffs, and I'm on the edge of my seat. So, yes, I have more fun with the stress of the Detroit Tigers right now.
All right, I'm going to get myself in trouble. Not trying to be provocative. I'm just telling you like how I really feel. I still treat the Tigers like a plaything. And the Lions are legit. Like the Lions are a Super Bowl caliber team in the National Football League with some of the best players in the league, and they play a brand of football that I respect versus the Tigers being a Disney movie playing a style of ball I loathe, but I'm accepting because I live in Detroit and I want people to be happy.
So the Lions your main job and the Tigers are the side hustle.
Not even.
You kind of have fun with it, but you know deep down, this is where my money is.
And I can't stress this enough. A Super Bowl means 10 times what a World Series means to me. Super Bowl is Valhalla. The Super Bowl is the championship of championships. It's like winning the Masters versus winning anything else. The Super Bowl is a kingmaker. So I treat the Lions in their, and again, the Lions play a brand of football that's man stuff. Like they will line up and punch you in the face repeatedly until your head blows up. They got star players. I got arguably the best receiver in football. I got the best right tackle who kills people. I got a receiving threat at quarterback. I've got maybe the defensive player of the year in Aiden Hutchinson. I've got legit stars. We ain't swapping 53 guys in. My stars are my stars. I love that. Versus the Tigers, they're doing Moneyball. Do you understand there's a lot of guys on this team that won't be here next year? Mm-hmm. It's just I treat them as fun. I treat the Lions as life. That's where I get my joy is I take the Lions more seriously in how they're built and the joy I get watching it, which is these are the best people in the league at what they do. They're not a fun story. These dudes are straight killers. Does that make me a bad fan?
No, it doesn't.
I don't think so.
But see, I think I can see what Kenny is talking about where, yeah, you're stressed out watching the Lions because the expectation is there, because you don't want to see them have a bad night. If the Tigers have a bad night, okay, well, next game. You shrug it off.
And that's why I have more fun with the Lions, because I'm a masochist. That's why. 248-539.
I would ring it.
9797. Which one is giving you more joy right now? The Lions in pursuit of the unthinkable or the Tigers? Two completely different sets of expectations. Two completely different teams. One is built on star power. The other is built on try hard. One is built on, this is what we do, you're going to eat pizza. The other is, I'm playing 4D chess, you're playing checkers. Mm-hmm. I think it is largely subjective. You're not a bad fan for picking either. But I'd love to know from you guys. 248-539-9797. Rico, go ahead, bud.
Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go and still watch all my great shows and sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up with the latest football action as the season goes on. And you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. We all know it's football season. With Xfinity, I get all of the out-of-market scores and stats, latest injury updates, and latest scores for baseball and football. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
You've heard me talk about injury attorney David Feminino for a long time, and the results David has delivered his clients: $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. If you're injured, you need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you, and you can actually get a hold of. Call David now at 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website getpaid.com. Okay, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll go to the callers. Which team is giving you more joy right now? Lions, burdened with huge expectations, or the Tigers, magical and mythical and house money, and designed totally differently? The Lions are a very expensive team with some high-priced items, stars, players you love to watch, and they play a dominating style of ball, or the Tigers, who are none of that. In fact, call it what it is. Your entire playoff payroll versus Josh Hader's salary. Push. You never know who's playing, when they're playing, or how they're playing. You couldn't buy a jersey if you wanted to. And then there's Scooble. Which one's more joyous? David.
Lions, and it's not even close. I love the expectations. That brings me the joy, and football is king.
See, that's where I'm at. And it's just, again, say what you want. Like, I know it's the very boomer opinion of, playoff baseball. Yeah, anesthesia for most of these games. The other day, there were 4 games and a grand total of 2 home runs. I'm sorry. That doesn't work for most Americans in 2024.
The Tigers are 1,000 times more fun to watch because they're a team that plays with actual grit, where the Lions have become a star-studded team of front runners. That is from Kendo. Wow.
Wait. So it's not grit when you line up and punch the Rams in the face, and then you do it again, you do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again, and you storm the field in overtime and win. And it's not grit when you bury the Cardinals. And it's not grit when your offense has to be awesome in a game against Geno Smith and the Seahawks, who have your number. And all they proceed to do is go out and play perfect offensive football. Okay, then.
Front runners.
I get more enjoyment out of the Tigers. The expectations on the Lions mean that if they fall short, it's disappointing.
There's a cost to greatness? Okay.
Well, I mean, you know what? You got the Tigers playoff roster, and it's just about the same as Sewell and Hutchinson's combined, their salary for this year, just to put things in perspective.
I love that. Thank you. Kevin in Berkeley says, a group watching the Tigers get into 2 World Series with much better teams, definitely having more fun watching the underdog Tigers right now.
Well, how quickly the Lions have lost favor.
Oh, yes.
What a weird town.
Yes.
Well, they're 3-1. I mean, they're not undefeated.
What a weird place.
Not from Maurice in Farmington Hills, though. He says right now it's still the Lions. But if the Tigers win the next series and then 1 or 2 games in the next series, then they temporarily take center stage over the Lions.
Jesus, Maurice, why don't you just say once they get to the World Series, you'll have more fun? I mean, you're pretty much there. Jesus. Let's go to Ted, 97.1. Teddy, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Good,
Hey,
Ted. What's up?
Not much, man. Not much. First time caller. I'm sitting here in Houston. I've been ever since Tuesday. I've been to both games and had a ticket for today. I'm really proud of those guys. And they came from nowhere to go somewhere. There are a whole lot of fans down here that are from Detroit. They didn't even know we wear the same colors. They still are rooting for Detroit. Now, you talk about the Yankees. In the words of my dad, the Tigers over the years have been Yankee killers. I've been following baseball for a long time. I'm 67 years old, and I follow the Lions also because my wife, she retired from working for the Lions. But the biggest letdown would be if the Lions did not succeed. Now, the Tigers, they're kind of like Star Trek, go where no man has ever gone. And hopefully they'll prevail. They'll go around. But we all know that in a 7-game series and a 5-game series, it becomes different because they'll see those pitchers again. In a 7-game series, they might see Scooble, so they will adjust themselves. I think that they can beat Cleveland because the Tigers were the bad news bears before, but they are not. They have labeled the playing field. What you say?
I'm still trying to process what we're talking about. To be upfront with you, Ted, I need to know which team's providing you more joy. I mean, you gave me a full synopsis on everything here. So, like, which one do you like watching more? The one that has all the expectations, or the one that has none?
The one that has all the expectations.
Yeah, my man, pots and pans. There we go.
Lions.
I was very confused there.
This
I
is
can't
his
lie.
first time. He's a little nervous.
Kenny.
A little nervous.
That's why.
He's a little nervous. First time.
He got there. It took him a while, but he got there.
You're very intimidating.
Oh, I am not. We're having fun today. What's the problem? Don't blame me.
Oh, I am.
Okay, let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. So the team I enjoy watching the most probably has to be the Pistons. Just kidding. They can go to hell.
Oh, my God.
But no, but I'm with you, Mike and Enrico. I think I get the most enjoyment out of, obviously, the Lions with the expectations, followed for me by the Red Wings. But I will say, too, I have really enjoyed this Tigers run. It's hard not to. Biggest thing is we've been so bad as a baseball town for over a decade. I'll be honest, I've checked out of the MLB completely, basically. But during the run, I mean, hey, I'm getting into it. I'm watching baseball. I'm enjoying baseball. I'm watching the other playoff games now and enjoying them. So that's been really nice for me. But also, too, with this team, similar to you, Mike, they're like a toy. Like, I know they're not going to win the World Series. They might, but I doubt it. But I'm enjoying the run and just enjoying every game and no expectations. I think with you, too, you nailed it. The Yankees, sorry, Detroit, but if we play the Yankees in a 7-game series, I will take the Yankees 9 out of 10 times. Reason being, again, one, we'll play a lot of baseball, so it's going to catch up to you at some point. And two, just the talent gap. And that's the reality is, it's great to be in the postseason, but if you want to contend, you got to spend. And I think that's hopefully the reality we take from this. Not us, but Illich and Harris is like, hey, it's fun. We have a playoff team, a great manager, but if you really want to take that next step, let's not be content. Let's add to this team and open up the checkbook.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, Nick, you're stumbling onto something I've tried to avoid because you know where I stand on this, and I don't want to spoil the moment with people.
Yeah.
I agree completely with you. My biggest fear in all of this is this will seduce them into thinking they can do it this way long term.
I know.
And you
I
can't.
know. That makes me nervous.
It terrifies me. Nick, I'll give you
the run, though.
No, I am. But, okay, I said something, Enrico remembers this, a couple days ago. Nick, I made a one-liner. When we found out we were going to play Houston, I said, this will be great. We can give Alex Bregman a preview of what he'll be joining in the offseason. We got 30 ticket texts of people irate at me. We don't need him. How dare you? I don't know. I'm like, oh, we've arrived at this point now. Got it. We don't need like a 7-time All-Star to play third. You're right.
It's called entitled Tiger fan.
Yeah, Nick, it's a scary thing. So, yeah, I'm trying to avoid it, but I'm with you. I get nervous that this is going to create something that it's not sustainable long term. You can sustain elements of it. You can sustain roster flexibility with 2 or 3 spots, not 7. You can maintain bullpen flexibility. You can have an opener 1 day a week, not 4 days a week. I get very concerned, but I'm leaving it to the side because it's not relevant today on Thursday, October 3rd. And we're in this run. And let's take this thing as far as we can go. But yes, the only thing this does for me is show that there is a core here. And we need to add to it in a big way and go win this thing next year. Versus there will be people who subscribe to this style of baseball and, to be fair, want to see this style of baseball. I do not. And that's going to be the argument of winter.
And they saw this style of baseball win. So when you say, guys, you can't do that. Yes. Remember 2024, right? When the Tigers went out there and did it, and they didn't make a trade at the deadline. They didn't get rid of Skubal, and they didn't do all the stuff that you guys wanted them to do, and all they did was spit in your face and win. So you're going to get that.
That is correct. David, a couple of ticket texts. What do you got for me?
Lions 100% more enjoyable. They are the team we've always wanted, and every win just affirms how elite they've become. Yes. Someone else says Lions all day. I would take 1 Super Bowl over 3 World Series.
Okay. Amen. 100%. I think the Super Bowl trumps everything else. You could win an NBA title, a Stanley Cup, and a World Series. And in my world, I'll take 1 Super Bowl over those 3.
But see, I also think it's because they've never seen it. So it's the Holy Grail.
I've seen it, and I still would take it.
Yeah, I've seen it as well.
But I'm saying, it's like, well, I mean, I guess it's different. But Patriot fans won so many. It's like,
Kenny, have you seen it?
Super Bowl.
Have you seen it?
Can I offer you the example too on the Tigers, and then I'll button it up. And I'm not. I thought Nick's call was great, and I'm not focusing on this. It just, my fear is you're gonna think you're the Rays. Think fast. How many World Series have the Rays won? 0.
A good call.
Now they're good a lot, and they're involved a lot, and they won the East a couple times in 15 years. But like, to win the thing, no team has done it this way and done it. So I get concerned. We already had concerns about the owner not wanting to spend. True or false?
True.
Yeah, true. And you factor in this miracle. AJ and Scott sat at breakfast and said, okay, we've got to get through the rest of the season. Not, hey, how are the eggs Benedict? We're going to launch a plan for the greatest playoff run in history. No, we just have to survive because I've just traded. We have one pitcher left. I get concerned that it worked. It's going to seduce people.
I think so. But to go back to your original question with Lions, Tigers, I would say it's the Lions because of this reason and this reason alone. Especially listen to some of the callers. You look at what would happen if either team loses. It would hurt more if the Lions lose and get eliminated.
I get more enjoyment out of it.
Then rather, if the Tigers lose, it doesn't hurt.
No, we just slow clap.
Yeah,
like,
and you know what?
Unbelievable year,
you're
boys.
at the airport. You got signs saying, hey, guys, good job. Way to go. We love this run. If the Lions lose, it's deep depression. It's anger.
Yes.
It's a lot of drinking going on.
Sports.
Because they didn't live up to your expectations.
That's why I enjoy it more. And I'm a star bleeper. I like stars. I like high-level players.
Jerry Jones.
Huh?
Jerry Jones.
No, I just think that's how you win. I've never subscribed to the whole gym class. I'm sorry. No. Not interested.
That's
Try hard guy.
That's why he doesn't like a certain 7th-round quarterback.
Oh, I hate him. It drives me nuts. I hate him. I can't
think
stand
about
Brock
you
Purdy.
every time I see that commercial.
Oh, Brock went home and drove a combine on the bye week. Awesome for him. 248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that amount of product. It's all in stock, all the time. Some of as low as $1.59 a foot. So with deck season here, I mean, today would qualify. You could be relaxing today in your backyard. Go to Northville, get it built by the best in the game. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Tigers have today and tomorrow off before they try to continue the magic against the Guardians. Cleveland opening up as 1.5-run favorites in Game 1. Tom Izzo talked with Big Ten Network at Media Day about what it's going to be like to play a game in the UP again against Northern Michigan. Aiden Hutchinson said in an interview with Sports Illustrated that was published today that the Lions thought about putting him in on offense last season. He said he might have to talk with Ben Johnson about doing it again. Texans running back Joe Mixon missed practice for the second straight day with an ankle sprain. Mixon has not played since Week 2 versus the Bears. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Oh, hey, MSU's playing in the UP. Go win something. So sick of that bit. Up next, State's playing on Pluto. Win. David, ticket text, and I'm going straight to the people. We got baseball receipts to get to in a few minutes. What do you got for me, buddy? What? What?
Sorry.
What did you call Kenny?
Doug from Toledo. I get more enjoyment out of the Lions. This is like watching your kids grow and succeed. We've seen the Lions grow the past few seasons, watched them get better, and knew they could become great. This is more fulfilling than the Tigers' one-hit wonder. Someone else says, the Lions are my wife and the Tigers are my mistress. The Tigers are smoking hot and lots of fun, but I'm not leaving my wife for them. Okay.
Goodness.
Last texter has it right. Love to watch both, but it's more fun watching the Tigers. The Lions are very stressful.
Okay, people don't like the expectations. That's what I'm hearing. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Mark. He's up next, 97.1. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
How you doing, guys?
Good, Mark.
Good. Okay, hands down the Lions. All right, I'm 63. I've seen, when they won the World Series in 68 and 84, all right, and that was all fun stuff. And even when they made their couple runs, they didn't win it. But the Lions have been my biggest disappointment. I'm a Michigander for life, okay, and I've always followed them, loved them, no matter how bad they sucked, okay. And this is finally got to a point where both sides of the ball, they have a very, very solid team. And it's just plain fun because if they do win it, needless to say, they make me happy, okay? But if they don't win it, well, I guess, all we can do is hope for the best. But at the end of the day, it's all about the Lions. It's all about football, and I want to see them win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Mark, the Lions would hurt if they lost. You would be in pain, whereas the Tigers, yeah, as Mike said, you get the slow clap. Okay, good job, guys. I was entertained for the summer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All righty then. No, but see, the pressure is what makes the Lions more enjoyable. The Tiger thing is just fun. Yeah. I guess it'll feel more serious. Maybe that one texter's right. It'll feel more serious after they beat the Guardians.
Maybe we change the expectation if they're in the World Series because you're so close. Because it's like, wow, this could really happen.
Fair play. Go to RG, 97.1. What's up, RG?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with a little bit of both what you're saying, but I got to go with the Tigers because they're doing the unexpected. The Lions, we expect them to win. These guys are doing the unexpected.
And you like the surprise element more?
Absolutely. And also it comes with what David said, a little bit of stress. It comes with a little bit of stress, yes. But I think they're just so exciting to watch.
Okay. So it's just the excitement, the newness. That's what you really, the Lions, you expect them to win. This team you didn't expect, right?
No, absolutely not. They came out of nowhere. I mean, like you guys were saying, they were, I don't know how many games out of the wild card, and all of a sudden they win the wild card series, and anything can happen now.
Listen, the big thing for me, and I do think it comes down to what kind of fan you are. You know, if you're just rooting for the logo, maybe it's the Tigers. But if you value the best guys in the business at what they do, and you like star players, and you like being able to lean on brand names, things you know, it's the Lions. Look, the Tigers are playing a very unique brand of baseball, and this isn't smarmy in any way. I don't want to sound like Jim Costa, but it's a brand of baseball that very few people understand. They know they like that they're winning, but very few people understand what the hell they're doing. Like that is truly, like, you have to be not a baseball snob, but like, you got to really understand baseball. Like, they are executing optimization, roster flexibility, money ball, if you will, to the max. And it's really hard to figure out. Like, for the average fan, they sit home and they go, well, what do you mean Kerry Carpenter's not in the lineup today? We'll get to him.
Mm-hmm. Just wait. He'll be there.
What happened? Where's Cole Keith? Like, what do you mean this guy's only coming in? This reliever's awesome. Why is he only pitching one inning? Like, it's just, like, look, Tyler Holton started the game yesterday, right? He started the game. He also has 8 saves. I mean, it is unique, and it's not for everybody. From a watchability standpoint, you love winning. I accept what they're doing because they're winning. Mm-hmm. I like fun. But no, it's not a brand of baseball I like or appreciate. I don't like it. I didn't like when the A's used to do it. I always took great joy in their failures. I don't like the Rays. They think they're smarter than everybody. I love watching the Rays fall on their face. I don't like this brand of baseball, and I think ultimately what I compare this to is what's happened in the NBA. Analytics destroyed the NBA. Everyone thinks they're Steph Curry. Take and make more threes. You know, game 7 of a playoff series, and you got a team shooting 90 combined threes. It's not a good watch. Is it smart? Yes. Is it how you win? Yes. Are the Tigers smart? Yes. Does it help them win? Yes. Is it really good to watch? If you love your team, I totally get it. I'm talking for the rest of humanity. Right. I ain't paying to watch that.
No, it's like watching the going to work Pistons. Nobody wanted to watch them except here.
Guilty.
So no. But this style, it has a ceiling that you can win. You may win playoff series, but yeah, you're never going to win the World Series doing this.
Rico, listen. The one thing I will say for this Tiger team, there is no ultra dominant team. How many 100-win teams in baseball this year? Let me help you. How many teams that look indomitable? No, do I think the Yankees, Phils, and Dodgers are a cut above? Yes. You will, in all likelihood, have to go through 2 of those 3. But is anyone super dominant?
Right.
Probably not.
You don't have that team where it's just, you have no shot.
And if you're doing things routinely that are inexplicable, well, then I don't have any predictive measure it'll stop. Andy Ibanez was like 6 for 80 his last month and a half. Who was up at the plate in an 0-2 count against Josh Hader and laces a double that clears the bases? Listen, it keeps happening. So you just...
But it was like AJ flipped over a tarot card and said, okay, Ibanez, you. This will work. Trust me.
And don't take what I'm saying in any way, shape, or form. I would vote AJ manager of the year. You have to understand what I'm saying. I respect the hell out of what he's doing. But it doesn't mean again, this style of ball, what do I get more enjoyment out of? The Lions. I think the Lions are more premium. And I love knowing I've got the indomitable forces. Like, I love, hey, it's 3rd and 1. You know what we're going to do? We're going to run behind Sewell, and we're going to murder you. I like that. I don't want to have to get cute. I want to play. Hey, 3rd and 6. Everyone knows it's going Amon-Ra. Oh, wait, it just went to Amon-Ra for 11. Mm-hmm. I like that. Other fans can like other stuff. I don't think it makes people good or bad. 248-539-9797. All right, football season is here. Time to elevate your tailgate. Moran Buick GMC, where you can lease the 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition, $239 a month, $999 down for gym employees and immediate family members, or lease the 24 Buick Envista, $249 a month, $19.99 down. No employee discount required. New stock daily. And yes, Denali's are back. MoranExpress.com for the certified service. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Guardians voice Tom Hamilton said that former Tiger Matthew Boyd will pitch Game 2 versus Detroit, but is that a surprise to him? Boyd slowly worked his way back to the big leagues with rehab stints at 3 different minor league levels before being activated on August 13th. He has thrown 8 starts since, logging a .271 ERA. One of his best outings came against the Dodgers in L.A., where he gave up just a single earned run in 6 innings. The Mets and Brewers compete in Game 3 of their wild card tonight. Milwaukee looking to beat the odds and win the series after losing Game 1, first pitch at 7:08. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Never gets old to me. Welcome in. If you're just getting out of work, we will reset everything for you. It has been Tigers heavy. They're in the ALDS. We wanted Houston. We thought you'd beat Houston. You did beat Houston. So now we have some questions. And one of them is history an indicator for where this team is headed? So there's a fun stat, and whether you think it's relevant, it's part of the conversation. You're the 4th team ever to be 10 games out of a playoff spot, at least 110 games into the season, and win a playoff series. 4 in the history of baseball. 64 Cards, 69 Mets, 2011 Cardinals. All 3 of those teams went on to win the World Series. Now, to build upon that, last 3 seasons, the hottest team in the last 2 weeks of the season, the Phillies, the Rangers, the Braves, all went on to win the World Series. You're the hottest team. So we've said from the very start of this, look, when you're this hot, no one is going to knock anyone who chooses to believe in destiny, fate, voodoo, magic, whatever you want to call it. And of course, it's a combination of the team is they're good. They're good at a lot of things. Great base running, great defense, great pitching. I can't call it great hitting. I'll call it timely hitting.
That's a good word for it.
But they have good elements. But they're red hot, and it is magical. So do you believe they're going to take this the whole way? Do you believe history's an indicator for what you're about to watch? And look, I said to you, I thought you'd beat Houston. I think you're going to beat the Guardians in 4. But I do think the music stops against the Yankees just based on a massive talent differential. And what you're doing in a 7-game, not a 5 or a 3-game, a 7-game series, you don't get to have, well, nobody's ever going to face the same pitcher twice. Or no one's, it's too much. And your own manager has said, I don't think this would be doable over the course of a season. 7-game series, I think it's a lot to ask. I wonder just how much gas will be left in the tank. If they're a team of destiny, they'll pull it off. But I think you'll get to the ALCS, which is an unbelievable accomplishment. But Rico?
No, because back-to-back 7-game series, I think, is just asking for too much. This team would need – look, their magic numbers win 10 more games. You can only throw Scooble so many times, and that's just it. Can you keep stealing games and winning games that you shouldn't? And in a 3-game series where Scooble goes out there, you're up 1-0. Now all the pressure's on the Astros because – they're in elimination in Game 2. The 5-game series, I think, is going to push the max against Cleveland. But 7 games, even if you go up 2-0, the other team still has a chance to come back and win the next 4. That's why I do think that the Yankees, yes. Now, if it's the Royals, maybe you got a better chance at this. Sure. But if you're going up against the Yankees, I think it all ends right there because I think you put it best throughout the show. Between the Phillies, Dodgers, and Yankees, you're going to have to play 2 out of those 3 teams in 2 7-game series. I don't think it's sustainable. It's cool, but after a while, you're going to working all of these different pitchers at different times. I think somebody's going to end up having that inning like Job had yesterday, and it's all going to fall apart. It's a house of cards. It's working right now. You don't want to be there when it falls apart, so let's not think about that, but is it sustainable all the way to a World Series? I don't think so. Enjoy this ride.
248.
Oh, go ahead.
No, let's go do karate in the garage. 248-539-9797. David, so do you value the historical little trends we've given you? And how far are they going to take it?
Do I value the historical trends? Well, I'm going to be a stick in the mud. No, I don't. Because what the Tigers have to do is completely different from these other 3 teams. They have to go longer in the playoffs because there wasn't as many teams back then. Except for 2011, there were more teams then from 69 to 64. But generally, there wasn't as many as there is now. So I can't see it. And because of that, I just don't see them going through a 7-game series like this. It's very difficult to even do what they've done this far. I don't think they can get through a 7-game series, so they can't do what those teams can do or what they did. Sorry, I just don't see it.
I mean, I'm not going to
I'm not a real Tigers fan.
No, I'm not going to say that, David. You're more realistic. You're seeing this knowing, okay, it's a good run, but
I'm enjoying it.
Right. It's not, and it doesn't make you a bad person because a lot of Tigers fans are thinking, no, they're going to win. Probably not, okay? But enjoy the ride. Let's see where it can go. You know what it feels a lot like? The Lions last year. Enjoy the ride. Let's see how far you can go with it. But now it's a different expectation for the Lions. But last year, it was like the whispering in the back. Could they actually go to the Super Bowl? Could they win the Super Bowl? I don't know if I want to say Super Bowl. Let's just make the playoffs. Let's just make the playoffs. Remember those conversations? Well, you made the playoffs. And then you won. Tigers just won. Expectation keeps going up, but it's fun. Now, it hurt when you lost the championship game because at that point you realize how close you were. And I think the same will happen with the Tigers. When it ends, you're going to be like, man, we were one bad pitching decision away. We were one batter away that we got to go out and get in the offseason, which we're not going to talk about.
No.
But that's where I think it was. I see a lot of parallels with last year's Lions season.
That's actually a really good point.
Yeah, you're exactly right because we all expect, they're going to beat Cleveland. So yes, I'm going to sit there and say, wow, you know what though? It could have been this in the series, and if this would have went the right way against the Yankees, you're right.
Now all of a sudden it was like, okay, you beat the Rams, and then you had other teams like the Eagles just collapsing. The Cowboys get jail sexed at home, and now you're sitting there and saying, wait, we get another home game against the Buccaneers? We can beat the Buccaneers. That's how you feel about the Tigers and the Guardians. You can beat the Guardians.
I think you can beat the Guardians. I think it's Tigers in 4 against Guardians. I do. And I think the weapon of Scooble is like magnified. The shorter the series, the bigger the value, because I don't think you're going to run him. You're not running him out there like he's Kurt Schilling in 2001 against the Yankees. They've been rightfully super careful with Scooble. I just don't see it. And again, as magical as his bullpen has been, and the mix and match and the whole thing, you eventually run into teams whose lineups are both balanced and talented. And I thought Houston was top heavy. It's why I wanted him. It's why I thought you'd beat him. I think if you believe a team, for instance, and again, the Yankees have to get there. They have to beat the Royals. But the Yankees are not top heavy. You can think that if you want. But first of all, they only have 2 guys in the order over the age of 30. It's not your mommy's Yankees. One of them happens to be the greatest baseball player on the planet, potentially, in Aaron Judge. It's a younger team. Second of all, balance. Lefty-righty plus switch hitting capabilities plus depth. And they have stretched the lineup out a bit. I mean, Austin Wells was horrible in September, but AL Rookie of the Year candidate catcher. Jazz Chisholm, right? Stud for the Yankees. Jason Dominguez, who got healthy, an option. They have these guys at the bottom of this order that are it's so much pressure on this bullpen in a 7-game set. Big deal if I think the Yankees beat you in the ALCS. Who cares?
Yeah.
A month ago, you had no chance of making the playoffs. It's not impossible, but that's as far as I think they take it. Now, if you think they're going the whole way, if you want to ride the wave, ain't nobody mad at you. I'm not laughing at anybody who thinks, hey, we're going to do this. God bless.
No, but I mean, it would hurt. Like if you lost to the Yankees in Game 7, it's like, man, they were so close. And my goodness, it's just like for the Lions. If I told you, you know what, you're going to lose in the final minutes of the NFC title game at the beginning of the playoffs, you would have taken that. Like, great. But then expectations change. And I think the same will happen with this team, where it's going to go from being a cutesy story to, wait a minute, could we actually do this? You know, and the fans are going to start to rally with the games down at Comerica Park. But I just don't think you're going to make it that far.
248-539-9797. David, take a text. What do people have to say?
I said it before, and I'll say it again. This team is a lot like the St. Louis Cardinals team that beat us in 06. They were also a wild card team, 83-78 record. I see similarities. That is from Cooper.
By the way, he said it and he has said it again. Who the hell's heard him?
Yeah.
We got a whoopee cushion from Kenny. I'm just saying, like, I said it once, I'll say it again. Who the hell's heard you, Coop?
From Steven.
Didn't the Cardinals win the division that year?
No, they were a wild card team.
I thought they won.
Kenny,
okay.
Kenny, that's going to be my official verbal response to anything now. I'm done arguing. Tigers going to sweep their way to the series. Michigan's the best team in the country. Whatever you want, I'm done. The Kenny whoopee cushion. Tremendous.
No, they won division.
The 06 Cardinals?
Yeah.
Coop has said it once. He's said it again.
83-78.
Don't let facts get in the way.
Just wanted to make sure. I don't know how we got here.
I don't either. I'm looking at the text like, what are we doing?
Right. I'm having a conversation. Like, why does Mike keep making this sound?
Because Kenny's response when I was busting Cooper's balls. And I go, I said it once, I said it again. Who the hell's heard him? Kenny's response was,
Yeah, Rico, you're looking up stats about the St. Louis Cardinals, and you keep hearing this in your ear.
I was like, what is that sound? Headphones going out?
Rewind the tape to when David is reading this, and all you hear is Kenny whoopee cushion. You got to hear it. So I honestly, I think Kenny encapsulated where I'm at right now. I don't argue with nobody. That's my response to everything. The Celtics suck. You're right. Go ahead, David.
Why are we talking about the ALCS or the World Series when the ALDS hasn't even started yet?
Tigers in 4. Tigers in 4. We will not tolerate your negativity. Tigers in 4. I think you match up very well with the Guardians, and I think the 5-game set, you can still do your dance. That analytics 2-step money ball.
Oh, so you clinch.
I need Rincon and soda for my vending machine.
So you clinch it here in Detroit.
That's my hope for the people. I mean, dude, you were here just like I was the last time Comerica had playoff games. I mean, that place is a snake pit.
Oh, yeah.
I want them to close it here. And the way I figure is they split in Cleveland, take them both here. See you later. Don't have to go down to the hellhole in the 216 and call it a day. I truly believe you match up really well against Guardians. But again,
I was waiting for the sound effect.
Oh, no. I want David to run it back, and I want you to hear the magical moment.
I'll find it.
All right. Continue. All right, let's take care of business. You know, I could be a bad guy about it, but here's Rika.
Please don't. You got it out your system. Hey, listen up, folks. Are you... Sorry, Coy Construction. So sorry.
Hey, hang in there and stick with us. Hey, listen up, folks. Are you ready to add a beautiful deck to your home, or you're just sick and tired of power washing and staining and sealing your current deck year after year? Do what I did recently. Hire Koi Construction to design and build one for you. Man, I couldn't be happier, especially on days like today. Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's a family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus on quality and craftsmanship has made them one of the very best in the industry. And get this, they love to work year-round. So you want your deck built this winter? So you're ready to go into the spring? No problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Koi Construction routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months. But there are limited spots available, so you need to call Koi Construction today to secure a spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space in your backyard or a cozy retreat, Koi's Construction experienced team will help bring your vision to life. So call them today and get your project started. You won't regret it.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination in the number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It is Serta. They got the experience for 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. Get a great night's sleep on a great mattress by Serta. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, David, we'll get some ticket text. Odyssey.com rewind. You want anything? Did a ton of Tiger talk today in multiple ways. And certainly mixed in a little football as well. Also cussed out Rieger for the slander past 7 o'clock last night. So we've had a really good afternoon. And we discovered this. Incredible from the morning show. And we discovered this. Indeed. David, what do the ticket texters have?
You guys did a segment last year about the goalposts moving for the Lions. Does this happen for the Tigers moving forward if they win the next series or even next year? Jeff and Canton.
I mean, look, next year you're not going to have the benefit of innocence. Next year the expectation will be playoffs. The expectation will be the AL Central crown. So I would say that does, but
I think next year happens with the topic we really don't want to talk about. What you do in the offseason, that's where your expectations come up. Because this can't you won't be able to do this for another 162 games next year. So if you don't get reinforcements for the troops, if you don't get bats and stars and help for School Bowl, no. This is going to be a one-off where you're going to be talking about your one-hit wonder. Remember that one Tigers team that pulled off that miracle run? You want this to keep going, you got to do some extra things. But, yeah, moving the goalpost, I think probably happens after the Guardian series if you win.
Ben in Brighton says, I agree. I don't think they beat the Yankees in 7 games. However, they beat the Orioles 2 out of 3 and then swept the Royals. With all teams playing meaningful baseball just a few weeks ago, they can do it and have. That's 5 out of 6. I'm not saying they will, but I believe they can.
All right. No one said they can't. It's about will they or won't they, and second of all, the example you use does not apply. You're playing other teams. You're not playing the Yankees in a best of 7. What you did against Baltimore and Kansas City, mid-rotation, late rotation, early rotation. Guys, we don't need to do gymnastics. That's it. It's okay if you believe you're going to beat them. You don't have to take a blood oath. I'm not mad at you. I'm just making a point. I think you're beating the Guardians. I thought you'd beat the Astros. And we also were talking about they were a mortal lock for the playoffs before other people. So the whole point I'm saying is, look, I think there's an end point, but who cares? You still got to play the games. Aaron Judge could go out and snap both legs in half tomorrow night. It's sports.
Mm-hmm. Adam in a truck says, this is witchcraft, and it's going to end soon. Hope it doesn't, though. No matter what happens, the Tigers crushed expectations.
100%. And it sets up a fascinating offseason, and I'll leave it there. Rico, walleye. Rico has walleyed that topic. Did you isolate that clip?
I didn't put it in the system, but I have it. Let me throw it in now.
But wait a minute. Hey, take it easy over there. All right. Sounds like your Saturday night over there. Take it easy.
Is that what you kids call it? The system? Hey, honey. Is the system ready?
It's a system that's not a system, but plays like a system. Right. That's how David ended up with all those kids. Throw it in the system. You see what happens when you get a playoff baseball team and you got a football team that's on bye week?
The Tigers won again.
You know what? I got you. Hold on. I'm aware. David, go ahead.
Oh, I got to gather myself.
I know.
Sorry.
I understand.
Calling my shot. Tigers win the World Series. That is from Steven.
Listen, what I would advise is if you truly believe it in your heart, you need to get a bet in on it now before the odds sink. Or were they plus 1,200 yesterday? Just to give you an example of what they were on September 10th, they were plus 50,000. $100 won you $50,000. That's how far out of it you were on September 10th. Before the playoffs, you were plus 3,500. You've now won a playoff series, you're plus 1,200. It's now or never if you believe it. Mm-hmm.
Tim in Grosse Pointe, another historical fact. The Tigers are 10-3 and 3-0 in a series against the Yankees in postseason history. Those are the facts. That's what I'm going with. Okay.
I want to try this again. What's the last time you played the Yankees in the playoffs? 12 years ago?
Yeah, 2012.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How many guys are relevant to this argument? What you did 18 years ago or 12 years? Guys, come on. You're better than that. Can we please?
2 people off of that team. Time has elapsed long enough. They're in the Baseball Hall of Fame. So just to put things in perspective.
Jackson Jobe was like 9 years old. Like, guys, come on. We're better than that as a sports city. Please.
Right. When dad has to tell you, son, it's bedtime, this kid's too young. But because they didn't win the World Series in those
And I respect
runs,
that. I like being the benchmark for this city.
Right.
I take pride in it.
You should. Beating the Yankees is what the
That's
banner
right.
is.
And I get that. I'm not offended by it. And people here should hate my team. Respect. But what you did in 2006 ain't got no bearing on now. That's crazy talk. Yes, David.
What's also crazy talk is this came through from a teacher. I'm a middle school teacher, grades 6 through 8, and I'm shocked at how many kids at that age bracket didn't even know the Tigers were in the playoffs. Even after the first victory, half of them didn't know the outcome. Certain when I was that age, I knew everything. It could be because they were on a 10-year drought, and this generation has no idea who the Tigers are.
I think it's part of it.
And the fact that the Lions are so good, I bet you they know Jared Goff.
It's also the fact that baseball largely is a very difficult sport for young people and limited attention spans to watch.
Yeah, baseball.
It just is.
Yeah, I think they lost to young people a long time ago because it's a slow-playing game. And, yeah, you're right. I don't have time to sit here.
You can sit in 15 minutes of real time and not see a baseball put in play because of analytics, launch angle, exit velo, don't care about strikeouts. Like, you can watch entire innings of baseball and the ball never gets put in play. That's a brutal watch. Sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt, David.
I got a small bet on the Tigers at plus 25,000. When do I make a hedge, or do I even bother?
Wait until after the Guardian series.
Yeah.
Because your payout right now probably isn't more than $1,000. So, I mean, you're sitting there, you'd be robbing yourself. If you think they're going to beat the Guardians, let it roll. I'm not being irresponsible by recommending that, am I?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Now, again, I mean, if you're hard up for the cash, what I would say is you shouldn't be betting. So if you need that money back, go get that money back. But otherwise, no, you got to let it roll. Once you get, or if you get to the ALCS, we believe you're beating the Guardians, then you can start to have a bigger conversation, and we'll take you through that.
Or you just take the buyout if somebody offers you. If you're going to do the hedge thing, just take the buyout.
No, don't recommend that nonsense.
What's the difference?
You're
losing money either way.
I got a better way to do it. But we're not going to do that right now, Walleye. We're not going to talk about the offseason either, Walleye. That morning show's really got to get it together.
I can't believe Cookies allows this.
What do you mean? Oh my God.
There aren't any there.
What? Mark?
Facts.
Just oh my God. Jesus.
Somebody read something.
You're the guy that's digging checks.
I'll just tell you about Victor's Roofing. There's no easy segue,
Hi,
is there?
Victor.
Yeah, hi, Victor. Appreciate you. Here's the deal. You see a lot of negative reviews in the space, right? I mean, the roofing industry. Oh, my God, the budget. Oh, my God, these guys showed up late. Nobody called me back. You don't see it with Victor's. Why? Project manager. You get your very own for every roof they install. Their job is to, when you call, they answer. And second of all, guarantee the installers are installing a perfect roof with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. That is how Victor's can offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install when the competition can barely offer 5. So call today, set up your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. That's 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or you book that appointment online anytime at victors.com. Remarkable. Morning show really has got to get it together. Listen, she knew as soon as she said it, she was in some trouble. And we were there to capitalize. What do you want me to tell you? All right, let's carry along. David, ticket text. We'll get Rieger involved. I've already handled Rieger's slander post 7 o'clock last night. And we'll move forward.
I say a lot of things. I forgot that one.
You're a POS. David.
More joy, easily the improbable playoff run that's only the second of its kind in baseball history. I get that from the Tigers. That is Keith at work.
Okay.
I enjoy watching the Lions. I still get pissed off and yell at the TV for both teams, so I'm stressed out either way, but more joy from the Lions. It's got to be the Lions. You wait forever just for football to start back up again. There's no feeling like it.
No, I agree. But I also value the Super Bowl over a World Series. I don't think they're the same. And especially in a town like Detroit. I don't know that we could handle the Lions winning a Super Bowl. Like, I'm pretty sure as the clock strikes 0, a meteor would hit us.
I think you're right about that. Got one more here. Hey, this is Jamar from Westland. I think the Tigers' improbable run has been more enjoyable. But my real question is for Rico. How can I get that appointment with that dentist?
Nope. Stop right now. Strike that from the record. David, do not make me show up to your church.
Come on through.
Do not make you. I don't think you're going to ever invite. This will be the one time you're not welcome back here. And I'd just like to say, egregious statements today. David 2, me 0. Wow. That's twice David has done that to you. What a disgrace.
And I saved that one right for 5:50.
Yeah, he waits till 5:51 to hit you with that one.
Okay.
Isn't it,
The
ironic?
second you get up to start singing, I'm just going to hold up cards.
I'm just reading text, man. They come through. I read them.
Do you ever think about doing live reads for that?
Overrated. Stop immediately. Why am I the voice of reason? Will you handle your business?
Hey, it's Rico Beard. And
Stop
if you
immediately.
need a drilling.
Oh, I'll read this and leave.
Okay, all right. Hi, Jeff.
Hey guys, how you doing? I love the topic today, by the way. I'm driving in.
But you're a scumbag?
I listen all the time. Well, it's funny. Well, I got two things for you. Number one, I enjoy the who do you get more joy out of topic, whether it be the Tigers or the Lions. But I was doing a little schwitz today, running around the neighborhood like I tend to do, try to keep in shape, And a buddy texted me, and all it said is, Mike just called you a piece of bleep on the radio.
Correct.
I'm like, oh, all right.
Correct.
Can't wait to get in.
I just, you got cute after 7 o'clock. After
Got
out
a
of
little
kindness
loose.
of my heart, I helped you, and you misrepresented something I said. I didn't take kindly to it. So I wanted to handle it.
Well, I appreciate you listening to the program.
I
Thank you.
like your
Thank you.
show.
Thank you.
but
Thank you.
don't-
I did not.
You can save it for the D-listers like Wojo. You don't do that to us.
We had Wojo on at 9:30, by the way, yesterday.
Yeah,
I
odds
was
of him being sober, 0.
No, he was drunk for sure. I was racking my brain. I mean, it was like, what did I say yesterday that would get me called a piece of bleep?
Oh, you got cute.
Yeah.
I said it. You misrepresented what I said. Lousy behavior by you.
They are very Moneyball, yes. Yes.
Now, and that's fine. It's how they have to play. But it doesn't mean you have to like it. You
Yes.
can like the winning. But when you ask me directly, do I enjoy this style of baseball? Absolutely not.
Believe it or not, and everybody's different, I kind of like it.
That's fine.
I kind of like it. AJ Clinch, rather.
Oh,
the guy, AJ Clinch is a pretty impressive individual, isn't he?
He's brilliant. I just have always been on the other side of it. It doesn't make you a bad fan if you love it or a good fan. It's like you don't like Mexican food or Italian food.
Well, I do. But yes, I hear it.
It's not a big deal.
Yes, it's
for
preference.
me. I always took great joy when the A's would fall on their face. Or when the Rays, ooh, we're smarter than you. Hey, how's the playoffs going, Rays?
Oh, yeah.
I that's me. It doesn't mean I'm right.
The crazy thing, and there's so many crazy stats from yesterday's game. The craziest one I saw from, I think it was Jason Beck. Heather, please, I'm trying to do a show. Can you do it again, please? Wait, is that Cookies doing a female voice, or is that Heather?
No, that's Heather.
No, it's Heather.
Oh, what context?
I'll explain.
You don't need it.
Yeah, unfortunately, once you say something, context is gone. It's different.
Anyway, I saw this stat yesterday or actually this morning, pretty impressive. Do you know no Astros hitter went against the same Tigers pitcher the entire game? Every Astros hitter had a different Tigers reliever. It's pretty crazy considering how AJ ran that game and how baseball usually works.
Okay. And that's why you're most dangerous in a 3-game set.
Absolutely. But no, you're probably right. In a 7-game series, like I think they beat the Guardians, but then it goes 7, and then you worry about these guys getting overexposed. And, if you're going back-to-back games using Sean Gunther to get a ground ball, is that going to work out for you?
Yeah,
I don't know.
And I think even if you happen to make it through, to make it to the World Series, 2 7-game series, I think will be too taxing
It's also,
for this team.
Listen, and I don't want to nerd out. Yes, I'm a Yankees fan. Yankees are also the most balanced lineup left, both left and right, switch hitters. They're able to stagger. They've got depth for once, and it's not an old Yankee team. Only 2 guys in the order are 30. Judge is one of them. I don't consider his age. He's had the best year of his life.
What's his average in the postseason?
I'd have to look.
20?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not Tim Kirkjian. I can't just whip
You're
that
not
up.
Michael K.
Thank God. All right, so what are you doing next?
We're doing Tigers. I got 2 questions about the Tigers. It's a really short show. Please, Heather. 45 minutes, and then we're going to get you to Red Wing preseason hockey. Original 6, Michael. We got the Maple Leafs in town.
But I got it.
Yeah. Well, Woj is probably still in Houston drinking.
That's where he was
or,
at.
or I'm sure he's headed to Cleveland. Yeah.
All right.
Like, trust me, he has to work harder, too. He's not happy about this.
Oh, please. All this does is change the geography of his alcohol consumption. It doesn't add to his workload.
The article's already written.
It's probably more enjoyable for him because he's drinking with his media buddies on the road.
As if he has regular buddies?
Oh.
Those are his only friends. Wow. Want to read something?
I will.
Yeah, you should. You should. What a show. What?
Okay.
What?
We're going to stop doing that before the reads.
Could you imagine, by the way, if Mike said that and the place went silent?
Okay.
No, because we were having a blast, and honestly,
That's the last time, Rico.
Play it again, please. One more time. Come on.
That is hilarious.
Before I read.
That's the last time today, Rico.
Before we exit, do you have the Kenny Cott whoopee cushion?
No.
No? Okay. Thanks a lot for the system.
All right.
Rico.
Wow.
Take him to church.
Specs at LTU. As a matter of fact, I'm sitting next to a Specs grad and Jeff Rieger right